gadgets and devices that belong to school children. This is what they have turned around and said in their aspect. They said that the term crackdown is being used by agencies and media to describe the arrest itself conveys the intention of the regime to assign a stigma to the organization and consequently terrorize the general public. This is what they have said, that we were actually trying to fight towards save the Grand Republic. That's their larger tone that they have adopted. But somewhere in their statement, it also comes out and mirrors the kind of concerns that have been raised, where they say that we have actually been working with members of the Dalit community and marginalized members of the Hindu society. This comes in its statement. Criticizing wrong policies of the government cannot be interpreted as creating hatred against state and its machineries. The fact that the Sangh Parivar wants to isolate Muslims and go after Muslims. They have also said routine allegation which the Hindutva fascists have been raising since years, which they will not have succeeded till date. Encouraged youth to join terrorist organizations including Lashkar-e-Toiba, Indian Mujahideen, Islamic State, etc. They say there is no proof of whatsoever that backs this allegation. In fact, Popular Front has educated members and warned youth of the country against such dubious organizations. Popular Front was the first organization in the country to warn and educate youth against the Daesh or Islamic State. Organized terror camps for providing armed training. The organization annually conducts a health awareness campaign, Healthy People, Healthy Nation, with an aim to create awareness of the significance of healthy lifestyle. As part of this, yoga demonstrations, blood donation camps and marathon races are held. This is wrongly being portrayed as organizing training camps. So this is what they are saying, targeting. So point by point, it's a 9.5 point, 5-point rebuttal which has come, which even includes the allegation that they had planned to orchestrate an attack against Prime Minister Modi, and this was with respect to the crackdown of the Bihar module. Now, so this is at 12:30 in the night that they have issued this statement, and soon after that comes the Unlawful Association declaration.
If I go point by point about what PFI has been saying, let's take the first point that we're saying about the kind of recoveries made in these NIA searches. What agencies are pointing out, and they're not disputing that there are no huge recovery of cash or arms haul, as is suspected. The PFI does maintain a huge haul of cash as well as arms, but that was not recovered because they feel, Popular Front of India, and they're absolutely right, agency members agree that most of their leadership is well educated, they're well versed in law, and that is the reason that agencies suspect that they were preparing for this kind of search and even ban. Like I said, this ban call has been on for 2 years now, and Popular Front of India was aware that at the bench around the corner, there would be a ban on them and there would be evidence against them. So the agencies feel they were already prepared for it. The way their logbook was maintained about the donation that was coming in, one of the charge against them is of terror funding. The logbooks are maintained meticulously to show that most of the donation that they were getting were lawful. That people, poor people, daily wage earners, rickshaw pullers, they were donating as little as 5 rupees, and there were receipts that were kept of that amount as well. Then they tried to show that expats who were sending money to their friends and families from abroad, they were writing letters saying, please donate part of this to Popular Front of India since we are working for poor people. So they've tried to camouflage the donations that they're getting from abroad by showing those letters, those documentations to show that these are individual donations, whereas agencies suspect that they have a full network and an office going on in the Gulf countries, whereby part of your salary is taken away, at least 100% is taken away as your recruitment. They help you get recruited in Gulf, and once you get recruited there, part of your salary is taken away. That is one of the modus operandi for funding. The third thing that they're talking about is that there are no terrorist linkages. Well, there are enough cases now by the local police in Karnataka, in Kerala, also by NIA, to show that they were hand in glove as far as murder conspiracies of RSS leaders are concerned, murder conspiracy of affiliates like VHP, Bajrang Dal is concerned. There is evidence to suggest that there are, this is what the NIA latest FIR also says, that they were actually recruiting for proscribed organizations like ISIS. And in the Bihar Fulbari Sharif case, if you see, that the FIR states that the organization was giving arms training, and the training was more of using things like lathi, how to wield a lathi and cause maximum damage. In the Nizamabad FIR in Telangana, a karate teacher has been arrested. So, martial arts, not necessarily using grenades or using bombs or making bombs, those big things that we know of terror organizations like Lashkar or Jaish, but simple things like karate, like lathi, and even in the murder cases, we've seen use of sharp-edged weapons, swords and machetes. So what agencies say is that PFI was, using relatively simpler things and simpler mechanisms and targeting leaders, and therefore there's no doubt that they were part of this terror conspiracy. It's just that the way they were striking terror is different from the way we know of organizations like Lashkar and Jaish.
The other aspect is the use of the language in the rebuttal itself shows there is an underlying attitude and hatred, because what they say, the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate, the two servile tools in the hands of the Hindutva regime at the center. Now, Hindutva regime at the center, the moment you are trying to say that, by default shows that they have their own version of what Hindutva actually means. Then Hindutva, and then going down further, the attack on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, they once again say, Sangh Parivar is terrorizing Muslims by denying them basic rights, spreading extreme hatred, openly giving discriminating calls, lynching and abusing Muslims in the streets, bulldozing their homes with wild justifications, and by keeping the country's judicial system as their puppet. So the moment you are knocking the courts, you are actually saying that we believe in democracy, we believe in constitution, we believe in governance. Because earlier they say that we are only coming out and we are advocating faith in democracy. We are not doing anything against the country or the interest of the country, or democracy in the country to protect and save the constitution. But yeah, and the front programs revolve around the theme of democracy, justice and equality. Now, CNN News 18 has also accessed the entire MHA notification, and the notification reads in detail, where it says that the central government hereby declares Popular Front of India and its associates or affiliates or fronts, including Rehab India Foundation, Campus Front of India, All India Imams Council, National Confederation of Human Rights Organization, NCHRO, National Women's Front, Junior Front, Empower India Foundation and Rehab Foundation Kerala as Unlawful Association. The central government hereby declares that PFI and its associates or affiliates or fronts operate openly as socio-economic, educational and political organization, but they have been pursuing a secret agenda to radicalize a particular section of the society, working towards undermining the concept of democracy and show sheer disrespect towards the constitutional authority and the constitutional setup of the country. Arunima, you were the first to share this notification with us, and we are the first to share it with our viewers. So take us through the details. Now, is this ban for 5 years? Is it decided? Or can this be extended? Under which clauses of the UAPA has this ban now been proclaimed?
So, Section 3 of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act is the section concerned, which allows the government to declare an organization unlawful. Essentially, what does this mean? How does this really translate on the ground? When an organization is proscribed, it is declared unlawful, it essentially means that you can no longer send donation to it. If you are a member of that organization or in any way associated with that organization, even that is punishable by law. So all these fundings that PFI was relying on in order to bolster its campaign, and it is flush with money, that's what it is saying. And that's why from the anti-CEA protest, the anti-NRC protest, to any other, anti-Gita protest, any other protest that we saw in the country in recent times, where the Muslim community was taking a lead, the Campus Front of India, the SDPI, the Popular Front of India, the Imam Council, they were all ahead in terms of providing leadership, providing logistical support. In Bihar, for example, the charge is that they were going into masjids of Darbhanga, of Madhubani, of Purnia, Kishanganj. These are masjids which in their Friday sermons would often talk about local issues. That's what the local Maulavi, the local Imam would say. But all of the Imam Council supported Maulavis. Kerala from Karnataka would go there and tell them that, you should talk about in your issues like Nupur Sharma's comments, issues like what's happening globally. Where was the money coming in for them to travel, for them to distribute pamphlets, for them to have updated, CDs and pen drives and all that. So that money was coming in from the Gulf. Now, if anybody contributes to PFI, once it is declared a proscribed, like it has been declared now, it becomes unlawful immediately. You can't be associated.
Right.
Some people yesterday said that, they were not
Right.
PFI members. They were just helping the organization. Now you can't do that because it's a proscribed organization. Any kind of contact with the organization will now be considered. It will make you liable for the crime.
Aiding, abetting an unlawful organization. Aiding and abetting an unlawful organization or an unlawful association. Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP is with us on the phone line. Arnima, just stay with us. We've got Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP on the phone line. We've got access to the notification, Shehzad. And it says the state governments of Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka and Gujarat have recommended to ban the PFI. They say, whereas the central government is of the opinion that if there is no immediate curb or control of unlawful activities of the PFI and its association or affiliates or fronts, the PFI and its associates or affiliates or fronts will use this opportunity to continue its subversive activities, thereby disturbing public order and undermining the constitutional setup of the country, encourage and enforce terror-based regressive regime, continue propagating anti-national sentiments and radicalize a particular section of society with the intention to create disaffection against the country, aggravate activities which are detrimental to the integrity, security and sovereignty of the country. And whereas the central government, for the above-mentioned reasons, is firmly of the opinion that having regard to the activities of the PFI, it is necessary to declare the PFI and its associates or affiliates or fronts to be unlawful association with immediate effect. So this is comprehensive ban on PFI and all its frontal organizations. Shehzad, big move by the government.
Well, Anand, this is something that must be welcomed by one and all because everyone knows that PFI is nothing but an avatar of Simi. It is an organization that has links with the ISIS, with Jamaat al-Mujahideen, Bangladesh, and other terror fronts. It has been involved in riots like the CA riots and also in trying to create social unrest across the country in the name of hijab and other such issues. But the problem, Anand, is fundamentally this, that there have been political parties which have extended political patronage to the likes of PFI. Let me remind you, Anand, you remember, in Kerala, the person Omar Salim was given a government job. In Rajasthan, the PFI was given a free run to take out a march-in quota by the Congress. The Congress, when it was in power in Karnataka, dropped 175 cases and declared that the PFI was the most innocent organization. Parties like Samajwadi Party, when arrests are made of Al-Qaeda terrorists, they come out and they question the UPATS. RJD had questioned the ban even on Simi, which was imposed by the Supreme Court. So, you have a section of the political class that in the name of appeasement politics oppose action on terror. They have opposed when we made the UAPA more stringent and put bans on individuals and not just terrorist organizations. And therefore, this politics of patronage and appeasement in the name of vote bank politics to shield terror is something that has allowed the PFI to run riot for so many years. Imagine the Kerala High Court had said it is an extremist organization, but what action did the Kerala government take? And therefore, today the question is that will these parties come out and applaud the security agencies, or will they, as is true to their character, play vote bank politics on it? Will they come out and then try in one way or the other to question this kind of action that has been taken? That's the fundamental question, Anand.
There were 9 to 10 different aspects that were raised here at CNN News 18, and somewhere the PFI has taken those 9 points itself to try and issue a rebuttal. Their PR management. Now look, this is how nimble-footed they are, Shehzad, that they've stopped naming who's writing it and who's leading their PR department. So they've just become faceless now. It's a PR department release which came to CNN News 18 around 12:30, 12:40 last post-midnight AM. Now, in that, point number 9, attack plan on PM Modi. The allegation exposes the incompetence of our intelligence agencies. Maybe the Sangh Parivar has a plot and this seems to be a preemptive strike to attack its leader and put the blame on Popular Front to win 2024 election. And then they go on to extol all the aspects of the Sangh Parivar and the RSS and the BJP. They've even called the courts as puppets in the hands of the Sangh Parivar. They are also turning around and calling ED, and that's how they start the entire statement. They call the ED, the NIA as servile fronts of this entire Hindutva government, Hindutva regime. That's what they have called. the last para is intriguing, where they say we urge the secular, democratic, political parties, organizations, and the citizens to come forward, raise their voice against the undemocratic and unjust witch hunt against the Popular Front of India, and defeat the tyrannical fascist efforts to lead the country into peril. Now, this is exactly what was envisaged, that they will try and gather sympathy, try and gather public opinion to support the PFI and its front organizations and put pressure on the BJP. So what is expected of them to do, they are doing exactly that. The kind of terminology they are using also reflects their mindset, Shahzad Poonawalla. Is the government ready for this?
You see, the government has shown a zero tolerance approach towards terrorism, and especially those who have tried to, in a sense, use these kinds of tactics, they have been dealt with a strong iron fist by the security agencies. But the problem is that there are some political parties who, in the name of vote bank politics, continue to provide patronage to organizations like the PFI or to terror groups, or they try to defend terrorists even like Mr. Murtuza Abbasi and others. Now the question fundamentally is to the Congress, to the Samajwadi, to the Aam Aadmi Party, to the RJD, to the left, that will they today come out and play a vote bank card, or will they come out and say that we applaud the security agencies for taking this action? Now, going by their history, those who've questioned even the surgical strikes, who have blamed Pulwama on India, who have given 26-11 clean sheet to Pakistan, are unlikely to do this, are unlikely to stand in support of the security agencies, and perhaps their traditional SOP has been to question the security agencies and provide political patronage to terror. And I hope that today will be different, and I hope these political parties will not resort to their normal mode of providing patronage to terrorism, and will come and congratulate the security agencies, the MHA, the Government of India, for taking a strong and timely action.
Now, one of the aspects the MHA notification mentions is that the above affiliates or associates or fronts have a hub and spoke relationship with the PFI, acting as the hub and utilizing the mass outreach and fundraising capacity of its associates or affiliates or fronts for strengthening its capability for unlawful activities. And these associates or affiliates or fronts function as the roots and capillaries through which the PFI is fed and strengthened. They have also outlined the connection with SIMI, Jamaat-ul Mujahideen, Bangladesh, and also PFI's linkages with global terrorist groups like the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria. One of the aspects, Shahzad Poonawalla, that the government will have to now watch out for is this effort to try and mobilize international support along with garnering local sympathy. Last evening in Chennai, we saw one of the partners of the DMK government carry out a rally in support and trying to get Muslim groups to come out and support the PFI and the SDPI. So this is one aspect which stands out locally, where there is the effort of sympathy garnering and using others to come out and voice out support for the PFI. So they will remain at the backdrop or in the shadows, and they will try and get other organizations to try and voice support and concern for this crackdown. But more importantly, internationally, they are very, very active in the Middle East, in about 7 or 8 different nations in the Middle East. They have active cadre there. Is the government going to work diplomatically to ensure there is no international backlash for a local crackdown?
Well, first of all, this is entirely an internal matter, so I don't think that any other country or organization really has any moral standing to lecture us on how to deal with terror. But having said that, there can't be two kinds of terror, good terror and bad terror. I think countries have understood that this is a position that India has articulated over the years, and India has been vindicated, and our foreign minister has been very competent at explaining to the world as to how they should not distinguish between good terror and bad terror. And I think this kind of facile argument, which is made by some who have always advocated action on terror in the name of human rights, can't allow a green flag to be given to certain terrorist organizations. And I think that position has been well understood because of the articulation by India, by Indian foreign missions and Indian government abroad. And I think that position is amply clear to the entire world, that we can't distinguish between good terror and bad terror. All terror is bad terror, and therefore the PFI's ban is absolutely essential. But yes, if political parties at home themselves play vote bank politics on it, then of course some organizations which are always inclined to try and question India may get a handle, and therefore it is essential for political parties back home to not give a handle to countries like Pakistan by questioning the security agencies and giving a clean sheet to terror. It is incumbent on them now to actually stand in solidarity with the security agencies of this country.
All right, Mr. Poonawalla, now I want you to stay with us. Arnima, I want to come to you next. Can you explain the ramifications of this massive decision?
So as far as ramifications of the decision is concerned, the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, Section 3 and 4 have been invoked to declare PFI and its affiliates, including Campus Front of India, All India Imam Council, National Women's Front, Jihad India. All of these is unlawful. So let's talk about Campus Front of India. It has showcased itself as an organization which is involved in student politics. So it was trying to draw itself in the same line as, say, an ABVP or an SUI, but now that it has been proscribed, it has been banned. Even students can be part of Campus Front of India. They can't be associated with it. It can't have any office in any university, any college. Anybody who was associated with PFI, even if they call themselves an activist, can't do that now. Usually it is a crime to be associated, affiliated, donating to PFI or any other organization. That's the sum total of what this notification really means.
All right, Arnima, I think one of the big questions that now comes after this is because after the massive crackdown that we saw on the 22nd of September, we saw massive protests in response as well. Now, a big decision has been taken. The PFI has been banned for a period of 5 years. Are we expecting to see security be increased in multiple areas? Are we expecting massive protests once again?
No, you can't, because now it's a proscribed organization. So far, you could give a hartal call in the name of PFI because it was not a proscribed organization, and you could say that, we have the right to protest democratically. But now you don't have that right. If you're associated with PFI, if you're calling for a ban, you automatically are inviting legal action, legal scrutiny, detention and possible arrest under UAPA section. So you can't openly give a call for protest, because of action against PFI. However, as far as law and order situation is concerned, the agencies have not taken any chances. Even yesterday, if I talk about Delhi, for example, even yesterday when the searches were on, compared to Karnataka, Maharashtra, Kerala, the number of people arrested and detained from Delhi were less, and about 30 people were detained here in the national capital. But Section 144, which bans the assembly of more than five people, that was imposed in the Jamia area because they suspected that in the run-up to the action against Popular Front of India, there could be some kind of attempt to carry out, protests and gather, attempt to make people gather there. So already action has been taken by various universities and city police and state governments. One doesn't really expect PFI leadership is in custody after yesterday's crackdown. The third drunk either are already arrested or under detention, or at least they know that they're under scanner. We have to wait and see if even after all this they can manage and come out and create a law and order for.
All right, so essentially that was our editor explaining the major ramifications of this big decision. Essentially, the PFI, the radical outfit, has now been banned for a period of 5 years under the UAPA. This is what the MHA had issued a notification for. Now remember, this follows multiple crackdowns by agencies of the nation, where on the 22nd of September, multi-agency teams had spearheaded by the NIA arrested 106 leaders and activists of the PFI in 15 states for allegedly supporting terror activities in the country, and now the PFI has been banned. Now I'm crossing over to Tanveer Ahmed, who is a spokesperson of the JDS. Mr. Ahmed, thank you so much for joining us. We want your first reaction to the fact that the PFI has now been banned for a period of 5 years.
See, there are three aspects to it. Firstly, we need to really analyze, as the government has been saying for a very long time, that previous CME has become PFI now. So they need to really ensure that no new name will come, no new party will emerge, firstly. And secondly, the lot of things stated about PFI, that they were involved in anti-national activities and violence, and there are certain other organizations also who are doing similar kind of things, and what activities, what actions is government going to take against them. And third and very important, PFI is just not an organization, it is umbrella of organizations. What is going to happen to those umbrella of organizations? We need to definitely ask those questions. But however, and lastly, government definitely need to surface all the documentations, proof which they have against PFI on public platform, so that the people who definitely feel that the action which was taken is just. It is not on the basis of any personal animosity or vendetta politics. So I've been saying for a very long time that if there was any proof against PFI definitely should be banned. But however, this questions every common man is going to question, and those answers definitely government needs to surface it.
All right, and now to respond to that, we actually have BJP's Anila Singh joining us. Ms. Singh, thank you so much for speaking to CNN News 18. We just spoke with Tanveer Ahmed of the JDS, essentially bringing out the fact, very valid points about the PFI being banned. But another criticism that's been coming in over the last couple of days, ever since we saw these massive crackdowns on the PFI, is that this is anti-Islamic. Now, we would like your reaction as representative of the BJP to explain why it's not.
My Ram to everyone, and I think it is a great news right in the morning, knowing that PFI has been banned. I really congratulate our Home Minister for taking such strong step in favor of our nation. We very well know that this organization was under magnifying glass of agencies. They were working on it. They were seeing their activities. They were observing. They were watching that what they are doing. When they had enough evidences, they have done the raids. They have arrested people. Now they have got all the clues that they were working against our country. And when they had enough evidences that they are working against our country, this organization is banned. It is very unfortunate that we have seen many of the political parties and the present government in Kerala, they were not doing anything to stop the activities of this organization. Rather, they were advocating for this PFI, and they were entertaining the people involved in this organization, giving them jobs and favoring in all the ways. We have seen representatives of the different political parties debating on different electronic channels in favor of PFI. This shows that directly or indirectly they sympathize with such people, with such organization whose work is just to work against the interests of our country. So definitely this is a great move. I come from Uttar Pradesh, and we have seen in Uttar Pradesh also many places were raided, arrests were made, and so many evidences have been collected. And it is one thing, like I can say, one message is very clear. Any person, any institute, any organization which is going to work against our countrymen, that won't be spared, especially by Bharatiya Janata Party government. And this is what Mr. Amit Shah has done.
All right, Mr. Anila Singh, thank you so much for speaking to CNN News 18. I also want to bring in Mr. Vinod Bansal of the VHP, who is now joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Bansal, thank you so much for speaking with CNN News 18. The big breaking news, PFI has been banned for a period of 5 years. This includes its any associates of the organization and its affiliates. Could you give us your reaction to this, please?
It's a good news for the countrymen in the very morning. जब लोग सो के उठेंगे तो पता लगेगा कि नया सवेरा आ गया। आप मुझे बताइए, देखिए जिस तरह के आतंकी संगठनों से, इसके जो सहयोगियों से और आतंकियों के पैरोकार ये बनी हुई थी PFI, और लगातार ये हमलावर थी और हमलावरों को बचा रही थी, उनको लीगल एड और फाइनेंशियल एड भी दे रही थी। ऐसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन पर प्रतिबंध बहुत पहले लग जाना चाहिए था, लेकिन चलो देर आए दुरुस्त आए। भारत सरकार ने सारी चीजों को गंभीरता से लिया और सारे तथ्य इकट्ठे करने के बाद में उस पर प्रतिबंध लगाया। इसके लिए ये फैसला स्वागत योग्य है। निश्चित रूप से देश की सुरक्षा के लिए एक मील का पत्थर साबित होगा, लेकिन साथ ही साथ ये भी इंश्योर करना पड़ेगा कि जिस तरह से सिमी के बाद PFI बना था, तो कहीं उसका एक और नया आउटफुट नए नाम से और नए तरीके से न खड़ा हो जाए और मुस्लिम यूथ को बरगलाने, भड़काने और उनको आतंकी राह पर धकेलने का काम जो ये लोग कर रहे थे, उस पर विराम लगना चाहिए। अब पूर्ण विराम की बारी है। आप देखिए, आज भी PFI के बाद भी अनेक ऐसे संगठन और भी हैं जो कि आतंकियों को फंडिंग भी करते हैं और लीगल एड भी प्रोवाइड करते हैं। ऐसे सब आतंकी संगठनों पर प्रतिबंध लगना चाहिए और उन पर कहीं ना कहीं अंकुश लगना चाहिए, जिससे देश के युवा प्रगति के पथ पर जा सकें, मुस्लिम यूथ को भी आगे आने का मौका मिले, न कि आतंकी राह पर धकेले जाएं उनको। देखिए, पीएफआई के बारे में कौन नहीं जानता था, लेकिन आज तक ये जो मुस्लिम अपीजमेंट की पॉलिसी में आंधी होने वाली सरकार, जो कांग्रेस की कोख से जन्मे हुए जो नेता और पार्टियां हैं, वो आज तक इनके बारे में कभी सोच ही नहीं पाए। ये वो नेता थे जो कि बटला हाउस में जाकर के सजदा करते थे। ये वो नेता भी हैं जिनमें कि जो कि रात को सोते थे, रात को नींद नहीं आती थी आतंकवादी अगर कोई मारा जाता था। अब समय बदल रहा है, भारत भी बदल रहा है। अब वो आतंकियों को अब पूर्ण विराम लगाने की जरूरत है। स्वागत योग्य फैसला है ये पीएफआई पर बैन लगाना भारत सरकार के लिए, और भारत सरकार मुझे लगता है कि राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के प्रति अब देखना ये है कि ऐसे जो नेता हैं जो मुस्लिम अपीजमेंट की पॉलिसी में अंधे थे, कांग्रेस इस बात पर क्या प्रतिक्रिया देती है, बाकी लोग क्या कहते हैं, ये भी देखने वाली बात है। लेकिन कुल मिला के हमें इस बात को इंश्योर करना पड़ेगा कि जिस तरह से ये जो जमातुल मुजाहिदीन और तालिबान और इन सब के साथ में इनके जो सहयोग थे, तो अब क्या है कि एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को आपने बैन कर दिया, लेकिन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के सहयोगी और समर्थकों पर भी पूर्ण विराम लगाना जरूरी है, उन पर अंकुश लगाना बहुत जरूरी है, और कोई और एक नया आउटपुट न खड़ा हो जाए, इसके लिए एक पुख्ता बंदोबस्त भारत सरकार को करना होगा।
All right, Mr. Bansal, thank you so much for speaking with CNN News 18 and for giving us your perspective on this big breaking news. Now, I'm also joined by former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir, Mr. SP Ved. Mr. Ved, I want to thank you for joining us on CNN News 18 this morning. Now, the PFI has been banned, including its associates and affiliates. What do you have to say about this, and what do you have to say about the potential law and order problem that this could bring in?
See, the country was waiting for this decision, and I think we all welcome this decision of the government of India, and MHA has done a painstaking work in collecting evidence, and ultimately it has to stand the scrutiny of the court. And good that not only PFI, all its affiliates have been banned. Such an organization which wants to convert India into an Islamic state by 2047, have association with pan-Islamic organizations like ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and Bangladesh terrorist outfit, organization which wants to create enmity between the two communities, Hindus and Muslims, any organization which wants to bring Taliban type of Islam in India, has no place in this country, and good that it has been banned. And it should not only be banned, we should also ensure that no such organization emerges once again, like SIMI was banned and PFI came up. I think government and agencies on its directions have done a lot of effort. That's why it took so much of time. A lot of evidence has been collected, not only from within the country, from other outside the country. And I think we should ensure that it does not come out with another name, and we all welcome this decision of the government.
Absolutely. Now, as you mentioned, very big point is that we must ensure that another similar organization under a different name does not come out. Now, in regards to that, then do you think that there will be a government scanner that will maintain itself on the other associates and affiliates of the PFI?
Absolutely. I think that's what is required, and I'm sure government is working on it. The agencies are working on it, and that's why not only banning was required. All its properties need to be sealed. Its cadres arrested, put behind bars. All its accounts frozen, and surveillance kept on all its supporters. I think. That's what is required, and agencies and state police are working on in tandem with each other on this front, and I think the MHA will keep a very close watch on such an organization. The country is wanted to have a all-out action on such an organization, and such organization should not only be banned, it should be decimated from the earth of, from the land of India.
What impact do you think this decision is going to have on terror in the valley?
It will have. It will have not only effect across the country, also in the valley.
But how exactly do you think it's going to change things in the valley when it comes to terror organizations?
A very clear message goes that you just cannot mess up with the country like India, and the government and its agencies have they mean business, and backed up by law, backed up by the investigation, proper investigation, scientific investigation. That's what is required. That's what was lacking for many years.
All right. Now, essentially, apart from this as well, I think one criticism that's been coming in over the past couple of days since we've seen the crackdowns taking place is that this move is anti-Islamic. Now, could you explain why it isn't?
I don't think it is as anti-Islamic. Vast majority of Muslims in India do not want an organization which brings enmity between the two communities. I don't think sensible Muslims all across the country have any support for PFI. These are the radical Islamic organizations. No one supports them. There are a handful of people who are working at the behest of foreign forces who want to destroy India and who want to stop the march of India becoming global power. And if India becomes a global power, not only Hindus, the Muslims will also benefit. Everyone will benefit. And such an organization is not in the interest of India. I don't think it is anti-Muslim. The Indian Muslims, if you hold a survey, vast majority of them will welcome.
And Mr. Ved, one other thing I do want to ask you as the former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir, could you explain whether the forces really need to be on high alert for any retaliatory action?
Yes, there is a requirement of alertness, and I'm sure already the messages must have gone, and everyone, not only in Jammu and Kashmir, all across the country must have been alerted, including all state police forces.
So given that, now what do you think the next step needs to be for forces?
Anybody trying to demonstrate, resort to violence, I think they should be dealt with very sternly by the state police and central forces. Those who try to damage public property or resort to violence, the kind of violence you saw on the day of action, 23rd or 24th in Kerala, that is not tolerable. I think the country will not tolerate it, and the state apparatus should go all out against them.
All right, Mr. Ved, thank you so much for speaking with CNN News 18 and for giving us all of that important information and the perspective. We are now joined in by the former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Mr. Kavinder Gupta. Mr. Gupta, thank you so much for speaking with us. I'd like your first reaction to the fact that the PFI has now been banned.
देखिए, इस प्रकार की जो संगठन है उनको बड़ी पहले से बैन किया जाना था। कांग्रेस की सरकारों में या दूसरी सरकारों में इन लोगों को पनाह दी गई और उसी का कारण ये शुरू से ही कभी गांधी जी की हत्या को लेकर के, कभी इमरजेंसी में राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ जैसे जो राष्ट्रभक्त संगठन है उन पर एक्शन करते हैं। इससे साफ जाहिर होता है कि ये मानसिकता जो इनकी बनाई है खुले हाथ में उनको दिए हैं, वो कांग्रेस और दूसरी विपक्षी पार्टियों ने दिए हैं। आज भी केजरीवाल जैसे लोग इनका समर्थन करते हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि कांग्रेस की पुरानी गलतियों के कारण से ये सब हुआ है और ये देश की तबाही में बहुत देर से लगे हुए हैं। आज इनको सरकार ने बैन करके इनको परमानेंट बैन करना चाहिए। इनकी मानसिकता क्या है ये देखने की जरूरत है। तो मुझे लगता है कि बहुत अच्छा कदम है। इससे निश्चय ही इस प्रकार के लोगों को जब अरेस्ट भी किया जाएगा, पकड़ा भी जाएगा, उस पर कार्रवाई भी की जाएगी, तो निश्चय ही हिंदुस्तान में जो एक ऐसी मानसिकता है उसको खत्म करना बहुत जरूरी है।
और आप ये ऑर्डर कैसे देखते हैं जम्मू एंड कश्मीर के द्वारा से, क्योंकि जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में बहुत टेररिज्म का एक्टिविटी भी है, ये बैनिंग के बाद टेरर एक्टिविटी जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा? All right, we're trying to re-establish that connection. But we are now going to listen into some other reactions that are coming in on the story.
जोधपुर में कई जिलों में, उदयपुर में कई जिलों में वहाँ पे दंगा हुआ। उसी समय हम कहते हैं कि पीएफआई का उस पर हाथ है। सोची समझी षड्यंत्र के रूप में हाथ था। यहाँ तक कि जब यहाँ पे भी सरकार थी हमारी, इनकी सिद्धरामैया की सरकार थी, उस समय भी 23 से अधिक हिंदुओं की हत्या हुई थी, प्लान्ड वे में हत्या हुई थी। ये जरूरी है कि देश को एक रखने के लिए, अखंड रखने के लिए इस पे बैन होना चाहिए।
भाजपा कार्यकर्ता का आक्रोश था कि पीएफआई बैन होना चाहिए, इसलिए बीजेपी ने को इस्तेमाल किया बोलकर पीएफआई का।
नहीं, जब कई राज्यों में इस प्रकार की घटनाएं घटी, राजस्थान से लेकर के हैदराबाद या इवन कर्नाटक में भी इस प्रकार से घटनाएं घटी, और जिसमें पूरा का पूरा लग रहा था कि ये षड्यंत्र करके एक राज्य में नहीं कई स्टेट्स में यह प्रॉब्लम देश को तोड़ने का काम कर रहे हैं और हिंसा फैला रहे हैं। तो उसकी जांच होनी चाहिए थी। उसकी जब कई राज्यों का मामला आ जाता है तो एनआईए ही जांच करती है आतंकवादी घटनाओं का, इसलिए हम इस कदम का स्वागत करते हैं।
और सर, आपको पता है 40% आरोप कर रहे हैं सरकार के ऊपर और पे सीएम बोलकर पोस्टर्स को लगा रहे हैं कांग्रेस।
देखिए, कांग्रेस की छोटी बुद्धि है। हमारे बोमई जी जिस प्रकार से किसानों के लिए काम कर रहे हैं, उनके अकाउंट में सीधे पैसा भेजना, उनके बच्चों को स्कॉलरशिप देना, एससी एसटी वर्ग को विशेष रूप से पैकेज देना, जिस प्रकार से आम व्यक्ति के काम कर रहे हैं, ही इज ए कॉमन मैन। और इस प्रकार से बात करना, कांग्रेस का आरोप लगाना, कमीशन की बात करना और एक स्तर से नीचे गिर के करना, ये मैं कहता हूं कि यह कॉमन मैन का अपमान है। और कॉमन मैन का अपमान है, कर्नाटक का अपमान है। और कर्नाटक की जनता, कर्नाटक के कॉमन मैन जो है, इस कॉमन मुख्यमंत्री जो कॉमन मैन मुख्यमंत्री है, उस पे जो इन्होंने आरोप लगा, कभी माफ नहीं करेंगी। दिस इज ए इंसल्ट ऑफ कॉमन मैन बिकॉज आवर सीएम इज ए कॉमन मैन। ही इज वर्किंग फॉर द एग्रीकल्चर, आर्म, पुअर, एग्रीकल्चर, ही इज वर्किंग फॉर देम। So this is insult.
All right, now I'm crossing over to our correspondent who's been tracking this story from Bengaluru as well. Now, Ritu, essentially over to you now, because essentially the PFI has now been banned for a period of 5 years.
Yes, you see, the state government was also, in fact, mulling over a long time for the ban of this organization. But now here comes a big step from the central government itself. But remember, there has been a lot of communal-related violence across the Karnataka. In the recent time, it has been even more. Where, whether it's about the hijab issue that we saw, how it also spread across different states and it became an international level news as well. So that was, the turns that the hijab issue had taken here in the Karnataka. And later point as well, the murder of Praveen Nataru in the Mangalore, there too, the police had suspected the links of the accused with the PFI and SDPI organization. So there too, we saw how usually the PFI and these kind of organizations had been problematic in the coastal Karnataka especially. But yes, then later point, we also saw again in the Shimoga too, when a clash erupted between the two groups over the Savakar's poster. There too, we saw there were a suspected links of the accused with the PFI organization and other organizations as well. So with all this in the Karnataka just taking place in couple of months, the state government was very serious about it. But the major step had come in right after the murder of the Praveen Nataru, because that's when the state government in fact took this whole issue more seriously and started approaching central government and also mounted the pressure too for the ban of this organization. Because you see, there were a lot of the members of the RSS and the other organizations who were working for the BJP party, especially the BJP Yuva Morcha workers. They all started tendering their resignations in a huge number. So it seems that's was a problematic for the state government. And there was other instance also that we saw how a vehicle of Nalin Kumar Patel, Sunil, the minister's vehicle was still geared in the Mangalore, demanding justice for the Praveen Nataru as well, demanding the safety for them, because this kind of an incident is taking in people's life when they are working for the party itself. So that were the kind of words that these workers had put in front of the ministers and as well as the state government. So therein too, we saw how the CM Basavaraj Bommai reacted to this whole incident and also promised that he will ensure that such incidents do not take place in the future. And for all that, whatever will be the necessary steps, the state government will take up and won't even hesitate to bring in more stricter rules than the UP model. So these were the words that CM Basavaraj Bommai had given. And then when the Home Minister also said that these organizations have been creating a lot of problems in the society, and thus the state government has already taken up seriously and is approaching the central government continuously to ban this organization, because in the Karnataka it has been a huge problem because of the communal violence that are taking place, and then the accusers being suspected of having links with this organization. So with all that, you see there comes a big step right now.
All right, Ritu, stay with us because I also want to cross over to our editor, Arunima. Arunima, over to you.
So, like all our colleagues across states are pointing out, a state police investigation over the last few years, be it Karnataka, be it Kerala, be it Assam, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, all these states have been informing the Ministry of Home Affairs about how in their specific investigations, in various cases, the role of Popular Front of India is emerging as problematic. It all started with the anti-CA, anti-NRC protest. Of course, PFI shot into limelight with the professor's arm chopping case, but it was the anti-CA and RC protest where their pan-India presence was felt so strongly. Before that, they were looked at only as a South-based party. And this ban that has come in was coming for a long time. In fact, opposition was repeatedly targeting Union Home Minister Amit Shah, asking him as to why is that this ban not being enforced when your own party colleagues, chief ministers, BJP-ruled states are repeatedly saying that there is evidence against him. So what we hear is that the ban took time is because the evidence on record had to be considered. Why is that? Because the UAPA makes it very clear. Once you declare an organization proscribed or unlawful under Section 3 and 4 of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, you have to prove it with evidence in a tribunal. So that evidence gathering took time. And this latest round of crackdown was like the final straw, so to say. That evidence, immediately after the crackdown happened, Union Home Minister Amit Shah took a meeting where the NIA DG, the Union Home Secretary, the Director of Intelligence Bureau, IB took a lead this time in conducting these searches because surveillance, etc., was mounted. In that meeting, we are told, it was made clear that now is the time to go ahead and put the evidence on record and call for a ban. So post that meeting last week, after the first round of searches happened, the process of sending the evidence to law officers of the country was started. The law officers then looked at the evidence which has now emerged and gave their go-ahead that this is a watertight case to go to the UAPA tribunal. And this morning, early this morning, we broke the news with the Gazette notification, which said that PFI is now banned for the next 5 years.
All right, so we are joined essentially by our editor Arunima, by our correspondent Ritu from Bengaluru, and by our correspondent Preeti from Assam. Now, before I speak to all of them and ask them more questions, I first want to go to Preeti from Assam, because Preeti, essentially what happened in Assam in round 2 is that 23 people were arrested and now we're seeing a ban. So give us more details now.
Yes, I have to tell you that since a lot of time now, the Chief Minister of the state, Himanta Biswa Sharma, has been pointing about the suspicion about how PFI might be involved into certain activities that has been happening in the state, from the Gorukuti incident until the recent terror modules that has been busted. He has time and again stated that he has always seeked for the ban on PFI, and so he has also written about the ban on PFI. He has spoken to the media about banning the organization, and recently when we spoke to him about the raids on PFI, even then he stated that maybe some incidents were not really enough to shut down or bring a ban on the institute or in the organization, but yes, it is very necessary to ban such an organization which are involved into certain activities, as he stated very recently. So you see that in Assam, basically the recent terror modules that has been busted in certain districts from Goalpara to Barpeta, even the raid that you are telling about, the last raid yesterday that happened, where now 25 people have been actually nabbed. So in those places the jihadi modules were busted, and again in those places yesterday these people were nabbed. So we definitely see the connection, and this connection has been brought into notice not just by the Chief Minister of the state but by the special branch ADGP time and again, also by the ex-ADGP of Special Branch Pallab Bhattacharya. While we talked to him, time and again he has been stating about how it is important to bring a ban on the organization because of its alleged involvement into certain activities, certain anti-national activities that has been happening in the state and the country. So while we tried to talk with ADGP Hirannath also regarding the certain terror modules that has been busted in the state since last last April, he also stated about how important it is to actually bring a ban on PFI. And so today in the morning that PFI has been banned under UAPA, we will also look forward for the reactions from AIUDF, because I have to tell you, Badruddin Azmal and his colleagues from AIUDF also, while we tried to talk with them, they stated that if that is unlawful, it should be banned. So how do you react to it? Because recently we also found some political connection between few people nabbed who also were earlier AIUDF members. So how they react will also now be seen.
All right, Preeti, stay with us. I also want to cross back over to Arnima, who is also live with us. Arnima, essentially, what does this ban really mean? How will it translate on the ground?
So what we do know about the decision that has been taken is that this has been taken under Section 3 and 4 of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. The UAPA Section 3 and 4 makes it very clear that you can't have any association with an organization which has been declared proscribed. So the funding that the PFI was getting, the Popular Front of India was getting funds from people here in the country. It was getting funds, donations as they called it, from people, expats who were working in the Gulf. So now you can't really contribute to the Popular Front of India. Making any donations to Popular Front of India will now be considered a crime because it has been declared an unlawful organization. Even affiliates like Campus Front of India or the All India Imam Council. Let's take the example of CFI. CFI was trying to position itself as a student organization like NSUI or like ABVP. But now it cannot have any office or any kind of activity in any university or college till it can appeal before a tribunal, and if the tribunal overturns the ban. Till then, CFI can't have any activities. What about the All India Imam Council? The Imam Council stands accused of trying to proliferate into masjids like in Simanchal, the case that Bihar police was probing. There were charges that All India Imam Council was bringing in imams or Maulvis from Kerala and Karnataka, and they were trying to tell the local masjids that in your Friday sermons, don't just talk about local issues, talk about national and international issues. The Nupur Sharma case, for example. Any of that, any association will now be considered a crime in law. There were some activists who were detained yesterday in the second round of searches that were carried out. Even those, the activists now can't get away by saying that we are not associated with PFI. We are just helping them in social work. So that is how this ban actually translates on the ground there. Of course, this is for 5 years, and there is an option available for PFI and for its affiliate organizations to appeal this before the tribunal, the UAPA tribunal.
All right, Arnima, thank you for all that information, but do stay with us because I also want to cross over to our reporters from various states. We are now joined by Manu Bharat, who is with us, live with us from Kannur. Manu, essentially tell us, what was the evidence that was mounting against the PFI in your state?
Yeah, the police was conducting massive raids across the state of Kerala, and they found that these PFI workers had contacts with forces outside the country that was trying to derail the nation's progress. Here in Kannur, yesterday, 2 persons were arrested in connection with the Hartal violence, and they found that one of them was associated with a person who was earlier arrested on the IS Valapattanam case, the infamous IS Valapattanam case, which is where in 2017 people were recruited from Kannur to Syria for carrying out Islamic activities for creating Islamic nation and Islamic terrorism. So these the few people who were transported from Kannur via Turkey to Syria were detained by the officials there in Turkey, and they were deported back to Kannur. So on that day, police conducted a massive inquiry and found that through social media there had been a process here in Kannur to recruit people from Kannur to the Islamic terror activities conducted throughout the world. So the recent arrest of Siad, one fellow who has been involved with the violence activities during the Hartal days, seems to have links with these people who have been arrested, and one of them is his brother. So police have been conducting raids to track the financial sources of the of these people who are involved in violence. We have the instances of petrol bomb being hurled at people who are returning from work. Petrol bomb were being used against the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh office in Matanur. So earlier police found that police was of the feeling that it was some sporadic incidents of violence, but later very soon they could find out that this was not a single incident, but was something that is planned, was properly planned and executed from orders, with orders from higher ups. So there was massive raids yesterday, and the arrest is going on. More than 178 people are being arrested from various places. More than 1,000 are detained. And these financial sources is one thing that has shocked the state, because all these outfits are getting financial assistance from outside. Many laptops and phones have been seized, and the state government is to make an assessment of what amount of money is being pumped in from external forces for the operation of these anti-national organizations in the state of Kerala. Anyway, the Popular Front was not handled in the way it was expected to by the state government earlier, but now this time they have really gone tough on the activities of Popular Front, because earlier there was a much lenience. There were allegations that they were treated more leniently by the left government, but now the members of the CPIM has clearly come forward and stated that these Popular Front activists are anti-nationals, and they are recruiting agencies for Islamic terror organizations, and a strict action has to be taken against them. But by and large, the state government and the ruling front was of the opinion that any sort of banning would not essentially help to curb the activities of such organizations, because the ideology remains the same. We have the example of a former organization initiated by Madani,
Okay.
which was of the same which was of the same pattern. It was called ISS, and it was banned. It was the ISS started as a activity.
All right, Manu Bharat, very important points. I want you to stay with us, because I also want to cross back to our editor Arnima to get us more details. Now, Arnima, essentially, why do you think it took so long for this ban to come about? All right, we seem to have lost that connection. We'll try to reestablish that. I will cross back over to our correspondent from Bengaluru, Ritu. Ritu, essentially, in the latest searches, did anything new emerge about terror links to the PFI?
So not just recent times, but every time there has been a communal violence across the Karnataka, police had often said that they have the solid evidence to show that the accused has the suspected links with the PFI and the SDPI organization. So we have seen this during Praveen Natharu murder case as well, during Shimoga, during the Shimoga clash as well, and as well in the hijab. That was very massive, that we had seen people coming on camera and talking about it. So we have seen the things happening on camera, in fact. So the police had also often reiterated, saying that they have solid evidence to say that all these accusers in all the different cases had suspected links with the PFI kind of an organization. But wherein you also see the ADGP Alok Kumar, Law and Order ADGP, also said that this organization were taking up activities in such a manner without being fearful about what is taking place in the country. But yes, that's what he also stated, saying that it seems like there is no law and order in the state itself. So that's the kind of a manner that a PFI organization had taken up their activities across Karnataka, because running in a run up to an election, this would really be a problematic thing for the state government as well as for the police, because in just couple of months, and we had seen in a month at least one such incident taking place in the Karnataka. So with all this happening, the state government had often taken all the incidents very seriously. CM Basuraj Bommai promised the people in the coastal belt as well, when he visited the family members of the Praveen Natharu, saying that he will ensure that such incidents do not take place in the future, and all the required steps against this kind of an organization will be taken up. So Home Minister too said the same during the Shimoga clash, and every time that had happened, when there has been a communal violences across Karnataka, he too had said that the state government is very strict about it. They are also mounting pressure on the central government to take this step very seriously and the remedy at the earliest, because that's the need of the time right now in the and run up to an election. Those incidents were becoming very normal, where in every 1 month there was one or the other incident that was taking place, and all such incidents again there were suspected links to the PFI organization and SDPI organization, or for that matter CFI organization.
All right, Ritu and Manu, stay with us because right now we are going to be heading into a very short break. Veteran Bollywood actor Asha Parekh has been selected for Dadasaheb Phalke Award 2020. The award will be presented at the National Film Awards ceremony to be held in New Delhi on Friday. The Dadasaheb Phalke Award is the country's highest award in the field of cinema. Russian President Vladimir Putin's decree to mobilize the nation's military reserves has led to a rebellion by citizens. Apart from protests on ground, hundreds, if not thousands, are fleeing Russia in a bid to avoid being an active part of the war ongoing with Ukraine. A Spanish court has ordered the music icon Shakira stand for trial in connection with tax fraud charges that have been leveled against her. Remember, in July, prosecutors said they would seek an 8-year sentence and a fine of nearly $24 million for tax evasion. Let's get you a quick check of the day's biggest stories. The crackdown on PFI intensified with another round of raids today. Across 8 states, including UP, MP, Gujarat, Assam, Karnataka, Delhi and Maharashtra and Kerala. The raids were done after intelligence inputs emerged suggesting that PFI was planning violent protests against recent crackdown by agencies. More than 200 cadre has been detained all across the country. In a big win for Delhi Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena, Delhi High Court has directed the Aam Aadmi Party to take down alleged defamatory posts against him on social media. The LG had approached Delhi High Court seeking restraining orders against Aam Aadmi Party's false allegations. Aam Aadmi Party had claimed that the LG was involved in an alleged 1,400 crore rupee scam. A statue of AIA-DMK founder and former Tamil Nadu CM M.G. Ramachandran was found defaced in Chennai's T Nagar area today. The incident came to light when it was found that the statue's nose was broken. An investigation is on. Prime Minister Narendra Modi paid his last respects to slain former Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and placed a small bouquet of white flowers as a mark of respect on the altar. Abe was shot from close range by a man with a homemade gun while on the campaign trail in the city of Nara and was declared dead on July 8. Indian Prime Minister also met with sitting Prime Minister Fumio Kishida and said that Abe took Japan-India relations to a greater level. In relief to Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's camp, Supreme Court has set aside a stay on the Election Commission's proceedings in connection with the tussle over the Sena symbol. This ultimately means that the fight between Shinde and Uddhav camp is now in the Election Commission's court and the quote-unquote real Shiv Sena will be decided. Talking of the Supreme Court, for the very first time, it live-streamed hearings of the Constitution benches. The live streams are a bid to make the matters of the top court more transparent for the larger public across the country. 2 burqa-clad women went on a vandalizing spree in Hyderabad, attacking places of 2 religions in a case that created quite an alarm.
The women were first spotted vandalizing a statue of the Virgin Mary outside a church. They were then spotted walking into a Durga Puja pandal set up a few meters away. The 2 women defaced the Durga idol inside the pandal.
This particular DT was defaced, and this was defaced earlier this morning by 2 burqa-clad women who entered the pandal carrying rods and stones. They tried to damage and they vandalized this portion of the statue.
Accosted by a group of locals, these women were then handed over to the police. Members of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad held protests outside the police station where the 2 women were being questioned. According to the Hyderabad police, these women are sisters and are found to be mentally unstable.
Veteran Bollywood actor Asha Parekh has been selected for Dadasaheb Phalke Award 2020. The award will be presented at the National Film Awards ceremony to be held in New Delhi on Friday. The Dadasaheb Phalke Award is the country's highest award in the field of cinema.
Russian President Vladimir Putin's decree to mobilize the nation's military reserves has led to a rebellion by citizens. Apart from protests on ground, hundreds, if not thousands, are fleeing Russia in a bid to avoid being an active part of the war ongoing with Ukraine. A Spanish court has ordered that music icon Shakira stand for trial in connection with tax fraud charges that have been leveled against her. Remember, in July, prosecutors said they would seek an 8-year sentence and a fine of nearly $24 million for tax evasion. Let's get you a quick check of the day's biggest stories. The crackdown on PFI intensified with another round of raids today.
All right, this is some breaking news coming in right now. After the centre banned the PFI, this is BJP's mega attack. Shahzad Poonawalla has attacked the Congress and left parties. He says, and I quote, "We have seen in the past how the Congress, the SP, the RJD and the left, etc. have given political patronage to terror in the name of vote banks. How the Congress allowed the PFI free run in Rajasthan. How did the Congress withdraw cases in Karnataka on the PFI? How the left government provided employment opportunities to the PFI? How they took no action on the PFI when the HC said that it was an extremist organization, and how the RJD defended Simi." Remember, that is the pre-organization of the PFI. Now I'm crossing over to our correspondent Anshul, who's actually joining us live from Shaheen Bagh at the PFI office. Anshul, tell us about what's going on around you.
So yes, politics has already started in this entire matter. We saw yesterday, after the raids that were conducted yesterday by the special cell team in the national capital with the help of the local police, we saw how yesterday the politics began when the left parties actually came out for the likes of Sitaram Yechury coming out and saying that all this is being done to defame, not only defame an organization, but to defame a community. So yes, the politics had already started yesterday. We saw yesterday itself how in Kerala there was a demand to ban RSS as well, because the left parties in Kerala claimed that RSS is also involved in anti-national activities. And in the same line, Shahzad Poonawalla has this morning come out and tweeted on this entire matter, where the central government has finally gone ahead and banned PFI. So I'll just tell you about the situation on the ground here at Shaheen Bagh at the PFI office. I'll ask my camera person Arjun Singh to show you in the visuals over here. This is the PFI office. Now this PFI office was banned, was in fact sealed over here on the 22nd of September when the first raids happened out here. Since then, this head office of the PFI in the national capital has been banned. And since then, we have been seeing that how in a very concreted manner, in a very concerted effort, how the central government agencies have been trying to get their hands on the PFI. Because remember, the demand to ban PFI was a long pending demand. In fact, for the last 10 to 15 years, we have been hearing voices of banning PFI. But yes, the central government did not ban PFI in a very arbitrary manner. But in fact, they have gone ahead, collected evidence. Because remember, after the first raids that were conducted on the 22nd of September, we saw the kind of evidences that came out from various PFI office, where it was the document of Islamic India by 2047 and other such documents that were taken in control by the NIA. So yes, all very incriminating documents have already been found. All these documents are with the NIA, all these proofs are with the NIA, and this would be presented in the court if at all PFI actually tries to go ahead and challenge this order in the court. So yes, it has all been done in a very, very planned manner. We also saw yesterday that on the 22nd of September, how the senior leaders of the PFI were taken into custody and then arrested. We saw yesterday how the on-ground workers of the PFI were taken into custody. Some of them were taken into preventive arrests as well. Because yes, it seemed that all this was being done in a very concreted, as a part of a very concrete plan, so that no untoward incident could actually happen. Also talking about Shaheen Bagh, for the next 2 months in Shaheen Bagh already Section 144 has been imposed, and in universities like Jamia Millia Islamia, in which it is being said that the student wing of India, the Student Federation of India, the student wing of the PFI has a strong hold. The Jamia Millia Islamia University has also gone ahead day before yesterday and put out a notice to its students, in which it had said, in that circular, it had said that no students or faculties are allowed to gather in more than 5, even inside or outside the campus, and that is the reason why we saw heavy deployment of paramilitary forces outside Jamia Millia Islamia yesterday. So yes, things like that could happen today as well, and the local administration is absolutely active to make sure that no untoward incident happens in the national capital. Because remember, we saw the kind of violence that broke out in Kerala. So any such protest, any such candle march, or any protest that could actually go ahead and support the PFI. That should not happen. And also the gazette that has been issued by the central government tells a lot about the plan of the central government and how actually they have gone ahead, collected various proofs and finally came to this decision to ban PFI from the country for the next...
Absolutely, Anshu, very important points. I also want to cross over to my colleague Arun Thanta to tell us more about the politics that's now erupting when it comes to the PFI ban. Now, Arun Thanta, essentially, we just saw the BJP really lash out at the Congress, the RJD left. Now, we are expecting now to see a big war of words. I think it's going to be interesting to see which party stands where.
Well, that's right. And in that regard, we are seeing this response coming from the BJP's national spokesperson, Shahzad Poonawala, where he is raising very strong points, hitting out at the opposition parties, especially the likes of Congress, Samajwadi Party, RJD, and left. And he's blaming these parties for giving political patronage to PFI and giving priority to vote bank instead of Rashtriya Suraksha, national security. In fact, there was a growing clamor against PFI, banning PFI in the last couple of months. We had seen various involvements of PFI workers in the violence that happened in Karnataka, in Rajasthan, in Kerala, and therefore the questions were being raised that why there is no action from the government side. And today, when the action is taken by the Ministry of Home Affairs, and especially after the incessant raids by the intelligence agencies, NIA, CBI in last couple of weeks, that's something which has given a new impetus to the BJP to take on to these opposition parties. And in this regard, we are seeing Shahzad Poonawala hitting out on the Congress, Samajwadi Party, RJD and left, saying that how over the years they have given preferences to these organizations like PFI. They did vote bank politics without concerning about the national security. And in fact, there were various cases which were various states where Congress or the other opposition parties are in rule, how they, not registered cases or withdrawn cases against the PFI. So a very, very strong message or a response coming from the BJP's national spokesperson, Shahzad Poonawala, in this regard.
Absolutely, Arun. Now, I want all of our reporters to stay with us because we're heading into a very short break. But don't forget to vote for your favorite sports person, the athlete that you feel deserves to be Indian of the Year for sports. Just go to indianoftheyear.com and vote. Now, right before the break, we also have some great news for investors. You can now track U.S. market actions in real time on Money Control. Log on to the Money Control website or app and stay informed about all that matters in global markets.
A Spanish court has ordered that music icon Shakira stand for trial in connection with tax fraud charges that have been leveled against her. Remember, in July, prosecutors said they would seek an 8-year sentence and a fine of nearly $24 million for tax evasion. Let's get you a quick check of the day's biggest stories. The crackdown on PFI intensified with another round of raids today. Across 8 states, including UP, MP, Gujarat, Assam, Karnataka, Delhi and Maharashtra and Kerala. The raids were done after intelligence inputs emerged suggesting that PFI was planning violent protests against recent crackdown by agencies. More than 200 cadre has been detained all across the country. In a big win for Delhi Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena, Delhi High Court has directed the Aam Aadmi Party to take down alleged defamatory posts against him on social media. The LG had approached Delhi High Court seeking restraining orders against Aam Aadmi Party's false allegations. Aam Aadmi Party had claimed that the LG was involved in an alleged 1,400 crore rupee scam. A statue of AIA-DMK founder and former Tamil Nadu CM M.G. Ramachandran was found defaced in Chennai's T Nagar area today. The incident came to light when it was found that the statue's nose was broken and investigation is on. Prime Minister Narendra Modi paid his last respects to slain former Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and placed a small bouquet of white flowers as a mark of respect on the altar. Abe was shot from close range by a man with a homemade gun while on the campaign trail in the city of Nara and was declared dead on July 8. Indian Prime Minister also met with sitting Prime Minister Fumio Kishida and said that Abe took Japan-India relations to a greater level. In relief to Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's camp, Supreme Court has set aside a stay on the Election Commission's proceedings in connection with the tussle over the Sena symbol. This ultimately means that the fight between Shinde and Uddhav camp is now in the Election Commission's court and the quote-unquote real Shiv Sena will be decided. Talking of the Supreme Court, for the very first time, it live-streamed hearings of the Constitution benches. The live streams are a bid to make the matters of the top court more transparent for the larger public across the country. Two burqa-clad women went on a vandalizing spree in Hyderabad, attacking places of two religions in a case that created quite an alarm.
The women were first spotted vandalizing a statue of the Virgin Mary outside a church. They were then spotted walking into a Durga Puja pandal set up a few meters away. The two women defaced the Durga idol inside the pandal.
This particular DT was defaced, and this was defaced earlier this morning by two burqa-clad women who entered the pandal carrying rods and stones. They tried to damage and they vandalized this portion of the statue.
Accosted by a group of locals, these women were then handed over to the police. Members of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad held protests outside the police station where the two women were being questioned. According to the Hyderabad police, these women are sisters and are found to be mentally unstable.
Veteran Bollywood actor Asha Parekh has been selected for Dadasaheb Phalke Award 2020. The award will be presented at the National Film Awards ceremony to be held in New Delhi on Friday. The Dadasaheb Phalke Award is the country's highest award in the field of cinema. Russian President Vladimir Putin's decree to mobilize the nation's military reserves has led to a rebellion by citizens. Apart from protests on ground, hundreds, if not thousands, are fleeing Russia in a bid to avoid being an active part of the war ongoing with Ukraine. A Spanish court has ordered that music icon Shakira stand for trial in connection with tax fraud charges that have been leveled against her. Remember, in July, prosecutors said they would seek an 8-year sentence and a fine of nearly $24 million for tax evasion. Let's get you a quick check of the day's biggest stories. The crackdown on PFI intensified with another round of raids today. Across 8 states, including UP, MP, Gujarat, Assam, Karnataka, Delhi and Maharashtra and Kerala. The raids were done after intelligence inputs emerged suggesting that PFI was planning violent protests against recent crackdown by agencies. More than 200 cadre has been detained all across the country. In a big win for Delhi Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena, Delhi High Court has directed the Aam Aadmi Party to take down alleged defamatory posts against him on social media. The LG had approached Delhi High Court seeking restraining orders against Aam Aadmi Party's false allegations. Aam Aadmi Party had claimed that the LG was involved in an alleged 1,400 crore rupee scam. A statue of AIA-DMK founder and former Tamil Nadu CM M.G. Ramachandran was found defaced in Chennai's T Nagar area today. The incident came to light when it was found that the statue's nose was broken and investigation is on. Prime Minister Narendra Modi paid his last respects to slain former Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and placed a small bouquet of white flowers as a mark of respect on the altar. Abe was
Good morning. You're watching the morning news on CNN News 18. I am Aisha Varma. Our big focus for the day, the PFI, along with its associates and affiliates, has now been banned for a period of 5 years. And to that end, we have some breaking news coming in for you. Now, as per the information we're getting, the PFI was banned on the recommendations of certain governments. These governments include Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat and Karnataka. Now I'm crossing over to our editor Arunima to get us more details on this significance of this. Arunima, essentially, we know that the governments of Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat and Karnataka, they had made the recommendations for the banning of the PFI. Tell us about why it's significant that these are the states that did it.
So whereas the recommendation was made by various other states, Himanta Biswa Sarma, for example, the Chief Minister of Assam, has come on record to say that he has sent a request to the Union Home Minister seeking a ban. But finally, the evidence that was considered fit enough for banning and taking this action was the evidence that was put on record by the state governments and the police of Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat and Karnataka. If you see the notification, at least 10 murder cases have been listed as solid evidence to prove the PFI connection, including victim cases like Praveen Nitaru and Rudresh. These are cases which emerged from Karnataka. So Karnataka police has done well to contribute to the dossier, which finally led to PFI getting banned. There are other evidence also that has been considered about the funding pattern that PFI and its affiliates were taking. What has been stated by the central government, and this is an evidence that they will produce before the tribunal, that Popular Front of India and all its affiliated organizations which have now been proscribed, they were registered under the Societies Act, and under that registration process, you have to state a reason, an objective for your existence. And what the notification for ban says is that the fund collection was not in sync with what they had told at the time of registration. They were collecting funds for a completely different purpose. That's a violation of the law. Then the notification goes on to say that there is enough evidence to show that PFI was recruiting members for ISIS. There is evidence to suggest that they had in fact even sent cadre to fight in Syria, fight in Afghanistan, and that is a clear reason to proscribe them. And finally, what it is saying is that there is clear evidence to suggest that the Popular Front of India recruitment drive and the way the murders were carried out, be it Rudresh or be it Praveen Nitaru, they were carried out to target a particular community and to set an example of these killings by telling the community that if you don't fall in line, quote unquote, or if you don't abide by what PFI wants you to do, then this is the fate that you will meet. So they were essentially trying to strike terror in the hearts and minds of people by the way these murders were being carried out. And that is good enough reason for them to be banned. The interesting bit, however, if you see the notification, is that the one affiliate which has not been named is SDPI. And we're still waiting clarification from the government as to why SDPI is not part of that list of proscribed organizations.
All right, Arunima, stay with us, and all of our other reporters who are with us, do stay with us, because we're going to listen in right now to Aragai Nanendra on what he has to say about this entire matter.
ಕೇಂದ್ರ ಸರ್ಕಾರ PFIನ ಸಂಘಟನೆಯನ್ನು ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು ಸ್ವಾಗತಾರ್ಹವಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂಗತಿ. ಇತ್ತೀಚೆಗೆ NIA ಮತ್ತು ಅನೇಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳ ಪೊಲೀಸರು
NIA and state police were conducting raids in various states and assimilated various evidence from these organizations. These organizations were involved in trying to divert the youth as well, by involving them into different activities.
ದೇಶದ ಏಕತೆ ಮತ್ತು ಸಮಗ್ರತೆಯ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ
Thus, this step was important to save the peace in the country.
ಈ ದೇಶದ ಶಾಂತಿ ಸುವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡುವ ನಿಟ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಸ್ವಾಗತಾರ್ಹ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೇನೆ.
So this ban comes within to maintain peace in the country.
All right, now I'm crossing over to our correspondent Manu Bharat, who is live with us from Kannur. Now, essentially, Manu, do we have any information on whether the police are expecting any possible law and order situation?
Yeah, the police is put on high alert because once the cadres of Popular Front of India, they start assembling at various points, then that could resort to some sort of violence. So the police is put on high alert, security systems. But anyway, police have detained many of their popular leaders who are instrumental in organizing the workers. Even in Kannur, we have their district secretary be taken into custody, and more than 1,000 workers who have been involved in various crimes have been arrested, and a more number has been detained. So the police has taken necessary precautions before the arrest, but it still they are apprehensive of any sort of unwarranted activities or violence-related issues happening in the state. The police is put on high alert. Yesterday, the raids were conducted at Alapura. In Wayanad, the Popular Front leaders were arrested. There, they could in the shops they found these lethal weapons has been seized from Manandavadi, Erima Street of Wayanad, in a shop which belonged to a Popular Front activist, and houses were raided in Alapura. Bank accounts are being taken into custody. So financial sources of the PFI has been well marked by the Kerala police for the time being. So they are confident enough to curtail the activities in coming days. But what type of action is the PFI may resort to is still a question, because when the hartal was announced, police was of the feeling that there would be general blockades or there would be just mere stone peltings. But when the issue started at 5, when the hartal started, well before the hartal started at 5 o'clock, the petrol bombs were hurled at people returning after work and such. The hartal turned violent. The RSS office was attacked. So these were all unexpected. The general feeling was that they would do the stone pelting as normal hartal days would be, or they would block roads with tires or something. But in the midnight itself, they have started blocking the roads with tires. Early morning, they had been burning them so as to block the movement of people, block the movement of police. And even in Kannur, we had this case of 5-6 youth having masking their face, traveling in a bike, and when the police intercepted, they found that these youngsters were carrying petrol bombs, and these petrol bombs, one fellow was arrested and a scooter was seized, but the others managed to escape. The police is in hand of them. Many people have escaped. Some of them are still absconding. So some of them have went into hiding. So police, though have arrested more than 1,000 people in connection with the hartal violence, still many of them are outside. They are in hiding. Some of them have moved to different places outside the state. So police is well expecting that there could be some sort of an action by these people who are outside their custody. But anyway, the financial sources has been well tracked. The shops and commercial establishments which have links with the PFI have been completely raided. Their laptops, their mobile phones have been taken for digital evidences, and the bank accounts is well monitored. This raid was a massive attempt to curtail the activities of PFI, but that would in a way be helpful for enforcing this ban. In an effective manner in Kerala. In Kerala, as you know, the major number of people arrested during the first raid of the NIA was from Kerala. More than 19 were arrested, and one from Kannur, Sharif Payat, who has been arrested by the NIA from Kerala, has financial support from outside. The NIA has very well clarified that he had support from outside. And we have this former instances of people being recruited from Kannur, families being recruited for terror activities in Syria and other nations. So,
all right.
So police is put on high alert. The patrollings are done in a normal way.
All right, Manu Bharat, thank you so much for those details. But stay with us, because I also want to cross over to our correspondent Anshul Singh, who's joining us live from the PFI office in Shaheen Bagh. Anshul, can you explain really what really triggered this crackdown on the PFI in the first place? Anshul, can you hear me? All right, we're going to try to re-establish that connection, and now I will also be crossing back over to Manu Bharat from Kannur. Now, essentially, Manu, tell us more about the incidents in the state and the evidence that's been mounting against the PFI.
This issue of Islamic terror activity started much earlier, when the Ram Janmabhoomi movement was being held. The ISS, Islamic Sevak Sangh initiated by Madani, started its activities there. But in course of time, the state found that many of the violent activities that was taking outside Kerala was planned from here. The ISS was involved in the Coimbatore blast and blast in many other places of the country. So once the ISS was banned, here in Kerala, Madani was taken to jail. Earlier, Madani had even shared a common stage with Pinarayi Vijayan, the
All
now
right,
Chief
Manu, I'm
Minister
going
of
to have to
Kerala,
interrupt
during
you. I'm so sorry, but we are now being joined by Mr. Majid Memon of the NCP. Mr. Memon, thank you so much for speaking to CNN News 18. Tell us about what you think about the PFI being banned for a period of 5 years.
Well, this news certainly has struck the headlines of all the newspapers in the country today, because there has been a sweep on the offices of PFI throughout the country, and several large number of people have been taken in custody on assumption or belief that they are indulging in certain activities which are either illegal or anti-national, and therefore I think the ban has been resorted to. But in a democracy, an organization cannot be banned unless there is satisfactory evidence of it indulging in anti-national activities or thereabout. And in this case also, we believe that the authorities must be having sufficient material to sustain its decision of banning the organization. And PFI would be entitled in law to challenge this ban in the court of law, and it would be thereafter the scrutiny by a judicial mind as to whether the existence of adequate material to warrant banning of an organization which is a violation of fundamental right, you see, is existing in the instant case, and ban on the PFI is legally justified.
All right, now, Mr. Memon, what I did want to ask you is about the war of words that's actually emerging in relation to this. We have a reaction from the BJP, from Mr. Shehzad Poonawalla. Now, he has essentially hit out at the Congress, the left, the RJD, essentially saying that they're giving political patronage to terror in the name of vote banks. What do you have to say about that?
No, see, let us not bring in politics. I am not bound by what Shehzad Poonawalla or X, Y, or Z of BJP has said. I am giving you an independent opinion as far as the legal situation is concerned. The authority of the government to ban an organization and the right of the organization to challenge it. I am speaking in terms of law. I am not concerned with what BJP is saying.
All right. So as a member of the NCP, you don't really want to comment on this? All right, we'll try to reestablish that connection, but for now I'm going to be crossing over to our correspondent, to our editor actually, Arnima, to get us more details. Actually, sorry, we're going to try to reestablish that connection, but for right now I'm crossing over to Anshul Singh, who's joining us live from the PFI office in Shaheen Bagh. Now, Anshul, what I wanted to ask you was, tell us more about what really triggered this massive crackdown against the PFI.
So yes, as Arunima has been pointing out since morning, that the kind of evidences that were that the NIA and other investigating agencies were gathering against the PFI, be it the documents that were gathered from the Bihar office of the PFI, where they wanted to convert India into an absolute Muslim state. Also, the kind of evidences that came up during that raids on the 22nd of September, which happened on PFI, in which there were documents which actually supported the fact that the workers of the PFI actually wanted to target PM Modi at an event as well. Also, the attacks in the PM Modi's election rally in 2013 is also one of the reasons that is being said that actually triggered the entire situation, where the central government became really very serious that they wanted to go ahead and ban PFI in such a manner that they could not come back for the duration of period that they have been banned. And that is the reason why we saw these very concreted efforts from the central government coming in over the last week and a half, where many arrests across the country have been made. As far as I can recollect, approximately 149 people were arrested in the first raids that happened on the 22nd of September, and these people were all senior workers of the PFI and were actually stakeholders of the PFI as well. And the raids that happened yesterday, if you see the sequence of events, the raids that happened yesterday, they happened on the basis of the violence that happened in Kerala and many other and the call of protests that were given in many other parts of the country. And the people that were arrested yesterday were actually on-ground workers and were not big-time PFI workers, is what we are being told. And hence the central government wanted to break the back of the PFI in such a manner that they could not come back, because history tells us whenever an organization is banned in such a manner, they come up with some other name, and hence the entire point of banning that organization goes to fail. We saw that happening with the SIMI organization in Jammu and Kashmir as well. So yes, the central government made sure that they could not come back, and hence they have broken the back of PFI by arresting its senior members, its on-ground workers, and banning all, and in fact sealing all the offices of PFI in the entire country, which means that the entire infrastructure is now sealed by the government and hence no activity could
All right,
take
Anshul,
place.
I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to interrupt you because we are now being joined by Bihar's BJP chief, Mr. Sanjay Jaiswal. Mr. Jaiswal, thank you so much for speaking to CNN News 18. आपका पहला रिएक्शन क्या होगा क्योंकि अभी PFI बैंड है 5 साल के लिए?
See, we are knowing everything, and since last 1 month, especially on 12th July, when our Prime Minister was supposed to come to Patna, on 11th July, the module was busted. And it was very clearly written that they want to make an Islamic country by 2047. So it's much better that they have planned it very well. First, they have identified all those people who belong to PFI. They have taken all the files from their offices, and then they have banned it. And this demand was also made by Mr. Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav. Whenever we will be talking about that it's the PFI who are doing all the nuisance things in Bihar, they said that why you are not banning it. So it's like the Nitish Kumar and Tejasvi Yadav's demand was also there that we should ban PFI, and the whole module was identified from Bihar. And I still believe that all the sleeper cells will be taking shelter in Bihar, because we have seen that whenever there is a terrorist activity anywhere in India, finally the sleeper cell is in Bihar. And some government officials are also involved with the PFI. So the government should identify those officials who are sympathizers of PFI, and they should take action against all those government officials, whether they are how much at the top of the bureaucracy. They have to take the action against the bureaucracy also who are involved with PFI. Otherwise, they can make another fake organization.
Absolutely, Mr. Jaiswal. Now, we also had a reaction from a spokesperson of your party, Mr. Shehzad Poonawala. Now, he pointed out that the RJD has regularly defended Simi. Now, do you think that the RJD is going to stand by and sympathize with the PFI, or do you think they're going to now change their stance?
See, we have blamed that it's the sympathizers of PFI and the sympathizers of government in PFI who have made an alliance between RJD and JDU. But when we talked about these things, that they have got a PFI link between this grand alliance, the so-called Mahagathbandhan, then they will talk that why don't you take action against them if they are wrong? So now the government has taken action against them. I will request Bihar government to identify all those people who have made a bridge between RJD and JDU. They were the sympathizers of PFI, and when this module was busted in Bihar, then only the whole thing has happened.
Absolutely. Mr. Jaiswal, thank you so much for speaking to CNN News 18 about this entire big decision that's been taken by the centre. Now I'm crossing back over to our correspondent, Anshul Singh, who is live with us from the PFI office in Shaheen Bagh. Now, Anshul, essentially, do we have any fresh reactions coming in from any representatives of the PFI?
So not as of now. The last statement that we got from the PFI came in late last night, where they said that the raids that have been conducted by the ED and the NIA are all being done on the behest of the government to defame them, and that is the last statement that has come from them. But as of now, since this gazette has come to the fore, where the government has banned PFI for the next 5 years, no comments from the PFI has come as of now, or from any of its affiliate organizations, be it the All India Imam organizations or so on and so forth. So none of the reactions has come in so far from them. But yes, what we can definitely tell you is that PFI might actually plan to come out and to come out and attack this move that is being made by the government to actually ban them. And what we can also expect is that they could actually go ahead and move the court because of a decision that has been taken by the government. So it remains to be seen when does that happen and how does that happen, because currently what I can tell you is that PFI is also definitely in a shock. They were expecting this sort of a ban coming in, but coming in at this point in time at such an early stage, so suddenly, it is definitely a surprise, and that has taken them aback as of now. So yes, in the next few hours we could get some concrete plans from the PFI as to how do they think that they could go ahead, because remember the Student Federation of India and other organizations like that have have a strong hold in university campuses in the national capital, be it the Jamia Millia Islamia University or be it JNU or be it the Delhi University. They have a strong hold in these universities. So yes, we can expect some action coming in from there. But yes, the government is also really very prepared, because remember, in most parts of the national capital, Section 144 has already been imposed, and hence it means that no one will be allowed to protest, carry out any sort of protest, because remember, a 2 month for the next 2 months, Section 144 has already been imposed out here in Shaheen Bagh and the Jamia Nagar area. Also in Rohini, we saw after the raids that happened yesterday, Section 144 was imposed, because remember, the raids were happening there. And in central Delhi, Section 144 is imposed for more stays than none. So yes, the Delhi police is also making sure that no untoward incidents happens in the national capital, because that could actually create a lot of nuisance in the on the streets of national capital, and hence they have already taken these precautionary measures. And yes, we can expect some action coming in from the PFI. But yes, as of now, no members of the PFI have actually come out or reacted, or even came out and given a statement to the press about how do they feel and what is the future course of action that they are going to take against the decision that has come to the fore by the central government. Aisha.
All right, Anshul, thank you so much for all of that information, but I want you and Manu to stay with us. We're going to be heading into a short break, but right before that, we have some great news for investors. You can now track U.S. market actions in real time on Money Control. You can log on to the Money Control website or app and stay informed about all that matters in global markets. And also, don't forget to vote for your favorite sports person, the athlete that you feel deserves to be Indian of the Year for sports. Just go to indianoftheyear.com and vote. All right, now with this, we're heading into a very short break, but do stay with us.
Delhi on Friday. The Dada Sai Phalke Award is the country's highest award in the field of cinema. Russian President Vladimir Putin's decree to mobilize the nation's military reserves has led to a rebellion by citizens. Apart from protests on ground, hundreds, if not thousands, are fleeing Russia in a bid to avoid being an active part of the war ongoing with Ukraine. A Spanish court has ordered that music icon Shakira stand for trial in connection with tax fraud charges that have been leveled against her. Remember, in July, prosecutors said they would seek an 8-year sentence and a fine of nearly $24 million for tax evasion. Let's get you a quick check of the day's biggest stories. The crackdown on PFI intensified with another round of raids today. Across 8 states, including UP, MP, Gujarat, Assam, Karnataka, Delhi and Maharashtra and Kerala. The raids were done after intelligence inputs emerged suggesting that PFI was planning violent protests against recent crackdown by agencies. More than 200 cadre has been detained all across the country. In a big win for Delhi Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena, Delhi High Court has directed the Aam Aadmi Party to take down alleged defamatory posts against him on social media. The LG had approached Delhi High Court seeking restraining orders against Aam Aadmi Party's false allegations. Aam Aadmi Party had claimed that the LG was involved in an alleged 1,400 crore rupee scam. A statue of AIADMK founder and former Tamil Nadu CM M.G. Ramachandran was found defaced in Chennai's T Nagar area today. The incident came to light when it was found that the statue's nose was broken and investigation is on. Prime Minister Narendra Modi paid his last respects to slain former Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and placed a small bouquet of white flowers as a mark of respect on the altar. Abe was shot from close range by a man with a homemade gun while on the campaign trail in the city of Nara and was declared dead on July 8. Indian Prime Minister also met with sitting Prime Minister Fumio Kishida and said that Abe took Japan-India relations to a greater level. In relief to Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's camp, Supreme Court has set aside a stay on the Election Commission's proceedings in connection with the tussle over the Sena symbol. This ultimately means that the fight between Shinde and Uddhav camp is now in the Election Commission's court and the quote-unquote real Shiv Sena will be decided. Talking of the Supreme Court, for the very first time, it live-streamed hearings of the Constitution benches. The live streams are a bid to make the matters of the top court more transparent for the larger public across the country. Two burqa-clad women went on a vandalizing spree in Hyderabad, attacking places of two religions in a case that created quite an alarm.
The women were first spotted vandalizing a statue of the Virgin Mary outside a church. They were then spotted walking into a Durga Puja pandal set up a few meters away. The two women defaced the Durga idol inside the pandal.
This particular DT was defaced, and this was defaced earlier this morning by two burqa-clad women who entered the pandal carrying rods and stones. They tried to damage and they vandalized this portion of the statue.
Accosted by a group of locals, these women were then handed over to the police. Members of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad held protests outside the police station where the two women were being questioned. According to the Hyderabad police, these women are sisters and are found to be mentally unstable.
Veteran Bollywood actor Asha Parekh has been selected for Dadasaheb Phalke Award 2020. The award will be presented at the National Film Awards ceremony to be held in New Delhi on Friday. The Dadasaheb Phalke Award is the country's highest award in the field of cinema. Russian President Vladimir Putin's decree to mobilize the nation's military reserves has led to a rebellion by citizens. Apart from protests on ground, hundreds, if not thousands, are fleeing Russia in a bid to avoid being an active part of the war ongoing with Ukraine. A Spanish court has ordered that music icon Shakira stand for trial in connection with tax fraud charges that have been leveled against her. Remember, in July, prosecutors said they would seek an 8-year sentence and a fine of nearly $24 million for tax evasion. Let's get you a quick check of the day's biggest stories. The crackdown on PFI intensified with another round of raids today. Across 8 states, including UP, MP, Gujarat, Assam, Karnataka.
All right, this is some more breaking news coming in connection to the PFI story. Now, after the ban on the PFI, the MHA has now empowered state and union territory governments to take action to restrict funds to PFI and affiliates. Now, I'm crossing over to our editor, Arnama, to give us more details on this. Arnama, we're now getting information about how the MHA has now empowered states and UTs to restrict funds. What comes under this umbrella?
So, once the notification was issued to declare PFI a proscribed organization, the next step was to translate it onto on-ground action. And that has happened via this fresh notification that has now been issued. This empowers the state government as well as the union territory administrators to really take action under Section 7 and Section 8 of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. Under Section 7 of UAPA, you can restrict the funds that PFI and its affiliates are getting. Under Section 8, you declare places as places where unlawful activities or people gather for unlawful activities. So essentially, this would translate into PFI buildings, offices, premises, all of it being acted against for being associated with a proscribed organization. So with this notification, with this fresh notification, the PFI and the affiliates will start feeling the pinch of the ban that has been issued, because now the state governments, the local police, with the new notification, have the power to act against them, to seize their funds, seize their premises, their offices and buildings associated with them.
Now, does the PFI have any legal options at all to combat any of this?
Yeah, of course they have. They can appeal in the tribunal. That's the first step. In the tribunal, the UAPA tribunal, Government of India will have to present evidence and prove their case against the Popular Front of India and the other affiliate organizations. Once that case is established at the tribunal level, if the tribunal upholds the ban, they can also appeal at the higher courts and even the apex court. So there is a long judicial process, but the first step has been taken, prescribing them for 5 years.
All right, and one final question for you, Arnama. Essentially, why do we think that it took so long for this ban to take place?
Again, I think because the government wanted to be absolutely sure. From what I've learned after speaking to officials who have been dealing with Popular Front of India for years now, Two, three things have emerged about this organization. A, it is headed by people who are well versed with the Indian Constitution. They know the Indian laws, the loopholes in Indian laws very well, and they have managed to exploit those loopholes, knowing that the evidence has to be rock solid, it has to be defended in a tribunal, and they have utilized those loopholes to really keep their logbooks, keep their paperwork up to speed. Even now, when these searches were going on, there's no large cash haul or huge recovery of arms as was suspected that the agencies have managed to make. And they say that that is because I think PFI was already expecting this kind of action, and they ensured that they managed to hide whatever they had to be hidden, camouflage their account books, and that is what perhaps took time for the agencies also to look for evidence, rock solid evidence, and complete that chain of evidence against PFI before government took that decision on that ban. I think that evidence was considered the day the first round of searches happened, and Home Minister headed that meeting with Home Secretary, DIB, and DG of NI.
All right, Arnima, thank you so much for joining us and for giving us all of those details. Now let's listen into what the Karnataka Chief Minister had to say.
Is a avatar of CME, KFD, and PFI. They were involved in anti-national activity. They were involved in a lot of violences, and then they had their command outside the country, and some of the important office bearers went across the border and had their own training. That's how they were doing all anti-national activities, and time had come to ban this organization, and with lot of background work, information, cases, and information from all over the state, the Government of India under the leadership of Narendra Modi ji and Amit Shah ji has taken a right decision, and this is a message for all the anti-national groups that they will not survive doing anti-national activity in this country. And I urge the people also not to associate with such organizations. So whatever necessary is there, it will be done.
Thank you so much.
All right, we just listened to that reaction from the Karnataka Chief Minister, but we are also joined by a guest, activist and author Rahul Ishwar. Mr. Ishwar, thank you so much for speaking to CNN News 18. Well, the first question that I have for you is, what do you have to say to sympathizers of the PFI?
Two things. If you think there is anything wrong done to you, go to court. Don't create a ruckus. Don't instigate violence. Don't give provoking comments. Indian judiciary is very strong. They can go to Honorable Supreme Court or High Court and say that our rights to assemble have been violated, and they can approach court. For example, Kerala, you'll be surprised. There were 2 channels banned for one day, including one that of a including that of a MP of the present government, Asianet and Media One. What they did, and then later also Media One was banned for telecasting because they were said to be having connection with international Muslim organizations. But they patiently went to court, they fought out the case, and they won. Right now it is being telecast. So Indian judiciary is very vibrant and they can fight it out. Second, Popular Front's ideology is wrong, plainly bad. They have a very bad ideology, of anti-national lineages, of extremist Islamist lineages. So that is absolutely wrong. Kerala is home to some great Muslim organizations. We have a very pluralistic, harmonious Indian Union Muslim League, who everyone respects and adores. We have a very progressive Muslim Educational Society, MES. We have a spiritual and culturally and politically evolving Jamaat-e-Islami. There are so many organizations, various shades, which everyone respects. We have a very spiritual Samastha. Even every community respects and admires the leaders. But Popular Front is a hardline, Islamist, Wahhabi-oriented ideology which seeks political power and which is anti-Hindu and anti-other communities. They were instrumental in chopping off hands of a Christian professor. They even killed a comrade. They were, hand in gloves with the leftist, but they even killed a comrade, Abhimanyu. And, there were serious actions against Popular Front by the leftist government. So Popular Front is a security threat and a security risk. Earlier, some people were hoping that they will be mainstreamed, into a much more moderate organization, but that didn't happen. They had clear extremist positions, they had extremist links, and even a small child of the age 8 to 9 was raising a slogan that Hindus and Christians should be ready for their funeral or the last rites in a particular Alapura. Alapura is a place in Kerala. Alapura, their program and procession. So this is absolutely unacceptable. So please remember, there is a difference between holy Islamic and Islamist. Islamic is spiritual. We all respect every spiritual path, including Islam, Christianity, Hindu, Jain, Buddha, Sikh, Jew, and all. But Islamist is a hardline, Wahhabi-inspired movement, and it is high time that some action should be taken against Popular Front, and not only Popular Front, Rehab India Foundation, Campus Front of India, All India Imam Council, National Confederation of Human Rights Organization, National Women's Front, Junior Front, Empower India Foundation, and Rehab Foundation Kerala are also declared unlawful association. So it's a surgical strike by the present government on the hardline. We all hope those people who are unsuspectedly associated with these organizations go to mainstream organization, take a line of moderation, be proud Indian Muslims, and follow Indian constitution and not this hardline Islamist line.
All right, Mr. Ishwar, stay with us because I also want to cross over to our correspondent Anshul Singh, who is live with us from the PFI office at Shaheen Bagh. Anshul, I know you mentioned that the PFI office has been closed for a while, but I think my question is, are we worried about any possible law and order situation specifically around that area?
So yes, the police and the local administration has already taken many precautionary steps, as I have already been mentioning that Section 144 has been spread in this entire area of Jamia Nagar for the next 2 months. So yes, the police is taking precautionary steps because it expects that something like this could happen, because the entire area of Shaheen Bagh could be said as one of the strongholds of the PFI, since they had their head office over here for many years, and the population that stays here, they say that PFI, the workers of the PFI have actually came out and help them. So yes, they have that sort of support in this area, and that is the reason why the police and the administration are already very wary of the fact that something untoward could happen, and that is the reason why they have already imposed sections over here, which means that no protest or any sorts of violence could happen over here. Also, what we have been told that paramilitary forces have already been deployed in all the police stations in this entire area, which means that any untoward situation that arises at any point in time, that could be doused at the earliest. So yes, preventive measures have already been taken, but as of now the situation seems to be very peaceful. No untoward situation has happened over here. No call of protest has been given in this entire area, be it from within the university or outside the Jamia Millia Islamia University. No student federations or SDPI workers have given a call of protest as of now. So yes, it remains to be seen what is the future course of action that is going to be taken by them, and if any call of protest will come in through the entire day. But yes, as of now the situation is very peaceful, and the local administration is also very wary of the fact that they will not let any situation get out of hand, especially on the streets of national capital, Aisha.
All right, Anshul, thank you for all of that information. Stay with us, though, because we're heading into a very short break right now.
This is big, ladies and gentlemen. Just as the ban looked imminent, the ban has happened. The PFI, Popular Front of India, and its affiliate organizations like the PFI, All India Imam Council, Rehab India Foundation, National Women's Front have all been declared as unlawful associations under the UAPA.
It speaks about how proscribed organizations like JLP, which are a terror organization, very recently in Bhopal, we've seen it conspiring against India, and the charge is that PFI was colluding with organizations like this, and that is one of the key reasons why finally under UAPA Section 3 and 4, the decision to declare it unlawful and its affiliates have been taken.
Ceremony to be held in New Delhi on Friday. The Dada Saheb Phalke Award is the country's highest award in the field of cinema. Russian President Vladimir Putin's decree to mobilize the nation's military reserves has led to a rebellion by citizens. Apart from protests on ground, hundreds, if not thousands, are fleeing Russia in a bid to avoid being an active part of the war ongoing with Ukraine. A Spanish court has ordered that music icon Shakira stand for trial in connection with tax fraud charges that have been leveled against her. Remember, in July, prosecutors said they would seek an 8-year sentence and a fine of nearly $24 million for tax evasion. Let's get you a quick check of the day's biggest stories. The crackdown on PFI intensified with another round of raids today. Across 8 states, including UP, MP, Gujarat, Assam, Karnataka, Delhi and Maharashtra and Kerala. The raids were done after intelligence inputs emerged suggesting that PFI was planning violent protests Against recent crackdown by agencies, more than 200 cadre has been detained all across the country. In a big win for Delhi Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena, Delhi High Court has directed the Aam Aadmi Party to take down alleged defamatory posts against him on social media. The LG had approached Delhi High Court seeking restraining orders against Aam Aadmi Party's false allegations. Aam Aadmi Party had claimed that the LG was involved in an alleged 1400 crore rupee scam. A statue of AIA-DMK founder and former Tamil Nadu CM M.G. Ramachandran was found defaced in Chennai's T Nagar area today. The incident came to light when it was found that the statue's nose was broken and investigation is on. Prime Minister Narendra Modi paid his last respects to slain former Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and placed a small bouquet of white flowers as a mark of respect on the altar. Abe was shot from close range by a man with a homemade gun while on the campaign trail in the city of Nara and was declared dead on July 8. Indian Prime Minister also met with sitting Prime Minister Fumio Kishida and said that Abe took Japan-India relations to a greater level. In relief to Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's camp, Supreme Court has set aside a stay on the Election Commission's proceedings in connection with the tussle over the Sena symbol. This ultimately means that the fight between Shinde and Uddhav camp is now in the Election Commission's court and the quote-unquote real Shiv Sena will be decided. Talking of the Supreme Court, for the very first time, it live-streamed hearings of the Constitution benches. The live streams are a bid to make the matters of the top court more transparent for the larger public across the country. Two burqa-clad women went on a vandalizing spree in Hyderabad, attacking places of two religions in a case that created quite an alarm.
The women were first spotted vandalizing a statue of the Virgin Mary outside a church. They were then spotted walking into a Durga Puja pandal set up a few meters away. The two women defaced the Durga idol inside the pandal.
This particular DT was defaced, and this was defaced earlier this morning by two burqa-clad women who entered the pandal carrying rods and stones. They tried to damage and they vandalized this portion of the statue.
Accosted by a group of locals, these women were then handed over to the police. Members of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad held protests outside the police station where the two women were being questioned. According to the Hyderabad police, these women are sisters and are found to be mentally unstable.
Veteran Bollywood actor
This is big, ladies and gentlemen. Just as the ban looked imminent, the ban has happened. The PFI, Popular Front of India, and its affiliate organizations like the PFI, All India Imam Council, Rehab India Foundation, National Women's Front have all been declared as unlawful associations under the UAPA.
It speaks about how proscribed organizations like JMP, which are a terror organization, very recently in Bhopal, we've seen it conspiring against India, and the charge is that PFI was colluding with organizations like this, and that is one of the key reasons why finally under UAPA section 3 and 4 the decision to declare it unlawful and its affiliates have been taken.
So the PFI has essentially been banned for a period of 5 years. This could be extended. We'll have to wait and watch, but essentially its associates, its affiliates, all banned for a period of 5 years. And we also have a political war of words that's also erupting on the back face of this. But for right now, what I'm going to do is cross over to a guest that we have joining us, Mr. Rahul Ishwar, who's an activist and author. Mr. Ishwar, what I wanted to ask you now that the PFI has been banned for a period of 5 years, do you think it's likely that we're going to see similar organizations come up under a different name?
Yeah, that's very much a possibility, because we all know from the experience of the past, when SIMI was banned in 2001, if my memory is right, they came and regrouped under different organizations. That's possible. But the more important aspect for any government, may it be Indian government or any government acting against any extremist organization, is to cut down and discourage these organizations and to cut down their leverage in the civil society. That cutting down of leverage is extremely important, and this to all the organizations.
All right, now, Mr. Ishwar, what do you have to say to those political parties who previously, in the past, had defended organizations like the SIMI, the SDPI, as well as the PFI as well?
Please remember, every extremist organization is a threat to India. And there are people equally on the other side. I'm a proud Hindu activist, but I have filed cases against Sathvi Prachi for her anti-Muslim comments like Muslim Mukt Bharat. And there are people, equally crazy like Yeti Narasimhan, who are acting like urban Nazis on the other side. He's even opposing Indian flags on homes. So, there are every shade of people are in every nation and every organization. So, we need to ban these extremist organizations, whether they are from right or the urban Naxal or the urban Nazi from right. Similarly, the Islamists from the other side. We have some insurgencies in Northeast. We had the Heartline Sikh extremist forces like Bhindranwala. So, every nation needs moderation. Moderate communities, moderate organizations from every organization, including Hindu, Muslim, Christian. They should all be encouraged and welcome. We will all share difference of opinion, but let us fight it out. Let us fight it out in the channel rooms. Let us fight it out in the media. But when you take to arms, when you take to violence, they are crossing a Lakshmana Rekha. And no modern civilized nation which is built on the premise of non-violence can accept it. It is not only India. All modern civilized democracies believe in such, discouraging such kind of hardline or irresponsible behavior. Please remember, even US President Donald Trump was banned from Twitter and many other social media because of his hardline behavior. He was instigating violence. We all know what happened in January 6th when the Capitol Hill was stormed by the hardline supporters of Donald Trump. So Donald Trump ban is still there. So when even US President can be banned, I hope these kind of extremists should be banned by competent agencies in various different nations, and their social media reach, these should be cut. I hope those kind of actions would be taken on digital media for disseminating hardline information or hardline interpretation of events. So every person who is towing a hardline is a threat to moderates everywhere. Let us have responsible Hindu, Muslim, Christian or atheist or secular or different kind of narratives and discourses. But Popular Front has crossed their line many a times, not only once, but many a times, by instigating violence, by killing people, by taking, always having provocative slogans. So I hope all the people who are, maybe there are some, moderate people who have fallen for the Popular Front ideology, they should rethink, they should introspect, they should come to mainstream Muslim organization, mainstream secular organization, or the mainstream moderate sections of the society and shun this extremist ideology, which will only bring doom to our Muslim community and to India at large.
All right, Mr. Ishwar, thank you so much for speaking with us, but I want you to stay with us right now. We have some breaking news coming in. All right, this is a reaction from the Assam Chief Minister. He has tweeted, and I quote, "I welcome the ban on the Popular Front of India by the Government of India. The government is firm in its resolve to ensure that anybody with a diabolical, divisive or disruptive design against India shall be dealt with in iron fist. This is the India of the Modi area. It is decisive and bold." All right, that's the first reaction from the Assam Chief Minister when it comes to the ban on the PFI. Now with this, we're heading into a very short break, but stay with us.
Party's false allegations. Aam Aadmi Party had claimed that the LG was involved in an alleged 1,400 crore rupee scam. A statue of AIA-DMK founder and former Tamil Nadu CM M.G. Ramachandran was found defaced in Chennai's T Nagar area today. The incident came to light when it was found that the statue's nose was broken. An investigation is on. Prime Minister Narendra Modi paid his last respects to slain former Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and placed a small bouquet of white flowers as a mark of respect on the altar. Abe was shot from close range by a man with a homemade gun while on the campaign trail in the city of Nara and was declared dead on July 8. Indian Prime Minister also met with sitting Prime Minister Fumio Kishida and said that Abe took Japan-India relations to a greater level. In relief to Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's camp, Supreme Court has set aside a stay on the Election Commission's proceedings in connection with the tussle over the Sena symbol. This ultimately means that the fight between Shinde and Uddhav camp is now in the Election Commission's court and the quote-unquote real Shiv Sena will be decided. Talking of the Supreme Court, for the very first time, it live-streamed hearings of the Constitution benches. The live streams are a bid to make the matters of the top court more transparent for the larger public across the country. Two burqa-clad women went on a vandalizing spree in Hyderabad, attacking places of two religions in a case that created quite an alarm.
The women were first spotted vandalizing a statue of the Virgin Mary outside a church. They were then spotted walking into a Durga Puja pandal set up a few meters away. The two women defaced the Durga idol inside the pandal.
This particular DT was defaced, and this was defaced earlier this morning by two burqa-clad women who entered the pandal carrying rods and stones. They tried to damage and they vandalized this portion of the statue.
Accosted by a group of locals, these women were then handed over to the police. Members of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad held protests outside the police station where the two women were being questioned. According to the Hyderabad police, these women are sisters and are found to be mentally unstable.
Veteran Bollywood actor Asha Parekh has been selected for Dadasaheb Phalke Award 2020. The award will be presented at the National Film Awards ceremony to be held in New Delhi on Friday. The Dadasaheb Phalke Award is the country's highest award in the field of cinema. Russian President Vladimir Putin's decree to mobilize the nation's military reserves has led to a rebellion by citizens. Apart from protests on ground, hundreds, if not thousands, are fleeing Russia in a bid to avoid being an active part of the war ongoing with Ukraine. A Spanish court has ordered that music icon Shakira stand for trial in connection with tax fraud charges that have been leveled against her. Remember, in July, prosecutors said they would seek an 8-year sentence and a fine of nearly $24 million for tax evasion. Let's get you a quick check of the day's biggest stories. The crackdown on PFI intensified with another round of raids today. Across 8 states, including UP, MP, Gujarat, Assam, Karnataka, Delhi and Maharashtra and Kerala. The raids were done after intelligence inputs emerged suggesting that PFI was planning violent protests against recent crackdown by agencies. More than 200 cadre has been detained all across the country. In a big win for Delhi Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena, Delhi High Court has directed the Aam Aadmi Party to take down alleged defamatory posts against him on social media. The LG had approached Delhi High Court seeking restraining orders against Aam Aadmi Party's false allegations. Aam Aadmi Party had claimed that the LG was involved in an alleged 1,400 crore rupee scam. A statue of AIA-DMK founder and former Tamil Nadu CM M.G. Ramachandran was found defaced in Chennai's T Nagar area today. The incident came to light when it was found that the statue's nose was broken and investigation is on. Prime Minister Narendra Modi paid his last respects to slain former Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and placed a small bouquet of white flowers as a mark of respect on the altar. Abe was shot from close range by a man with a homemade gun while on the campaign trail in the city of Nara and was declared dead on July 8. Indian Prime Minister also met with sitting Prime Minister Fumio Kishida and said that Abe took Japan-India relations to a greater level. In relief to Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's camp, Supreme Court has set aside a stay on the Election Commission's proceedings in connection with the tussle over the Sena symbol. This ultimately means that the fight between Shinde and Uddhav camp is now in the Election Commission's court and the quote-unquote real Shiv Sena will be decided. Talking of the Supreme Court, for the very first time, it live-streamed hearings of the Constitution.
Welcome back. What we're going to do right now is take you through what essentially led to the 5-year ban on the Popular Front of India, because it has now been declared an unlawful association, and this includes its affiliates and associates as well. Now, there are 5 reasons that we're going to take you through. Essentially, the first reason is essentially that they had a secret agenda to radicalize the society. And this is what we've been seeing in the last couple of days. On the 22nd of September and yesterday as well, we saw massive crackdowns in multiple states across the country in connection to the PFI. Now, reason 2 that led to the 5-year ban on the PFI is that it's been linked to terror groups like ISIS as well. And this includes organizations, terror groups from Syria as well. Now, the third reason of why the PFI has been banned for a period of 5 years is that they have the potential to disturb peace. And we've seen this actually play out in multiple states over the last few years, which is why the call for a ban on PFI is not a new one. It's one that we've heard many times before. Now, the fourth reason is that they have indulged in illegal activities. Again, over the last couple of weeks, we've seen a major crackdown, specifically on the 22nd and the 27th, where over 300 people have been arrested. And this took place over a period of 2 days. Now, the fifth and final reason that we're going to take a look at when it comes to why the PFI was banned is because they were prejudicial to security of India. And essentially, that's why we saw massive crackdowns, because they have not only harmed the security and integrity of the nation, they have also brought out communal and disturbed communal harmony in the country. Now, we are also going to be joined by Mr. Arvind Kumar Jain, who is the former DGP of Uttar Pradesh. We are now going to be speaking to him about the PFI ban. Mr. Jain, thank you so much for speaking to CNN News 18. What I'd like to ask you about is Uttar Pradesh is actually one of the states that really recommended the ban on the PFI. Tell us about what really led to this. Mr. Jain, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, Mr. Jain, thank you so much for speaking with CNN News 18. Essentially, the PFI has been banned for 5 years. What we know is that Uttar Pradesh is one of the states who actually recommended the banning of this organization. Can you tell us what led to this?
Pardon me?
Could you please tell us about what led to Uttar Pradesh recommending the banning of the PFI?
Role of PFI was found in the CA and RC riots in 2019 at Lucknow and other places. PFI's organizational capacity was tested at that time, and within minutes they mobilized thousands of people on road, and there was violent protest. After that, there was a crackdown by the police, by administration on these cadres, and arrests were made. And during interrogation, it came to the light that PFI was behind it. PFI's organizational capacity was behind it. Only then they could mobilize people in such large numbers. After that, there was an act also which UP government promulgated, Damage to Public and Private Property Act. It had very salutary impact, but at the same time, they recommended that organizations like PFI should be banned, and this request was pending since then. So now it has been carried out.
Okay, Arvind Kumar Jain, sir, thank you for bringing us your opinion. If I could request you to stay on with us. Good morning to all of our viewers. We're going to move very quickly now to Anshul. Anshul is with us from Shaheen Bagh outside the PFI offices. Remember, yesterday you saw crackdowns across the country against the PFI, and one of the area of focuses was very much multiple parts of Delhi. Shaheen Bagh was in focus. Arrests took place there too. Anshul, tell us, yesterday in the arrests, you heard multiple accounts that one or two of those arrested were actually Delhi University students. What information can you give us there?
So yes, there were reports that some of the people that were arrested yesterday from the national capital, approximately 32 people were arrested from the entire national capital, from North Delhi to Northeast Delhi to Southeast Delhi as well. But yes, there were accounts that some of them were students. But yes, the kind of evidences that the police has provided definitely tells a lot that they were actually not involved in studying in those universities, and that is the reason why they were arrested by the police. Some of them were taken into preventive arrest as well by the special cell and by the Delhi police. Eventually, they were handed over to the NIA for further investigation. Currently, this morning, after the ban has been imposed on the PFI, just a few minutes ago, a team of police officials from the local police station of Shaheen Bagh have arrived out here at the PFI office. Now, remember, this office was actually sealed by the NIA on the 22nd of September when the initial raids happened, in which approximately 147 people were arrested from across the country. All these were senior leaders of the PFI, and yesterday the on-ground workers of the PFI were arrested. Now a team of police officials have arrived over here just to make sure that no untoward situation arises over here, because PFI, this is the only office of PFI in the national capital, and this could be said as one of the headquarters of the PFI, and they actually have a kind of support on ground, especially in this area like Shaheen Bagh, where people actually say that people from the PFI have actually helped them on many occasions, be it for education or whatever. So yes, they have kind of a support over here, and just to make sure that no untoward situation arises, because yes, there will be public sentiment, there will be people who will be raising their voice against this ban on PFI, and that is the reason why the administration is taking absolutely every preventive step that could be taken just to make sure that no law and order situation arises, and if at all it arises, it could be contained at the earliest. And that is the reason why local police officials have already arrived over here. They are making sure that no one is allowed to gather in this area to carry out any sort of protest, because remember, this entire area has Section 144 has been imposed in this entire area approximately 10 days ago, and for the next 2 months that is going to continue as well. So yes, the police and the administration is already taking all the preventive steps that it can take just to make sure that a situation like Kerala that we saw happening on the 23rd of September or on the evening of 22nd September, where massive protests happen over there, there was public unrest, that should not happen on the streets of national capital, and that is the prime focus of the agencies as of now, and that is the reason why we are seeing all preventive measures being taken in the national capital just to make sure that no untoward situation arises, no sloganeering or no marches are being allowed to carry it out to support the PFI as of now, Toya.
Anshul, I'd like if you could shed more of a light now on the community reactions that we've seen since yesterday. I think you were right now touching on information that we've received that a few of the people arrested yesterday were Delhi University students. But apart from that, I also believe that there were people who were considered the face of the Shaheen Bagh protest against the CA NRC from a few years ago that were also picked up during this round of arrests. Is that accurate?
So yes, many workers of the PFI were actually at the forefront of the Shaheen Bagh protest that happened during when the CA was actually passed by the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. So yes, there were workers of the PFI that were actually involved and were actually at the forefront of carrying out that entire protest, and that is the reason why we saw that the people who were arrested over the last 2 raids that happened over the last 1 week, they could actually have some involvement in that protest as well, because PFI was one of the organizations that was at the absolute forefront of it. So yes, there are people who were actually involved in this and have been arrested by the Delhi police. However, people from affiliate organizations like the SDFI have also been arrested by the police yesterday, is what we are being told. But yes, SDPI has still not been banned by the government in this notification that has been issued. So that is a big question, why SDPI, which is an affiliate organization of the PFI, why has that not been banned, and what is the future course of action that the government is actually thinking to take against them. So yes, people from across PFI, because remember the raids that happened on the 22nd of September, the leaders and the stakeholders of the PFI were arrested, and the raids that happened yesterday, the on-ground workers were arrested because it was told that they were getting messages to carry out protests in a certain manner that would actually create unrest in this entire country, and that is why they were arrested. And not only they were arrested, but more than 30 electronic devices, which included mobile phones, laptops, cameras, that were also seized by the special cell in the raids that were conducted yesterday, and that they are investigating on those devices as well, just to try to make sure a timeline of how the PFI was actually trying to make sure that there is massive unrest in the country after the kind of raids and the senior leaders of the PFI who were arrested by the NIA on 22nd of November. So yes, many people 22nd of September, I beg your pardon. So yes, many such incidents have already happened, and the Delhi administration is absolutely making sure that no situation is allowed to go out of hand, and hence preventive measures are already being taken. But as of now, since the ban on PFI has happened, there is no reaction that has come from the PFI or any of its affiliate organizations. But yes, it remains to be seen what is the future course of action that they are going to take, because one thing is for certain, that they are not going to take this sitting down. They might approach the courts in this entire matter. But yes, the kind of evidences that the government has now gathered against them, because remember we saw that the offices of PFI that were raided, many incriminating documents were collected from offices of PFI across the country, be it the 2047 document which promised to make India an Islamic state, or the evidences of attack on Prime Minister Modi. All this have been already gathered, and a very strong and concrete case has already been built by the central government against the PFI. So yes, it remains to be seen how does PFI now respond to this, and what are the options that they have with them. So yes,
okay, Anshul, just stay with us for a second. I want to walk our audiences through right now on the screen behind us the reasons that the central government and the Ministry of Home Affairs in particular claim for banning the PFI. Remember, this is an action that was largely expected over the last few days. Yesterday, you saw the second round of raids across the entire country. And it was right from the first round of raids last week on Thursday that experts were already saying that the Popular Front of India was likely to be banned. Now, when it comes to the allegations that you have the Ministry of Home Affairs making, the first is that they argue that the PFI's agenda was to radicalize society. Now, the PFI claims that instead their job was to defend minorities. They came up in the 2000s as an organization in South India. They were actually formed after 3 different South Indian organizations across the states in the South, Karnataka, Kerala, etc. They came together and then formed the PFI. Now, reason number 2 that, again, the MHA gives for banning the PFI, the Popular Front of India, is they say that the PFI is linked to terror groups like ISIS. Reason number 3 that they give, I'll just wait for a second, is they argue that it has the potential to disturb peace. Here they point to different moments. For example, the Karnataka hijab movement that we saw earlier this year, where you had a number of young girls come forward and say that they don't want to wear they want to wear their hijabs in classrooms. To that, as you can remember, you had a lot of people saying that the PFI was involved, the PFI student wing was involved in those protests, and that was given as a reason for proof that the PFI was actually fomenting trouble. Reason number 4, the argument that the government makes that the PFI has indulged in illegal activities. And we're going to move to reason number 5. They argue that the security of India is under threat because of the PFI. Now, remember, again, the PFI on its hand continues to argue that they are simply an organization that stands to defend the rights of minorities. But let's go over now to my colleague Mihir. Mihir joins us from Maharashtra, one of the states that saw heavy action yesterday. Let's go over to Mihir to understand more. Mihir, the PFI being banned earlier this morning. For our audiences, if you could give us an understanding of what the PFI has meant to communities in Maharashtra over the last few years and what this ban is going to mean.
Absolutely. As far as the PFI is concerned, it is a strong organization which still maintains that it works for the people and benefit of the society and community. Even in Maharashtra, they are widespread. In fact, in Maharashtra, they have offices in several important cities of Maharashtra and interiors as well. And we saw this massive crackdown, which was the second crackdown on PFI members by agencies like NIA and other state agencies who kind of were part of this big crackdown in Maharashtra and Mumbai also. We've seen that in the second crackdown, which didn't come as a surprise because one was already seeing that there was a lot of incriminating evidence that the agencies found in the earlier crackdown, based on which there was no doubt that there would be further crackdowns and further raids in this particular direction. But what we are seeing at this point is that now the government has banned this entire organization on basis of what input they have, on basis of what documents, evidence they have collected, not only across the city, across the country, but also in Maharashtra. There are several places where the raids did happen yesterday as well, and many of the PFI members were arrested at this point. Though the PFI office bearers and leaders are maintaining that they will fight this in the court, but they do maintain that they are an organization which doesn't indulge in any sort of illegal activity. They are not a threat to the nation. They are not indulging in terrorism. But what agencies are telling us, and we are picking up from our sources, is that there is incriminating evidence. That's why these raids had to be conducted, and subsequently their ban was initiated by the government.
Okay, Mihir, stay with us. That's my colleague Mihir Trivedi explaining to us the situation right now in Maharashtra. I have 2 more colleagues with me right now. We're going to go over to Ritu, who is in Karnataka. Ritu, across the multiple states that we saw action yesterday, Karnataka saw much of the brunt. The largest number of arrests also took place in that state. Could you bring us more of a grasp of the action we saw in Karnataka yesterday?
Basavaraj Bommai in particular has been particularly vocal about the PFI, as has the BJP over the last few years. Bring us more context when it comes to the story in Karnataka.
So you see, first time as well when there was a joint operation across in the India, where we also saw there was a heavy crackdown that had come on the PFI and the SDPI CFI organization in the Karnataka. There too, the number of arrest was high in number in the Karnataka, and second time on the same day itself, in fact, state police also in a separate case conducted again a raid, and there also 19 members were being detained, and later point 15 of them were being declared as arrest. Now they are all in the police custody and the interrogation is on. But again, what happens yesterday, again you see there was a raid in the Karnataka from the state police, where again the number is huge, where almost 85 members are being taken into preventive custody. So all these 3 times as well, in all the 3 rounds, you see the number was huge in the Karnataka. So this also makes it very clear the kind of communal violence that had taken place in the Karnataka often, and then the accusers are being suspected of having links with these organizations and trying to create disturbance in the society has been a problem for the Karnataka state government as well. So since the murder of the Praveen Natharu in the Mangalore, you see CM Basavaraj Bommai, Home Minister, and in fact the whole state government took up this issue very seriously, and since then there was a discussion that they were having within the party and also trying to mount a pressure on the central government to ban this organization, because in run up to an election this would be even more challenging for the state government, for the home department as well as for the police in the state, because we have seen how these organizations had played a vital role during Hijab Rao, and then later point in Praveen Natharu murder case as well, and the Shimoga case as well. So in all these cases, we have seen evidences as well being assimilated from the police.
When it comes to, all right, I actually believe we have some breaking news coming in, and we will actually move to it right now. We will bring you what the breaking news is. All right, we are bringing you a further report coming in right now. This is a report coming in from the National Conference leader, Sheikh Bashir. He's drawn parallels between the PFI and the RSS, saying the PFI is being banned. And if the PFI is being banned, then the RSS should also be banned for anti-national activities. Now, remember, this statement is not entirely unprecedented. You have had other leaders make similar statements in the past. We'll try to bring you more details, though right now take a look at what Sheikh Bashir had to say.
है एक अननोन सी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, इसका यहाँ तो कोई असर नहीं है और बहुत सी स्टेट्स के अंदर कोई असर नहीं है, और उनकी एक्टिविटीज़ को लेके अब पिछले कुछ दिनों से छापे पड़ रहे हैं और कहा जा रहा है कि ये एंटी नेशनल एक्टिविटीज़ हैं। तो अगर एंटी नेशनल एक्टिविटीज़ हैं तो बैन करना बुरी बात नहीं, लेकिन एक चीज़ समझ नहीं आई कि 5 साल के लिए क्यों है ये सूट। इनको 5 साल करता है, उसके बाद इनको सूट करेगा। पहली ये चीज़ है। दूसरी चीज़ ये है कि बैन करते वक्त और चीज़ों की तरफ भी देखना चाहिए। बहुत सी एक्टिविटीज़ आरएसएस की एंटी नेशनल एक्टिविटीज़ हैं। हिंदू राष्ट्र की बात की जा रही है, वो जो कुछ धर्म संसद हो रहे हैं, गुरु जी बोल रहे हैं कि यहाँ मुसलमानों को और सिखों को, सारी क्रिश्चियंस को वोटिंग राइट नहीं होगा, इस तरह के कुछ चीज़ें आ रही हैं सामने, तो उनकी तरफ भी देखना चाहिए। वो भी एंटी नेशनल एक्टिविटीज़ हैं। और दूसरी चीज़ ये है कि मुल्क जो है सेकुलर थॉट के बगैर ज़िंदा नहीं रह सकता है। हमारी मुल्क की जो लाइफ लाइन है वो सेकुलर है। जब तक हर एक धर्म को, हर एक आदमी को अपना धर्म चलाने की इजाज़त नहीं होगी अपने उस हिसाब से, तब तक ये मुल्क नहीं बचेगा। शुक्रिया।
Okay, let's go over to my colleague Tejinder Singh. He's with us right now to bring us more details. Tejinder, though this statement has come in from a national conference leader, I would like to point out that it's not so different from the statement we saw coming in from the senior Congress leader Digvijay Singh just a few days ago, where he'd said very similarly that RSS and the PFI are ek hi thali ke chatte batte. Isn't that essentially the same thing?
Yes, Toya, you see, these opposition parties, be it Congress, be it National Conference, be it PDP, they are not leaving any stone unturned to target the government. You see, today when we asked Sheikh Bashir about his reaction on the ban on PFI, he said that while if he rather welcomed the ban on PFI, saying that if PFI is involved in anti-national activities, he welcomes the ban on PFI. But he said that the RSS is also involved in quote-unquote anti-national activities, and organizations like RSS, which promote Hindu Rashtra, which are holding Dharam Sansad, wherein speeches are made that Muslims and Christians should not be given voting rights. So he said that these parties like the RSS, these organizations like RSS, should also be banned. So clearly it seems that all the opposition parties, be it Congress at the national level or parties like National Conference or PDP at the regional level, they are following the similar line of targeting the RSS. We haven't come across any such instance where RSS leader was found involved in making of an IED. But in case of PFI, we saw that documents have been recovered wherein they were training their cadre how to make an IED. So the government of India, after due deliberation and due process, after getting inputs from various intelligence agencies, the decision was taken that PFI, which is running on an agenda to convert India into a Muslim nation, should be banned. So people across various sections, they have welcomed this decision because PFI was working on an agenda to radicalize the society. It was working an agenda which was to show the disrespect towards the constitution and convert India to a nation on communal lines.
Okay.
But,
all right, Tejinder, if I could just request you to stay with us. We have the ex-Deputy Chief Minister, Kavinder Gupta, is with us. Sir, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us here on CNN News 18. Sir, this statement that's come in from the NC, I'd like to know your response. Sir, but as we were also pointing out to our viewers, the NC is not the only party to make this statement. Just a few days ago, you had the Congress's Digvijay Singh say pretty much the same thing about the PFI and the RSS. It seems like your opposition, sir, is speaking in one voice.
देखिए, इनका जो करैक्टर रहा है इसको दुनिया जानती है। पीएफआई को बैन करना बहुत जरूरी था। कांग्रेस जैसी या नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस जैसे लोग हमेशा अपीजमेंट इन लोगों की करते रहे। उसी का परिणाम है कि हिंदुस्तान की तबाही हुई। जो कश्मीर के हालात बनाए हैं वो इस प्रकार की जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज हैं उसके लिए जिम्मेवार हैं। इनको बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाना चाहिए। भारत में नशे की खेप लाना, भारत से फॉरेन फंडिंग करा करके यहाँ पर तबाही कराना। अभी ताजा घटना में आपने देखा पटना की रैली में किस प्रकार से प्लान बनाया जा रहा था कि प्रधानमंत्री जी को मारना है। ये सभी लोग यही चाहते हैं कि नरेंद्र मोदी के नेतृत्व में जो सरकार चल रही है वो इस प्रकार की घटनाओं को यहाँ पर होने नहीं देगी। तभी तकलीफ होना स्वाभाविक बात है। ये हम भारत में सांपों को नहीं पाल सकते। ये जो पहले कदम लिया जाना चाहिए था। और जहां तक नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस या दूसरे नेताओं ने लगातार इनका सपोर्ट किया है, ये भी उसी दायरे में आते हैं। इन पर भी चेक लगना चाहिए ताकि हिंदुस्तान की तबाही के खिलाफ कोई इस चीज की बर्दाश्त ना किया जाए। देश में एक मजबूत सरकार है और खास करके ये राष्ट्र स्वयंसेवक संघ जैसे राष्ट्रभक्त संगठनों के प्रति ये इस प्रकार की कंपैरिजन करेंगे, ये अच्छी बात नहीं है। तो लोग इसका रिकॉर्ड देख चुके हैं और इन पर एक्शन होना चाहिए, कड़ा एक्शन होना चाहिए।
सर, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए धन्यवाद। दैट्स डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर, एक्स डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर rather of J&K, Kavinder Gupta is with us right now. Let's move very quickly though to get some more expert opinions into this story. Senior lawyer Swapnil Kothari joins us this morning. Sir, thank you so much for staying with us here on CNN News 18. I'd like to take to you a point that we heard opposition parties make yesterday again and again, and I'd like to ask you what your response is on that. In Karnataka, you had a number of opposition parties come on to our show and point out a figure. The number they pointed to was that since 2007, you've had about 310 cases just in Karnataka registered against the PFI, but you've only had convictions in 5 of those cases. Their point was that the PFI is being unfairly targeted, and specifically in states like Karnataka that are headed towards elections, they're being used to clear the agenda to build the point of the BJP. To that, sir, what is your perspective?
Well, Toya, I think that's a very facetious argument. It's equivalent to saying that because the Enforcement Directorate registered 600 cases in a particular year and could convict only 5, say in the past, say 6 to 7 years, that means it should stop doing its job. They are empowered by the law to conduct their job. Likewise, the Ministry of Home Affairs or even the Law Department or any of those laws or any of the statutes, which is like the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, which is the applicable law here as far as the PFI ban is concerned. And that will be the reason why you haul up people under the UAP, under the IPC section 121 for waging war against the government. Those sections, since they are not convicted or people are not being convicted under those sections, that's the reason why you should not arrest them. That's not the way the law works. If activities are found to be prejudicial to the integrity and sovereignty of the country, if those are terrorist activities, and if in the judgment of the prosecution those are, and if the prosecution tries to convince a court of law, it's up to the court of law at the end of the day as to what, who to convict and who to acquit. And I believe in most of the cases where people have not been convicted, it's because of lack of evidence or because of the prosecution being compromised or being threatened. So that doesn't mean that the ban should not be there, because if there are 5-6 reasons, I'm reading these reasons on your screen which you are showing, those are most legitimate reasons to ban the PFI. So the argument of the Karnataka government, which was there yesterday on your show, to say that because there are only few convictions is a very, very facetious argument. It never works in a court of law. Okay. The courts and the judiciary do not function in that manner, simply because that would amount to saying that the acts or the statutes are defanged. That's not the case. They are not defanged. It's just that people are not being able to prosecute in a proper manner because the prosecution does not put in enough evidence, or it is compromised, or it is threatened. Because as we've seen in India, especially where there are key cases, such as, say, let me tell you something which most of the people know about, is the Sushant Singh Rajput case. It doesn't take 3 years or 2 years to come out and say that he committed suicide, right? So obviously it was a murder. But then the point is that, why has it not gone forward? So obviously somewhere the prosecution has, or somewhere the Central Bureau of Investigation has been told to be tight-lipped about it. Or that's one case. There could be several other cases that I could point out, but those are cases which may not, strike public memory very easily. But Toya, let me tell you, this argument is very facetious, and I'm glad that the PFI has been banned, because that was a long since overdue.
Sir, thank you for your opinion. For our audiences, we do very quickly now have to go into a break. This remains our top story, so we'll continue to keep returning to it in the next few hours. Right now, we'll see you in just a few minutes on the other side of this break. Remember, you're watching the morning news right here on CNN News 18. We also have some great news for those of you who are investors. You can now track the US market actions real time on Money Control. Log on to Money Control's app or website and stay informed about all that matters in global markets. You can also vote for your favorite sports person, the athlete that you feel deserves to be Indian of the Year. In the category of sports, Indian of the Year is the event through which every single year we felicitate Indians who've shown excellence in different categories. You can go to indianoftheyear.com to celebrate the Indian that is showing excellence in sports. We'll see you in just a few minutes after this break.
The police station where the 2 women were being questioned. According to the Hyderabad police, these women are sisters and are found to be mentally unstable.
Veteran Bollywood actor Asha Parekh has been selected for Dadasaheb Phalke Award 2020. The award will be presented at the National Film Awards ceremony to be held in New Delhi on Friday. The Dadasaheb Phalke Award is the country's highest award in the field of cinema. Russian President Vladimir Putin's decree to mobilize the nation's military reserves has led to a rebellion by citizens. Apart from protests on ground, hundreds, if not thousands, are fleeing Russia in a bid to avoid being an active part of the war ongoing with Ukraine. A Spanish court has ordered that music icon Shakira stand for trial in connection with tax fraud charges that have been leveled against her. Remember, in July, prosecutors said they would seek an 8-year sentence and a fine of nearly $24 million for tax evasion. Let's get you a quick check of the day's biggest stories. The crackdown on PFI intensified with another round of raids today. Across 8 states, including UP, MP, Gujarat, Assam, Karnataka, Delhi and Maharashtra and Kerala. The raids were done after intelligence inputs emerged suggesting that PFI was planning violent protest against recent crackdown by agencies. More than 200 cadre has been detained all across the country. In a big win for Delhi Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena, Delhi High Court has directed the Aam Aadmi Party to take down alleged defamatory posts against him on social media. The LG had approached Delhi High Court seeking restraining orders against Aam Aadmi Party's false allegations. Aam Aadmi Party had claimed that the LG was involved in an alleged 1,400 crore rupee scam. A statue of AIA-DMK founder and former Tamil Nadu CM M.G. Ramachandran was found defaced in Chennai's T Nagar area today. The incident came to light when it was found that the statue's nose was broken and investigation is on. Prime Minister Narendra Modi paid his last respects to slain former Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and placed a small bouquet of white flowers as a mark of respect on the altar. Abe was shot from close range by a man with a homemade gun while on the campaign trail in the city of Nara and was declared dead on July 8. Indian Prime Minister also met with sitting Prime Minister Fumio Kishida and said that Abe took Japan-India relations to a greater level. In relief to Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's camp, Supreme Court has set aside a stay on the Election Commission's proceedings in connection with the tussle over the Sena symbol. This ultimately means that the fight between Shinde and Uddhav camp is now in the Election Commission's court and the quote-unquote real Shiv Sena will be decided. Talking of the Supreme Court, for the very first time, it live-streamed hearings of the Constitution benches. The live streams are a bid to make the matters of the top court more transparent for the larger public across the country. 2 burqa-clad women went on a vandalizing spree in Hyderabad, attacking places of 2 religions in a case that created quite an alarm.
The women were first spotted vandalizing a statue of the Virgin Mary outside a church. They were then spotted walking into a Durga Puja pandal set up a few meters away. The 2 women defaced the Durga idol inside the pandal.
This particular deity was defaced, and this was defaced earlier this morning by 2 burqa-clad women who entered the pandal carrying rods and stones. They tried to damage and they vandalized this portion of the statue.
Accosted by a group of locals, these women were then handed over to the police. Members of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad held protests outside the police station where the 2 women were being questioned. According to the Hyderabad police, these women are sisters and are found to be mentally unstable.
Veteran Bollywood actor Asha Parekh has been selected for Dadasaheb Phalke Award 2020. The award will be presented at the National Film Awards ceremony to be held in New Delhi on Friday. The Dadasaheb Phalke Award is the country's highest award in the field of cinema. Russian President Vladimir Putin's decree to mobilize the nation's military reserves has led to a rebellion by citizens. Apart from protests on ground, hundreds, if not thousands, are
This is big, ladies and gentlemen. Just as the ban looked imminent, the ban has happened. The PFI, Popular Front of India, and its affiliate organizations like the CFI, All India Imam Council, Rehab India Foundation, National Women's Front have all been declared as unlawful associations under the UAPA.
It speaks about how proscribed organizations like JMP, which are a terror organization, very recently in Bhopal, we've seen it conspiring against India, and the charge is that PFI was colluding with organizations like this, and that is one of the key reasons why finally under UAPA Section 3 and 4, the decision to declare it unlawful and its affiliates have been taken.
So we are keeping our focus on the ban that the Ministry of Home Affairs has notified against Popular Front of India and against all other affiliate organizations, including Campus Front of India, Rehab India and All India Imam Council. These are only some of the organizations which have been proscribed now. What does this really mean? It now means that you can't contribute funds to these organizations. The premises that they were operating from will be declared, will be notified as illegal. For that also, a fresh Gazette notification has come in. Under Section 7 and Section 8 of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, Ministry of Home Affairs has now authorized state governments and the administrators of various union territories to go ahead and notify the use of funds as illegal and notify the premises associated with these organizations as unlawful as well. One of those premises, in fact, is in Delhi. Anshul is joining me live from there. Anshul, you can already see Delhi police swinging into action just hours after that MHA notification proscribing PFI and affiliates came.
That's right, Arunima. So I'll just try and show you the visuals over here. So this was the office of the PFI that was sealed by the NIA on the 22nd of September. Since then it has been sealed and people were arrested from this office and also incriminating documents were also collected from this office. Now this morning after the ban on PFI came up, a team of police officials from the local police station have now come up. They are maintaining a security line over here, making sure that no common man is actually allowed to come near this office or collect near this office. They are just trying to make sure that no untoward situation at all arises in the national capital, because yes, in this area of Shaheen Bagh, I have been speaking to locals of the record and they have been saying that yes, PFI has been helping them, be it for the education or for medical purposes as well, and hence they have a sort of a support in this area. In fact, the raids that were carried out yesterday, the one person that was arrested from Shaheen Bagh was arrested from this area itself. So yes, the situation on the ground is normal as of now, but yes, the police and administration is making sure that they leave no stone unturned to make sure that no untoward situation happens on the streets of national capital. And definitely a situation like Kerala or Karnataka that we saw happening on the evening of 22nd of September and the day after that, that kind of situation does not arise over here, and hence for the last 10 days Section 144 has already been imposed in this area and it is going to continue for the next 2 months. So yes, all precautionary measures have already been taken just to make sure that no untoward situation arises from here. So yes, it remains to be seen how does PFI now respond to this, because this is said to be the head office of PFI in the national capital and we are expecting some reaction to come up from the PFI. As of now, they haven't come out and commented or made any statements on the action that has been taken on them by the central government. So yes, it remains to be seen what is the future course of action that they are going to take and what are the comments that they have to make, come out and make. But yes, as of now, the situation on the ground in the national capital seems to be absolutely normal. No call of protest has been given by any of the organization affiliated with the PFI or supporting the PFI in the national capital as of now. So, but even after that, the police and the administration is making sure that they leave no stone unturned to make sure that security situation on the ground remains peaceful at all points in time, Arunima.
Right. In fact, making that comment or issuing that statement on behalf of Popular Front of India or any of its affiliates could now be problematic, because after this ban, after the notification by the Ministry of Home Affairs, if you come and go make your association with these organizations public, you are liable for prosecutions. It will be interesting to note if all the legal brains within these organizations now come up with a different strategy. Of course, what happens from here on, this evidence that the Ministry of Home Affairs has put together goes to the UAPA tribunal, and there this evidence is put up for judicial scrutiny. The PFI does have the legal option of challenging the evidence, challenging the ban under UAPA, and it is for the tribunal to then consider the evidence. So that's the first legal remedy that they have. But Government of India, Ministry of Home Affairs has gone ahead with this ban. It was long due, long being demanded. 3 state governments and their dossiers have been considered worth going in as far as evidence is concerned. These are governments and police of Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka and Gujarat. Siddhant is joining me from Gujarat. Siddhant, as far as Gujarat is concerned, what is the kind of evidence that the Gujarat police accumulated over the years which showed that Popular Front of India deserves to be proscribed?
Well, that's right, Arunima. As far as the state of Gujarat is concerned, in last couple of years, we have seen that it's Gujarat ATS, the unit which has been handling the cases related to PFI and especially SDPI. So in Gujarat state, SDPI cadre was active. We all know SDPI happens to be the political wing of PFI. So their cadre was very much active in rural parts of Gujarat, and in fact a few weeks back ATS Ahmedabad summoned some of the members belonging to PFI or some of the members, those who have alleged links with PFI or SDPI. They were called to the ATS headquarters. They were thoroughly interrogated by the ATS units. So not just Gujarat, but all, in fact, all the states across the country, they were spreading. They have active cadre in more than 22 states, and in fact, going by one report, sources have confirmed that they have in total 5 lakh people in their cadre across the country. So with each passing day, each passing month, they were expanding, they were recruiting the cadre. But this time around, after the crackdown by the federal agencies, from the zonal office bearers to the chairman, district presidents, and in fact those who used to handle the social media accounts of PFI, all have been placed under the arrest. And look, Arunima, this all happened in a very strategic manner. First instructions came from Ministry of Home Affairs. Then these two federal agencies were roped in. Joint operations in joint operations, the raids were conducted. The arrests were made, and this morning, in a very surprise manner, this gazette notification comes banning PFI. So this all has happened in a very silent and a strategic manner. But yes, it has been a very long pending demand, and in fact, there are dossier after dossier before Ministry of Home Affairs. There are multiple charge sheets naming PFI and PFI members' involvement. States like Kerala have filed multiple charge sheets. Jharkhand had already banned PFI in 2018. State like Uttar Pradesh has recommended ban on PFI to Ministry of Home Affairs. So the pressure was mounting on Indian government to ban PFI, but again, they were looking for the right time.
I have to cut you short there because MOS Home Affairs Ajay Mishra Teni has spoken on the ban as far as Popular Front of India is concerned. This is what he said. The first reaction coming in from Government of India, MOS Home, Ajay Mishra Teni.
लौट के आता हूँ, आप सबसे बात करना। देखिए, मैं इसके लिए आप सबसे अनुरोध है, सारी चीजें हम आपको बताएंगे। नहीं, हटाई नहीं, अरे ऐसे रहने दो उनको, सब अपने ही लोग हैं। अरे भैया ऐसे मत हटाओ, ऐसा ना, अभी हम 11 बजे आ जाएंगे, 11 बजे सारी आपको पूरी सूचना देंगे। अभी एक कार्यक्रम है, प्लीज एक कार्यक्रम है, मुझे बहुत जल्दी है, नहीं तो मैं आता। ऐसे ना, आपको सब सुन रहे हैं। देखो ऐसा ना, ऐसा है, मैं एक कार्यक्रम में जा रहा हूँ, अभी मुझे क्षमा करें, मैं 1 घंटे में वापस आ रहा हूँ, आपको पूरी बात बताऊंगा। ठीक है, चलिए, प्लीज, अभी बस आ रहा हूँ। बहुत
former Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and placed a small bouquet of white flowers as a mark of respect on the altar. Abe was shot from close range by a man with a homemade gun while on the campaign trail in the city of Nara and was declared dead on July 8. Indian Prime Minister also met with sitting Prime Minister Fumio Kishida and said that Abe took Japan-India relations to a greater level. In relief to Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's camp, Supreme Court has set aside a stay on the Election Commission's proceedings in connection with the tussle over the Sena symbol. This ultimately means that the fight between Shinde and Uddhav camp is now in the Election Commission's court and the quote-unquote real Shiv Sena will be decided. Talking of the Supreme Court, for the very first time, it live-streamed hearings of the Constitution benches. The live streams are a bid to make the matters of the top court more transparent for the larger public across the country. 2 burqa-clad women went on a vandalizing spree in Hyderabad, attacking places of 2 religions in a case that created quite an alarm.
The women were first spotted vandalizing a statue of the Virgin Mary outside a church. They were then spotted walking into a Durga Puja pandal set up a few meters away. The two women defaced the Durga idol inside the pandal.
This particular DT was defaced, and this was defaced earlier this morning by two burqa-clad women who entered the pandal carrying rods and stones. They tried to damage and they vandalized this portion of the statue.
Accosted by a group of locals, these women were then handed over to the police. Members of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad held protests outside the police station where the two women were being questioned. According to the Hyderabad police, these women are sisters and are found to be mentally unstable.
Veteran Bollywood actor Asha Parekh has been selected for Dadasaheb Phalke Award 2020. The award will be presented at the National Film Awards ceremony to be held in New Delhi on Friday. The Dadasaheb Phalke Award is the country's highest award in the field of cinema. Russian President Vladimir Putin's decree to mobilize the nation's military reserves has led to a rebellion by citizens. Apart from protests on ground, hundreds, if not thousands, are fleeing Russia in a bid to avoid being an active part of the war ongoing with Ukraine. A Spanish court has ordered that music icon Shakira stand for trial in connection with tax fraud charges that have been leveled against her. Remember, in July, prosecutors said they would seek an 8-year sentence and a fine of nearly $24 million for tax evasion. Let's get you a quick check of the day's biggest stories. The crackdown on PFI intensified with another round of raids today. Across 8 states, including UP, MP, Gujarat, Assam, Karnataka, Delhi and Maharashtra and Kerala. The raids were done after intelligence inputs emerged suggesting that PFI was planning violent protests against recent crackdown by agencies. More than 200 cadre has been detained all across the country. In a big win for Delhi Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena, Delhi High Court has directed the Aam Aadmi Party to take down alleged defamatory posts against him on social media. The LG had approached Delhi High Court seeking restraining orders against Aam Aadmi Party's false allegations. Aam Aadmi Party had claimed that the LG was involved in an alleged 1,400 crore rupee scam. A statue of AIA-DMK founder and former Tamil Nadu CM M.G. Ramachandran was found defaced in Chennai's T Nagar area today. The incident came to light when it was found that the statue's nose was broken and investigation is on. Prime Minister Narendra Modi paid his last respects to slain former Japan Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and placed a small bouquet of white flowers as a mark of respect on the altar. Abe was shot from close range by a man with a homemade gun while on the campaign trail in the city of Nara and was declared dead on July 8. Indian Prime Minister also met with sitting Prime Minister Fumio Kishida and said that Abe took Japan-India relations to a greater level. In relief to Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde's camp, Supreme Court has set aside a stay on the Election Commission's proceedings in connection with the tussle over the Sena symbol. This ultimately means that the fight between Shinde and Uddhav camp is
Welcome back. We're coming to you live from the Raisina Hill. The Ministry of Home Affairs has taken the decision to ban Popular Front of India and its affiliate organizations, including organizations like Campus Front of India. However, a crucial point there is that the SDPI, which is also an affiliate of PFI, is not one of those organizations which have been proscribed. And SDPI, in fact, has now come out with a statement, and this is what they say: ban on PFI and associate is part of undeclared emergency by the BJP regime. They're saying that whoever spoke against the wrong and anti-people policies of BJP regime have faced the threats of arrest and raids from them. Freedom of speech, protest and organization have been ruthlessly suppressed by the regime. It is misusing the investigation agencies and laws to silence the opposition. So this is the first reaction that we are getting from the SDPI, one of the affiliates of PFI which has not been proscribed yet. Remains to be seen why SDPI is not on that list of organizations which have been declared unlawful. Let me get in a quick word from Majid Haidari, senior journalist. Majid, first reaction to this ban and this claim that SDPI is making that they are being targeted because they were speaking against the government, against the government organizations, because the agencies are convinced they have enough and they have enough evidence to pin those murders and those terror funding allegations on PFI?
Well, madam, if PFI is into a terror activity and it is a threat to our national security, our national sovereignty, I would say, why ban on PFI? Bomb PFI to pieces which can never be integrated again. But the point is of the witch hunt. Look at the frivolous charges firstly. There are frivolous charges because on one side you say they're into martial art training, no arms have been recovered, no weapons have been recovered, no explosives have been recovered from them. So what kind of terror outfit was it? We don't know. And then second, look at the timing. The timings are about something close to 2024 elections. So BJP, in a bid to make inroads into South Indian states like Kerala, has banned this PFI out of its election motives, its ulterior motives, to make some inroads into South India for the next election, because it's BJP which is always getting defeated in South India. Now they want to come up with a kind of a, it's a prop. It's like a musical prop for BJP that they have played with PFI at the moment. So I don't find anything worthy of banning PFI in the charges which have been put. Because if you look at the FIR which has been put forth by the NIA, it says that the PFI was having what they have recovered from PFI. They say they have recovered a signboard, they have recovered markers, they have recovered bamboo sticks. I mean, is bamboo stick an act of weapon of terror? What kind of charges are these? Yes, over to you.
All right. You're raising questions on the recoveries that have been made in these recent, searches that have been carried out, Mr. Hydari. But the agencies believe, and they have listed this in the notification, at least 10 murder cases, including that of Rudresh and Praveen, that were linked to Popular Front of India, funding routes that were utilized by PFI, and how those funds were not used for the given purposes when they were registered under the Societies Act. All of this have been notified, and now it is for the UAPA tribunal to decide whether this evidence holds meat or not. We're taking a very quick break on this on that point, but when we come back, we'll tell you why under UAPA the government decided to ban PFI. What is the evidence against them? Stay with us.
Touching on information that we've received that a few of the people arrested yesterday were Delhi University students. But apart from that, I also believe that there were people who were considered the face of the Shaheen Bagh protest against the CA NRC from a few years ago that were also picked up during this round of arrests. Is that accurate?
So yes, many workers of the PFI were actually at the forefront of the Shaheen Bagh protest that happened during when the CA was actually passed by the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. So yes, there were workers of the PFI that were actually involved and were actually at the forefront of carrying out that entire protest, and that is the reason why we saw that the people who were arrested over the last 2 days that happened over the last 1 week, they could actually have some involvement in that protest as well, because PFI was one of the organizations that was at the absolute forefront of it. So yes, there are people who were actually involved in this and have been arrested by the Delhi police. However, people from affiliate organizations like the SDFI have also been arrested by the police yesterday, is what we are being told. But yes, SDPI has still not been banned by the government in this notification that has been issued. So that is a big question, why SDPI, which is an affiliate organization of the PFI, why has that not been banned, and what is the future course of action that the government is actually thinking to take against them. So yes, people from across PFI, because remember the raids that happened on the 22nd of September, the leaders and the stakeholders of the PFI were arrested, and the raids that happened yesterday, the on-ground workers were arrested because it was told that they were getting messages to carry out protests in a certain manner that would actually create unrest in this entire country, and that is why they were arrested. And not only they were arrested, but more than 30 electronic devices, which included mobile phones, laptops, cameras, that were also seized by the special cell in the raids that were conducted yesterday, and that they are investigating on those devices as well, just to try to make sure a timeline of how the PFI was actually trying to make sure that there is massive unrest in the country after the kind of raids and the senior leaders of the PFI who were arrested by the NIA on 22nd of November. So yes, many people, 22nd of September, I beg your pardon. So yes, many such incidents have already happened, and the Delhi administration is absolutely making sure that no situation is allowed to go out of hand. and hence preventive measures are already being taken. But as of now, since the ban on PFI has happened, there is no reaction that has come from the PFI or any of its affiliate organizations. But yes, it remains to be seen what is the future course of action that they are going to take, because one thing is for certain, that they are not going to take this sitting down. They might approach the courts in this entire matter. But yes, the kind of evidences that the government has now gathered against them, because remember we saw that the offices of PFI that were raided, many incriminating documents were collected from offices of PFI across the country, be it the 2047 document which promised to make India an Islamic state, or the evidences of attack on Prime Minister Modi. All this have been already gathered, and a very strong and concrete case has already been built by the central government against the PFI. So yes, it remains to be seen how does PFI now respond to this, and what are the options that they have with them. So yes,
okay, Anshul, just stay with us for a second. I want to walk our audiences through right now on the screen behind us the reasons that the central government and the Ministry of Home Affairs in particular claim for banning the PFI. Remember, this is an action that was largely expected over the last few days. Yesterday, you saw the second round of raids across the entire country. And it was right from the first round of raids last week on Thursday that experts were already saying that the Popular Front of India was likely to be banned. Now, when it comes to the allegations that you have the Ministry of Home Affairs making, the first is that they argue that the PFI's agenda was to radicalize society. Now, the PFI claims that instead their job was to defend minorities. They came up in the 2000s as an organization in South India. They were actually formed after 3 different South Indian organizations across the states in the South, Karnataka, Kerala, etc. They came together and then formed the PFI. Now, reason number Welcome back. You're watching the morning news here at CNN News 18. As my colleague Arunima continues to bring you minute by minute updates on the big news that we're covering this morning, that the Ministry of Home Affairs has banned PFI, the Popular Front of India. Let's take a quick look at what the Ministry of Home Affairs is citing as evidence. Number one, there is the Praveen Netaru murder case. This is the case in the next few cases that we're actually going to dive the deepest into, because this took place, as you can see on your screens, just a few months ago. Praveen Netaru was a Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha leader. He was on his way home when he was hacked to death by 3 unidentified assailants. Now, on the case on the right, Kerala, November 2021, you have the Sanjeet murder case. In this case in particular, you had the police arresting, he was a RSS worker, but you had the police taking place and arresting SDPI and PFI workers. They said that they had connections to this organization. In each of the next few cases, it's a similar case. Kerala 2021, you have the S. Nandu murder case, where you see a number of arrests take place immediately after, where you have those who belong to the SDPI, the political wing of the PFI, arrested. Tamil Nadu 2019, the V. Ramalingam murder case. We're going to move go further back. Kerala 2018, the Abhimanyu murder case. And I'd just like to point out for you, notice most of these cases that we're bringing you on your screens, including the Kerala 2017 Bibin murder case, are focused down south. The PFI, over the last few years, because remember, it was an organization that started in the early 2000s. It was started after a number of South Indian Muslim groups, Islamic groups came together. Karnataka 2017, the Sharath murder case, and Karnataka 2016, the R. Rudreksh murder case. And lastly, Karnataka 2016, and we've gone now, keep in mind, 6 years back, the Praveen Pujari murder case, and in the Tamil Nadu 2016 case, the Sasi Kumar murder case. Now, my colleague Arunima is with us right now. Let's go over to her for more details. Arunima, we just walked our audiences through each of the cases that either the PFI has been involved in some capacity or the SDPI has. Could you just walk our audiences through which of these cases were the key cases, which of them our audiences should focus on in light of this big news that's coming from the MHA? All right, let's go over now to my colleague Arunima, who's with us right now. Arunima, are you able to hear me? All right, we're going to have to very quickly move on to the next piece of breaking news. It's coming in. An advisory has been issued to state police, including those in Delhi, to monitor movements of all sympathizers of the now banned organization PFI, or those directly or indirectly associated with it. This is an advisory that's come out to the Delhi police. Remember, yesterday when news first broke that arrests had taken place in parts of Delhi, including Shaheen Bagh, you'd had Section 144 that had been put out. As my colleague Anshul was telling us earlier, there was a widespread sense of support in parts of Delhi that my colleague was reporting about. Now, I believe this update that there's a need to monitor those who sympathize with the PFI. Remember, yesterday we brought you multiple accounts that came to us after the arrests that took place across Delhi. Now, the arrests themselves we were told about yesterday by my colleague Anshul, and we'll bring you more details about them. But from what Anshul told us, there were more than 32 arrests that actually took place across Delhi. And in those arrests, you saw a large focus taking place in Shaheen Bagh. Now, my colleague Arunima, who tracks the Ministry of Home Affairs, is with us right now. Let's go over to her to understand more. Arunima, an advisory that's been issued to state police that the monitoring of movements of all sympathizers is required right now. Sympathizers and those directly or indirectly associated with the PFI. Could you bring our audiences a deeper understanding of what this will actually mean on the ground?
So on the ground, the local police, like in Delhi, Anshul has been reporting that at the Shaheen Bagh office of the Popular Front of India, there is heavy police presence. More teams are coming in. Why is this happening? Because after declaring PFI and its affiliates unlawful organization, there was a second notification that was issued, and this notification under Section 7 and 8 of UAPA empowered the state government and the UT administrators to A, crack down on the funds that the PFI was receiving, and B, notify the premises of PFI as illegal. And that is the breaking that Anshul has for us as well, that there is now an advisory also that has gone to the state police. This is what Anshul is learning, asking the police men and women in all these states where PFI has been operating to go ahead and carry out monitoring of their movement. So we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll discuss that further with our colleagues on the ground. Taking a break, stay with us.
Of September, the leaders and the stakeholders of the PFI were arrested, and the raids that happened yesterday, the on-ground workers were arrested because it was told that they were getting messages to carry out protests in a certain manner that would actually create unrest in this entire country, and that is why they were arrested. And not only they were arrested, but more than 30 electronic devices, which included mobile phones, laptops, cameras, that were also seized by the special cell in the raids that were conducted yesterday, and that they are investigating on those devices as well, just to try to make sure a timeline of how the PFI was actually trying to make sure that there is massive unrest in the country after the kind of raids and the senior leaders of the PFI who were arrested by the NIA on 22nd of November. So yes, many people, 22nd of September, I beg your pardon. So yes, many such incidents have already happened, and the Delhi administration is absolutely making sure that no situation is allowed to go out of hand, and hence preventive measures are already being taken. But as of now, since the ban on PFI has happened, there is no reaction that has come from the PFI or any of its affiliate organizations. But yes, it remains to be seen what is the future course of action that they are going to take, because one thing is for certain, that they are not going to take this sitting down. They might approach the courts in this entire matter. But yes, the kind of evidences that the government has now gathered against them, because remember, we saw that the offices of PFI that were raided, many incriminating documents were collected from offices of PFI across the country, be it the 2047 document which promised to make India an Islamic state, or the evidences of attack on Prime Minister Modi. All this have been already gathered, and a very strong and concrete case has already been built by the central government against the PFI. So yes, it remains to be seen how does PFI now respond to this, and what are the options that they have with them. So yes,
okay, Anshul, just stay with us for a second. I want to walk our audiences through right now on the screen behind us the reasons that the central government and the Ministry of Home Affairs in particular claim for banning the PFI. Remember, this is an action that was largely expected over the last few days. Yesterday, you saw the second round of raids across the entire country. And it was right from the first round of raids last week on Thursday that experts were already saying that the Popular Front of India was likely to be banned. Now, when it comes to the allegations that you have the Ministry of Home Affairs making, the first is that they argue that the PFI's agenda was to radicalize society. Now, the PFI claims that instead their job was to defend minorities. They came up in the 2000s as an organization in South India. They were actually formed after 3 different South Indian organizations across the states in the South, Karnataka, Kerala, etc. They came together and then formed the PFI. Now, reason number 2 that, again, the MHA gives for banning the PFI, the Popular Front of India, is they say that the PFI is linked to terror groups like ISIS. Reason number 3 that they give, I'll just wait for a second, is they argue that it has the potential to disturb.
This is big, ladies and gentlemen. Just as the ban looked imminent, the ban has happened. The PFI, Popular Front of India, and its affiliate organizations like the CFI, All India Imam Council, Rehab India Foundation, National Women's Front have all been declared as unlawful associations under the UAPA.
It speaks about how proscribed organizations like JMP, which are a terror organization, very recently in Bhopal, we've seen it conspiring against India, and the charge is that PFI was colluding with organizations like this, and that is one of the key reasons why finally under UAPA section 3 and 4 the decision to declare it unlawful and its affiliates have been taken.
Good morning. You're watching Breaking News here at CNN News 18. It's here that we bring you breaking news stories from across the country. My name is Toya Singh. Our top story right now that we're covering right here on the show. Just a few hours ago, the Ministry of Home Affairs banning the Popular Front of India after conducting yesterday its second round of national raids against the organization. It's banned both the PFI and its affiliate organizations for 5 years. My colleague Arunima, who tracks the Ministry of Home Affairs and has been bringing us all of these developments, is with us to bring us each of these developments. Arunima, over to you.
Thanks for that, Toya. Good morning, viewers. I am Arunima coming to you live from the Raisina Hills, the seat of power as far as the central government is concerned. The Ministry of Home Affairs has invoked provisions of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act to not just declare Popular Front of India as unlawful, but also its affiliate organizations. And a subsequent notification has asked the state government and the administrators of union territories to now act under Section 7 and 8 of the UAPA to act against the funds that PFI has been receiving and also the premises that have been used by PFI. And now there is news just coming in, and this is what the opposition leaders are saying. This is the news that we have from K. Suresh. He's the Congress MP from Kerala, and he has spoken on the PFI ban, comparing PFI with the RSS, and he isn't the first one. Other opposition parties like the National Conference also have spoken about PFI and RSS in the same vein. This is what K. Suresh says: we demand for RSS also to get banned. PFI ban is not a remedy. RSS is also spreading Hindu communalism throughout the country. Both RSS and PFI are equal, so government should ban both. Why only PFI? Pradeep Pillai, my colleague from News 18 Kerala, is the one who's getting us that detail. Pradeep, good morning. So comparison between RSS and PFI, almost the same thing has been said by SDPI, the PFI's affiliate, which has escaped the ban in its press release also.
Well, good morning. Good morning. Yes, as you've been mentioning, this is not the first time that such a reaction is coming, either from the Congress or the CPM. Arunima, the Critical Suresh MP's latest soundbite says that Popular Front of India ban is not a remedy. RSS is also spreading Hindu communalism throughout the country, and he's equating both, and he's saying that both RSS and PFI are equal, so government should ban both. Now, why only PFI? Now, we heard the same statement, same bite, same reaction from M.V. Govindan, the State Secretary of the CPM. We have been hearing this very reaction from Congress leaders across the state, once again saying banning PFI is not the solution. with the RSS, which is equally communal and equally detrimental to the security and secularism of the country, should also be banned. What they fail to see or refuse to understand or comprehend is the fact that, as we have been reporting over all these days, the ban on Popular Front comes after massive raid across the nation and gathering of evidence, documentary, digital, and otherwise. And the ED, of course, parallelly coming and confirming to us the kind of financial dealings that have been happening, the kind of money that has been coming from foreign shores, the kind of funding that they have been having, all these organizations related to the Popular Front of India. I mean, what we've been reporting is that the ED has found that at least 120 crore has been pumped into the various accounts of PFI leaders or these frontal organizations. But then the Congress as well as the CPM in Kerala refuse to take the stand, and they're trying to equate the PFI with the RSS and saying that banning the Popular Front is not the solution. Even this morning, the first reaction that came from former Home Minister and former leader of opposition and former PCC President, Sri Ramesh Chennithala, once again took this very line saying that banning Popular Front of India is not the solution. RSS is equally dangerous. So why are you not banning RSS? Arunima?
Right. Right. So, Pradeep, this is politics that is happening there. But this comparison between RSS and PFI, are they substantiating it with evidence? Because the notification against PFI actually lists 10 murder cases and multiple accounts of funding discrepancies to prove that PFI must be banned. When this comparison is being made by the opposition leaders in Kerala, what is the evidence based on which they are comparing RSS and talking of RSS in the same breath as PFI?
Arunima, absolutely zero evidence. This is just politics. It's a full cry playing out in Kerala. They are playing to the gallery, if I may say so. We are looking at the vote banks. Both the CPM and Congress obviously are worried whether, if at all, they support the ban on PFI or they speak against the Popular Front of India, it might affect the minority votes on which both of them have their eyes on. Also, it is pertinent to point out at this stage that the growth of Popular Front of India, which took birth in Kerala, was not an overnight, event, or it not happened overnight. It has been on since years and years. There have been several demands, several allegations, several reports, including one by the former state police chief T.P. Senkumar, saying and listing out the kind of anti-national activities that have been happening in the name of frontal
Pradeep, just stay with us. We also have the BJP national spokesperson Shahzad Poonewala, he's with us right now. Shahzad, we have this anecdote that's coming from the Congress MP in Kerala. This is Kodukunil Suresh, but he's also the second big Congress leader, I believe, in the last few days to make a statement like this. You also had Digvijay Singh, a senior Congress leader, say RSS, PFI, ek hi thali ke chatte batte. So we're seeing the Congress and the Congress's leaders make these statements again and again. To this, Shahzad, what is your response?
First of all, the RSS was patronized by no less than Pranab Mukherjee, the former president of India, and a series of Congress leaders. If they had so much proof against the RSS, which is a nationalistic organization, they had a government for 10 years between 2004 to 14. What did they do? But that's not the point today. The point today is that Congress party time and again provides protection and patronage to terror, and especially to PFI. You would know that in Karnataka, when they had a government, they withdrew 175 cases against PFI because they had an alliance with them. In Rajasthan, they gave them a free pass to take out a march on the hijab issue in Kota. They've been hand in glove with the PFI on the hijab issue. In Kerala also, they have extended patronage despite the fact that the Kerala High Court has said that it's an extremist organization, and the PFI is nothing but an avatar of the Simi. It has links with ISIS, it has links with JMB, it has got Videshi funding to create social unrest and to divide India, to prejudicially affect the integrity and unity of this country. But why is Congress party giving a protection fire to this and doing siyasat instead of doing swagat of what has been done by the Suraksha agencies? Instead of welcoming the Rashtriya Suraksha pe itna bada kadam, they are doing rajniti on it. This is because if you see the history of the Congress party was crying copiously for the Batla House encounter terrorists. They were crying copiously and they were trying to give a clean sheet to Pakistan on 26/11, the same Digvijay Singh. They tried to give a clean sheet to Pakistan on Pulwama. They've doubted the Braves, like the Braves who were involved in the surgical strike. So, time and again to question the security forces and to give cover fire to the terrorists. And all of them do the same thing. The Samajwadi Party questioned the UP ATS when they arrested Al-Qaeda terrorists. Amanatullah Khan and the Aam Aadmi Party questioned Batla House. They've questioned the Delhi police when action is taken by the Delhi police or NIA on terrorists. The RJD has come out in defense of Simi when the Simi was banned by the Supreme Court. So all of them are actually ek hi thali ke chatte batte, which is basically the name of vote bank politics, extending patronage and cover fire to terrorist organizations like PFI, like Simi, and they have done this for time immemorial.
Right. Right. Shahzad, I mean, it's interesting that you speak about vote bank politics, because it was the same opposition which was questioning why Government of India is not banning PFI. Repeatedly, this question was asked, and today when the ban has been notified, the question is comparison with the RSS. In the context of Kerala, do you think this is specifically because there's a vote bank there? What the BJP has time and again said, politics of appeasement?
Absolutely. Arunima, somebody who covers these issues very intently, you know that the Kerala High Court no less has come out with a finding that the PFI is an extremist organization. Yet people like Omar Salim and others were provided patronage by the Kerala government instead of taking action on them. You've seen the number of jihadis that have killed nationalists in Kerala, one after the other, but no crackdown has been done on them. And you have a situation where, look, the ban was proposed by UP government, by Karnataka government, by Gujarat government. When there was a Jharkhand BJP government, they had proposed a ban. It got overturned by the High Court, but the new government of JMM Congress did not take any action on it. So this shows that the Congress, the left, want to only provide patronage and protection to PFI, not take any real action on them, and that's why they're questioning it today.
No interference.
थैंक यू। तो ये थे सफीकुर रहमान बर्क, जिनका साफ साफ ये कहना था कि अगर पीएफआई को बैन करें तो इसी तरीके की और भी संस्थाएं हैं और भी राजनीतिक पार्टियां, उन्हें भी बैन करना चाहिए। वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट निजाम अंसारी के साथ अमित कुमार सिंह, न्यूज़ 18 इंडिया, लखनऊ।
Right. So we told you, about the comment that was made by K. Suresh, the Congress leader from Kerala, comparison between PFI and RSS. Let's just show to you and play out that sound bite. Exactly what is it, the comparison? What is it that Mr. Suresh is saying? Listen it.
No, we are demanding RSS also banned. No, PFI is banning is not a remedy. So the majority RSS also highlighting these communalism throughout the country. So Hindu communalism, RSS is spreading everywhere. So RSS and PFI both are equal. So government should ban both. Why only PFI? RSS also doing the majority communalism. So that's why Government of India should ban both. Otherwise.
Shahzad, you heard the Congress leader there saying RSS and PFI are equal. But you find it intriguing that while the Government of India in its notification has actually listed evidence, they've given 10 cases of murder, listed evidence about funding and gone on to make a rock solid case. And that is what officials are telling me. That is why it took time, because they wanted to be sure about the evidence, pinning it down to Popular Front of India. But at the altar of politics, all of this seems to be getting sacrificed. Okay, I think I've lost that line with Shahzad. We'll try and reconnect. But what is the update that we have for you? The update is the politics that is now happening around the ban as far as Popular Front of India and its affiliates are concerned. There are opposition leaders who are questioning why only PFI and comparison being made between the RSS and the Popular Front of India. Just to give you an update as to what has happened since morning, early this morning, the Ministry of Home Affairs issued a Gazette notification banning PFI and the other affiliate organizations, including Campus Front of India, Rehab India, All India Imam Council and various other affiliates. The only organization associated with PFI which has not been named is the SDPI. My colleagues Anshul and Siddhant have been tracking various aspects of this. Siddhant, let me come to you first. As far as Gujarat is concerned, it is one of the three states, Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka and Gujarat, three states whose dossiers, whose evidence have been accepted by MHA as good enough to mention it while banning Popular Front of India. SDPI has not been named in there. But what is it that Gujarat ATS has found against PFI? What I'm specifically wanting you to answer is that as far as PFI's reach in Western India, in Northern India is concerned, is it as sinister, as serious as Kerala, Karnataka, Andhra, Tamil Nadu?
No, no, Arunima, not at all. They were really active in the southern part of the country. As far as the northern and western states are concerned, they were arranging arranging camps for recruitment. In fact, their membership drives were also open, especially in the states of Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Uttar Pradesh. And you know, their model was Arunima, and you know, we all have read the model in various charge sheets and FIRs that have been filed by various police forces, that they first enter one territory, then start raising local issues and start funding local NGOs and local politicians there. That's how they build their cadre at a local level. Then they raise Muslim issues related to Muslim community, and then they start sending their cadre, their members, to join major protest against Bharatiya Janata Party or the central government. This is their standard operating procedure, and this they have applied in each and every state. Now, Arunima, if you talk about Delhi riots, you talk about the Ram Navami procession that took place across the country, and you know, violent incidences take place. In all these communal clashes, PFI has been named by multiple state police forces. Also, you know, there are a couple of findings that have been mentioned by NIA in multiple charge sheets that have been filed by them. In fact, in the Easter bombings, NIA did interrogate PFI cadre. Then, if you remember, Gurudwara was attacked in Kabul in 2020, and going by the reports, one of the key accused later had links with PFI. Then, today the Gazette itself says that they had links with Bangladesh-based terror outfit. They have links with ISIS. So all these things are now in public domain, and there have been multiple charge sheets, multiple FIRs, dossiers with Ministry of Home Affairs, and also Arunima, you know, people are now raising question that why SDPI has not been banned by Ministry of Home Affairs. Now, we have been told that SDPI is a political wing, political outfit, and it is a matter. It is up to Election Commission of India to decide on the activities of SDPI. This is what we have been told as far as why SDPI
will come
is
from
not
the Election
banned.
Commission of India if that decision has to be taken.
Yeah. Yes.
Go on,
yes,
Siddhant.
Arunima.
Yes.
So PFI, you know, yeah.
Right. So, Siddhant, thank you for that update from Gujarat. Why Gujarat is significant in this coverage is because it is one of the three states, Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka and Gujarat are the three states whose evidence have been considered positively by the law officers who finally gave the go-ahead, and then the Ministry of Home Affairs notified the ban on PFI. How is it playing out in Karnataka, the second state whose evidence has been considered? Ritu is joining me live from Bengaluru. Ritu, you know, some 6 in the morning, we have been reporting about this notification, going live about what the content of the notifications are. Any reactions that you're seeing on ground, like we saw in Kerala when a day after the searches were carried out?
The PFI. So this is the state head office here located in the Benson town, where you see there's a complete silence here. No vehicle movements are being allowed unnecessarily. But yes, there's also a police deployment in and around this location of the Benson town, especially near this office. So in the visual that you're getting to see is the Popular Front of India state office, which happens to be on the first floor. So this is the exact location wherein there used to be a crucial meeting that used to be held from the PFI leaders, head leaders and all. Also from across the state as well, the big leaders used to visit this office for their crucial meetings and their plans as well. So, but meanwhile, there's a huge police deployment that we are talking about. But remember this exact location wherein when there was a raid on 22nd, that's on Thursday, there was also a protest that had erupted in the Benson town because NIA had and a joint operation had raided this location too. So there was a protest that took out where there were slogans that were being raised condemning the act of the NIA for raiding the PFI officers across the Karnataka. Therein there were also words that were being pouring out saying that there won't be any kind of evidence that they would find against their leaders and the officers as well. But herein there comes a strict action, and that is being taken against the PFI organizations and against the leaders as well. And so these are the kind of steps that we are talking about that is taking place in the Karnataka. But meanwhile, in the Mangalore as well, we saw how a protest erupted over there as well when there were raids that were being conducted against PFI leaders' houses and their offices as well. But this is what is happening right now in the Bangalore that we're talking about from the PFI head office.
Right. Right. And we have various reactions coming in, various chief ministers, starting with Himanta Biswa Sarma to Yogi Adityanath to Mr. Bommai in Karnataka. All of them had spoken about the need to take action against Popular Front of India. Now, Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde, has also spoken. Let's listen.
PFI संगठन जो है, ये जो पॉपुलेशन फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया, ये जो पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद के नारे लगाते हैं, उनको इस देश में ऐसे नारे लगाने का कोई अधिकार नहीं है। ये गृह विभाग पूरी तरह उनका बंदोबस्त करेगी और केंद्र सरकार ने जो निर्णय लिया है, योग्य निर्णय लिया है, इस देश में देशभक्तों का ये देश है, ये राज्य है, राष्ट्रभक्तों का है। यह देशद्रोही बयान किसी पर कोई कर नहीं सकता है और वो साइन भी नहीं किया जाएगा।
ओके सर, थैंक यू। शिंदे साहब, देश नागरिक
रिएक्शन पीएफआई पर ये बहुत ही स्वागत योग्य कदम है। केंद्रीय गृह मंत्रालय ने बहुत अच्छा निर्णय लिया है और पूरे प्रदेश और देश में बहुत ही खुशी की लहर है। जिस ढंग से गैर सामाजिक गैर कानूनी गतिविधियों में संलिप्तता पाई जा रही थी, पीएफआई पर रोक लगाना बहुत आवश्यक था। इन लोगों ने प्रदेश और देश के अमन चैन को डिस्टर्ब करने का कुत्सित प्रयास किया था, गैर कानूनी गतिविधियों में संलिप्त थे और इनके नेटवर्क को पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त कर देना ये हम लोगों का प्रथम कर्तव्य है। हमारी सरकार शुचिता के साथ भारत माता के प्रति समर्पित भाव से काम कर रही है, कहीं कोई दिक्कत नहीं। देश में गैर कानूनी गतिविधियों को किसी को इजाज़त नहीं है और हम लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को और मजबूत करेंगे। इसमें लगातार अमन चैन शांति व्यवस्था को भंग करने की कोशिशें हो रही थी, लेकिन हमारी सरकार, हमारी प्रशासन सतर्कता के साथ काम कर रहा है। ऐसे लोगों की निगरानी करना, उनको गिरफ्तार करना, उनके खिलाफ बड़ी कार्रवाई करना, लगातार ऐसा काम होता रहता है।
So there are political reactions coming in after this big decision by Government of India. My reporters on the ground, colleagues Purnima, Ritu, Anshul, Siddhant, they're all keeping an eye and picking up what the various state governments are saying, because there is apprehension about law and order wise what this ban will translate into. I'll go to all my colleagues, but I'm just slipping into a very quick break. Please stay right here. Coming back on this story after this quick break.
Happen on the streets of national capital, and that is the prime focus of the agencies as of now, and that is the reason why we are seeing all preventive measures being taken in the national capital just to make sure that no untoward situation arises, no sloganeering or no marches are being allowed to carried out to support the PFI as of now. Toya.
Anshul, I'd like if you could shed more of the light now on the community reactions that we've seen since yesterday. I think you were right now touching on information that we've received that a few of the people arrested yesterday were Delhi University students. But apart from that, I also believe that there were people who were considered the face of the Shaheen Bagh protest against the CA NRC from a few years ago that were also picked up during this round of arrests. Is that accurate?
So yes, many workers of the PFI were actually at the forefront of the Shaheen Bagh protest that happened during when the CA was actually passed by the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. So yes, there were workers of the PFI that were actually involved and were actually at the forefront of carrying out that entire protest, and that is the reason why we saw that the people who were arrested over the last 2 raids that happened over the last 1 week, they could actually have some involvement in that protest as well, because PFI was one of the organizations that was at the absolute forefront of it. So yes, there are people who were actually involved in this and have been arrested by the Delhi police. However, people from affiliate organizations like the SDFI have also been arrested by the police yesterday is what we are being told. But yes, SDPI has still not been banned by the government in this notification that has been issued. So that is a big question, why SDPI, which is an affiliate organization of the PFI, why has that not been banned, and what is the future course of action that the government is actually thinking to take against them. So yes, people from across PFI, because remember the raids that happened on the 22nd of September, the leaders and the stakeholders of the PFI were arrested, and the raids that happened yesterday, the on-ground workers were arrested because it was told that they were getting messages to carry out protests in a certain manner that would actually create unrest in this entire country, and that is why they were arrested. And not only they were arrested, but more than 30 electronic devices, which included mobile phones, laptops, cameras, that were also seized by the special cell in the raids that were conducted yesterday, and that they are investigating on those devices as well, just to try to make sure a timeline of how the PFI was actually trying to make sure that there is massive unrest in the country after the kind of raids and the senior leaders of the PFI who were arrested by the NIA on 22nd of November. So yes, many people, 22nd of September, I beg your pardon. So yes, many such incidents have already happened, and the Delhi administration is absolutely making sure that no situation is allowed to go out of hand, and hence preventive measures are already being taken. But as of now, since the ban on PFI has happened, there is no reaction that has come from the PFI or any of its affiliate organizations. But yes, it remains to be seen what is the future course of action that they are going to take, because one thing is for certain, that they are not going to take this sitting down. They might approach the courts in this entire matter. But yes, the kind of evidences that the government has now gathered against them, because remember we saw that the offices of PFI that were raided, many incriminating documents were collected from offices of PFI across the country, be it the 2047 document which promised to make India an Islamic state, or the evidences of attack on Prime Minister Modi. All this have been already gathered, and a very strong and concrete case has already been built by the central government against the PFI. So yes, it remains to be seen how does PFI now respond to this, and what are the options that they have with them. So yes,
okay, Anshul, just stay with us for a second. I want to walk our audiences through right now on the screen behind us the reasons that the central government and the Ministry of Home Affairs in particular claim for banning the PFI. Remember, this is an action that was largely expected over the last few days. Yesterday, you saw the second round of raids across the entire country. And it was right from the first round of raids last week on Thursday that experts were already saying that the Popular Front of India was likely to be banned. Now, when it comes to the allegations that you have the Ministry of Home Affairs making, the first is that they argue that the PFI's agenda was to radicalize society. Now, the PFI claims that instead their job was to defend minorities. They came up in the 2000s as an organization in South India. They were actually formed after 3 different South Indian organizations across the states in the South, Karnataka, Kerala, etc. They came together and
PFI continues to be our top focus, and after Congress leader from Kerala asked why RSS was not being banned if PFI was, now Bharatiya Janata Party's Amit Malviya has drawn linkages between the left front government in Kerala and the Popular Front of India. This is what he has said. His Twitter timeline has this post. It says, one of the trustees of Rehab India Foundation, in fact, is one of the affiliates of PFI which has now been proscribed. He says one of the trustees of Rehab India Foundation, now banned by Government of India, is Professor Mohammed Suleiman. He is also the national president of the Indian National League. INL is a coalition partner of the LDF. Ahmed Devarkovil, in charge of Ports, Museum and Archaeology, is the General Secretary of INL. See the terror link ? That's what Amit Malviya has tweeted. Arun Dhanta is joining me, tracks the Bharatiya Janata Party closely. So Arun, it's all out politics. If the Congress leader from Kerala was speaking of PFI and RSS in the same breath, Amit Malviya is alleging direct linkages between banned organizations with terror links and the left front government.
Well, that's right. Clear attack coming from the BJP side. Amit Malviya really digging out the details of Rehab India Foundation, which has been banned by the Ministry of Home Affairs. And in fact, in his tweet, he talks about Professor Mohammed Suleiman. He is the national president of Indian National League, which is in the alliance with the left government of Kerala, the LDF government in Kerala. And remember, Ahmed Derav Kohli, who's the minister in the government of Kerala. That is also mentioned by Amit Malviya in this tweet. And we had seen in the past, Arunima, that how the PFI people were active in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, specifically in Kerala, where various instances have been reported in which the involvement of PFI people have emerged, and therefore these are grave charges coming from Amit Malviya, straight away hitting at the government there in Kerala, because they have this minister who comes from Indian National League, whose president is the trustee of Rehab India Foundation, which has been banned by the Ministry of Home Affairs. So very serious charges coming from the BJP side on the minister which is there in the Kerala government.
Right. Arun, thank you for that. Thank you for that detail that is coming in. And to discuss the politics of this all, I have Mr. Sumant C. Raman, political analyst, also former DGP of Punjab. Mr. Shashikant is here with me. Thank you, gentlemen. Just give me a moment, because my colleagues on the ground are also getting us information. Let me go across to Purnima Murali from Tamil Nadu. Purnima, we saw how in Coimbatore there were reactions on the ground orchestrated by PFI when the searches were carried out. Now that this ban has been notified, it has been declared unlawful, how is Tamil Nadu reacting?
Well, there has been no statement yet from the Tamil Nadu government on the raids and even the banning of the PFI. In fact, the ally of the DMK, VCK, did participate in protests held by PFI, PI and Muslim organizations, while the allies of the DMK have come out in support of PFI. So far, no response yet from the Tamil Nadu government. However, in Tamil Nadu, following the raids that took place earlier, we've seen how BJP office in Coimbatore, the residences of BJP workers and RSS workers, they were all under attack over the last couple of days, and police presence in Coimbatore has intensified to ensure that no untoward incident takes place. However, we'll have to wait for an official reaction from the Tamil Nadu government. Arunima.
Right. So Purnima Murali there telling us about the situation there in Tamil Nadu. All quiet as far as the government front is concerned. And I will discuss the politics of it all. Like I said, Sumant C. Raman is here with me, political analyst. But I want to go to former DGP of Punjab, Mr. Shashikant first. Sir, this has been coming. We as internal security reporters have been hearing since 2009-2010 that Popular Front of India is treading on dangerous territory and it must be banned. It has taken so much time because officials said there's a smart organization. It was getting difficult to pin down evidence on them. But on ground zero, how do you see this ban now helping law enforcers, ensuring that the country is safe from terror?
Look, as far as the banning is concerned, I'll say, okay, it's well in time. But that is by itself is not sufficient. If you look at the history, these organizations which are banned and which work against the national interest, they've got a tendency to come up again like a phoenix. They just come up. Like what happened to SIMI? SIMI turned into PFI. And similarly, lots of other organizations, they just change their names. Now, what is needed is to keep a constant eye on this thing. Like you're saying that this particular organization was being watched for a long time now. I fail to understand why the action was not taken against it. And I was also listening into your comment that certain states have sent their papers about the banning and all those things, whereas certain other states are not. Let me make it very clear how these organizations work. These organizations always have a nerve center. They don't spread their things. They don't create so many nerve centers. Nerve center is only one. Then they go in for recruitment. And whenever this nerve centers pulls the triggers, and these other hubs, sub-hubs, they act like sleeper cells. So that effort is to ensure that this sleeper elements, sleeper cells, they just are sort of sprung into action all of a sudden, so that the governments are taken by surprise. My personal view, from my police background, from my intelligence background, is that a constant vigil will be required. And this effort, not that they have been banned, but their elements, their hubs, their sleeper cells, all over the country, they have to be identified, taken care of, and a constant vigil continue. Thank you.
Right. Right. So just want to clarify that comment about the three states, the states of Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka and Gujarat. These are three states which have been named in that notification issued by Ministry of Home Affairs, that these are the 3 states who recommended. But we've also heard from other chief ministers. Let me again point out to what Himanta Biswa Sarma has said. So there are other states too, and central agencies like NIA who have sent dossiers. But I think why the notification only mentions Karnataka, Uttar Pradesh and Gujarat is because when the law officers considered the evidence on record, perhaps evidence presented by these 3 states were considered the best of the entire lot. But having said that, you're right in saying that this is only step 1. There is lots more to be done. We have seen how even after the arrests, they managed to carry out hartals and carry out violent protests in Kerala. So there could be sleeper cells. So the law enforcer's job is not done with yet. But there is politics also that is happening on this. And on that note, let me bring in the other guest on the show, Mr. Sumant C. Raman. The politics that is happening, Congress Kerala leader asking, why are you not banning RSS? The BJP spokesperson here drawing linkages between the LDF government and PFI. Unfortunate?
Yeah, I would say it is unfortunate. Look, the demand for the ban on the PFI has come from Kerala quite some time back, and Kerala has never had a BJP government. So the communist government in Kerala has also been having issues with the PFI. The government in Telangana recently, they handed over a case related to the PFI to the NIA, took over that case. So this is not, I think that there should not be politics on this particular issue. The call for a ban on the PFI is at least 5 years old, and predominantly states of Kerala and Karnataka, southern Karnataka, northern Kerala, where the PFI has been quite active, have been in the forefront of the concerns being expressed repeatedly over the PFI. Now, the recent raids organized by the NIA may have tilted the scales in favor of the ban. I mean that evidence may have been got which necessitated the imposition of a ban. But I think the DGP is 100% right. There will just be a new name after a few months, and a new organization will sprout with many of the elements like SIMI, morphed into the PFI over a period of time. The PFI will now morph into something else.
Absolutely.
So you have to have a
Absolutely, and that was one of the apprehensions, why it took so much time, why it took so much longer to ban PFI. But I was speaking to a former Home Secretary, and he said that, we are aware that, this is the path that PFI could take. But then when your banking transactions are frozen, when your bank accounts are frozen, when all your Hawala channels and money coming in from abroad are flagged off, it is not easy in this day and age to suddenly come up with a new name and new avatar. So that is one view. We'll have to wait and see, but I'll request both of you gentlemen to hold on, because we do want to tell our viewers what this ban means on the ground as far as keeping countries safe is concerned. What does that really mean? Toya, can you take us through those details?
Absolutely. Okay, so for our audiences, we're going to show you on this board right behind me what this ban will effectively mean. The first key point, it's been banned for 5 years. This is an organization that was started in the 2000s, and it now has branched out into multiple other smaller associated organizations. That's why one of the key points here is it's important to note that associated organizations are also going to be disbanded. One key organization, for example, that will be affected is the Campus Front of India, the student wing of this organization. Now, this second point, the funding of the organizations is now criminalized. When we've been talking to Arunima and other experts on the channel over the last few days, one of the key issues that the MHA has claimed it has with the PFI is what it's called as foreign funding coming in from Gulf countries, what they called Hawala transactions. Now, as my colleague Arunima was pointing out, it'll just be much harder for those transactions to pass internationally. Now, thirdly, the PFI will no longer be able to hold protests. This is particularly important, both in the CAA NRC and in the Karnataka hijab movement that you saw earlier this year. It was well known that the PFI and its student organizations had people on the ground arguing, fighting for the community's benefits and healing those protests over there. That now won't be possible. And fourthly, the property of the PFI scattered around the entire country, from Delhi in Shaheen Bagh to Maharashtra, Karnataka, Kerala, all of this property will now be forfeited. The property that belongs to its affiliate organizations also, and there are a number of them, will all also be forfeited. And number 5, And this perhaps for an organization like PFI and for most grassroots organizations that are known for the publications they put out often on a weekly or a monthly basis, the seminars they put out, all of that now can't take place. Now, we're going to move on very quickly from this story for now, for just a few minutes. Right now, though, we're heading into a short break. Indian of the Year is where CNN News 18 every single year heralds the Indians that have shown excellence in their own category. And right here on your screens, we're asking you to help us select the Indian of the Year in the sports category. The nominees are on your screens. You can go on indianoftheyear.com to vote. Right now it's time for a short break. On the other side, we're returning to this story. It is our top story of the day.
Section 144 has been imposed in this entire area approximately 10 days ago, and for the next 2 months that is going to continue as well. So yes, the police and the administration is already taking all the preventive steps that it can take just to make sure that a situation like Kerala that we saw happening on the 23rd of September or on the evening of 22nd September, where massive protests happen over there, there was public unrest, that should not happen on the streets of national capital, and that is the prime focus of the agencies as of now, and that is the reason why we are seeing all preventive measures being taken in the national capital just to make sure that no untoward situation arises, no sloganeering or no marches are being allowed to carried out to support the PFI as of now, Toya.
Anshul, I'd like if you could shed more of a light now on the community reactions that we've seen since yesterday. I think you were right now touching on information that we've received that a few of the people arrested yesterday were Delhi University students. But apart from that, I also believe that there were people who were considered the face of the Shaheen Bagh protest against the CA NRC from a few years ago that were also picked up during this round of arrests. Is that accurate?
So yes, many workers of the PFI were actually at the forefront of the Shaheen Bagh protest that happened during when the CA was actually passed by the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. So yes, there were workers of the PFI that were actually involved and were actually at the forefront of carrying out that entire protest, and that is the reason why we saw that the people who were arrested over the last 2 raids that happened over the last 1 week, they could actually have some involvement in that protest as well, because PFI was one of the organizations that was at the absolute forefront of it. So yes, there are people who were actually involved in this and have been arrested by the Delhi police. However, people from affiliate organizations like the SDFI have also been arrested by the police yesterday, is what we are being told. But yes, SDPI has still not been banned by the government in this notification that has been issued. So that is a big question, why SDPI, which is an affiliate organization of the PFI, why has that not been banned, and what is the future course of action that the government is actually thinking to take against them. So yes, people from across PFI, because remember the raids that happened on the 22nd of September, the leaders and the stakeholders of the PFI were arrested, and the raids that happened yesterday, the on-ground workers were arrested because it was told that they were getting messages to carry out protests in a certain manner that would actually create unrest in this entire country, and that is why they were arrested. And not only they were arrested, but more than 30 electronic devices, which included mobile phones, laptops, cameras, that were also seized by the special cell in the raids that were conducted yesterday, and that they are investigating on those devices as well, just to try to make sure a timeline of how the PFI was actually trying to make sure that there is massive unrest in the country after the kind of raids and the senior leaders of the PFI who were arrested by the NIA on 22nd of November. So yes, many people 22nd of September, I beg your pardon. So yes, many such incidents have already happened, and the Delhi administration is absolutely making sure that no situation is allowed to go out of hand, and hence preventive measures are already being taken. But as of now, since the ban on PFI has happened, there is no reaction that has come from the PFI or any of its affiliate organizations. But yes, it remains to be seen what is the future course of action that they are going to take, because one thing is for certain, that they are not going to take this sitting down. They might approach the courts in this entire matter. But yes, the kind of evidences that the government has now gathered against them, because remember we saw that the offices of PFI that were raided, many incriminating documents were collected from offices of PFI across the country, be it the 2047 document which promised to make India an Islamic state, or the evidences of attack on Prime Minister Modi. All this have been already gathered, and a very strong and concrete case has already been built by the central government against the PFI. So yes, it remains to be seen how does PFI now respond to this and what are the options that they have with them. So yes,
okay, Anshul, just stay with us for a second. I want to walk our audiences through right now on the screen behind us the reasons that the central government and the Ministry of Home Affairs in particular claim for banning the PFI. Remember, this is an action that was largely expected over the last few days. Yesterday, you saw the second round of raids across the entire country. And it was right from the first round of raids last week on Thursday that experts were already saying that the Popular Front of India was likely to be banned. Now, when it comes to the allegations that you have the Ministry of Home Affairs making, the first is that they argue that the PFI's agenda was to radicalize society. Now, the PFI claims that instead their job was to defend minorities. They came up in the 2000s as an organization in South India. They were actually formed after 3 different South Indian organizations across the states in the South, Karnataka, Kerala, etc. They came together and then formed the PFI. Now, reason number 2 that, again, the MHA gives for banning
This is big, ladies and gentlemen. Just as the ban looked imminent, the ban has happened. The PFI, Popular Front of India, and its affiliate organizations like the PFI, All India Imam Council, Rehab India Foundation, National Women's Front have all been declared as unlawful associations under the UAPA.
It speaks about how proscribed organizations like JLP, which are a terror organization, very recently in Bhopal, we've seen it conspiring against India, and the charge is that PFI was colluding with organizations like this, and that is one of the key reasons why finally under UAPA section 3 and 4 the decision to declare it unlawful and its affiliates have been taken.
So that is the big focus. We're coming to you live from Raisina Hills. The Ministry of Home Affairs has taken a decision to issue a notification declaring Popular Front of India and its affiliates as unlawful organization. The only organization which is affiliated and which has not been banned is the SDPI, perhaps because it's a registered political party, and maybe the Election Commission of India will take a call on that. But that's the big news. There's a second notification from the Ministry of Home Affairs under Section 7 and 8 of UAPA. It has asked the state governments as well as the administrators of union territories to notify how the fundings for PFI and its affiliate as well as premises that they were using can be declared unlawful. So those are the developments. There are political reactions coming in as well. Politics happening over this. RSS and PFI being spoken of in the same breath by Congress leader in Kerala, Amit Malviya, pointing out to alleged linkages between PFI and the LDF government there. Let's listen in to all the politicians who have spoken on this matter.
केंद्रीय जांच एजेंसियां लगातार इस दिशा में जांच कर कार्रवाई कर रही थी और जांच के बाद जो रिपोर्ट आई उस अनुसार जो है इस तरह का फैसला लिया गया और हमारी केंद्रीय सरकार और प्रदेश सरकार भयमुक्त और आतंकवाद मुक्त समाज बनाने के लिए पूरी ईमानदारी से काम कर रही है और उसी दिशा में उठाए गए के कदम है। देखिए, निश्चित तौर पे उत्तर प्रदेश में हम एक अपराध मुक्त समाज बनाने की दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। केंद्रीय जांच एजेंसियां पूरी निष्पक्ष और ईमानदारी तरीके से काम कर रही हैं और भयमुक्त समाज बनाने के लिए ये बहुत ही ठोस कदम है और सभी चीज़ों को राजनीतिक दृष्टिकोण से नहीं देखना चाहिए। देश की सुरक्षा राजनीति से बहुत ऊपर है।
It was a long time demand by the people of this country, by all political parties, including opposition like CPI, CPM and Congress. PFI is a avatar of SIMI, KFD and PFI. They were doing all anti-national activities and time had come to ban this organization, and with lot of background work, information, cases, and this is a message for all the anti-national groups that they will not survive doing anti-national activity in this country.
कट्टरपंथी संगठन PFI पर प्रतिबंध लगा करके ये एक अच्छा कदम उठाया है और मैं ये वाज़ेह कर देना चाहता हूँ कि भारत की सरज़मीन पर आतंकवाद कभी भी पनप नहीं सकता है। पूरे भारत में वाहिद बरेलवी उलमा हैं जिन्होंने कट्टरपंथी विचारधारा वाले संगठन पर हुकूमत हिंद से प्रतिबंध लगाने की मांग की थी और आज वो मांग पूरी हो गई है। ये एक अच्छा कदम उठाया गया कि कट्टरपंथी विचारधारा के संगठन पर प्रतिबंध लगा करके हुकूमत ने बेहतर कदम उठाया है।
So that's the politics that's happening. But on ground, now that Popular Front of India and its affiliated organizations have been banned, what does it mean as far as the security of this country is concerned? The charge against PFI was quite serious, that they were recruiting for ISIS, that they were accepting funds to carry out anti-India activities, that they were training recruits to carry out terrorism as well. So that's where the charges lie. But now that it has been banned, Shashikant ji, who's the former DGP of Punjab, is here with me, sir. You were saying that this is just step one, but we saw how when the national leadership of PFI, the state and district leadership of PFI was arrested after the first round of searches by the NIA, a day later they managed to carry out hartals in Kerala specifically, and there was widespread violence. There were law and order apprehensions expressed in other parts of the country as well. Do you think this ban and the 2 rounds of detentions are good enough to give the law enforcers a respite from PFI?
No, they ain't good enough at all. Because look, what was happening there, PFI was converting its black money, tainted money, into the white money to be used openly. That was through receipts and all those things. But later on, hartal and all those things come. For that, you don't require white money. Tainted money is good and as good as the white money is number one. And secondly, I was listening to somebody talking about the fund crunch that they might be having. It appears sadly that they are not aware of the darknet or sites like P12 and Tor and all those things, where this funding can go on indefinitely, not only the funding in the arms and ammunition. This is the time that intelligence agencies don't have to stay put there. They have to go ahead, move ahead, and ensure that all these channels, all this darknet thing that they were using, I'm sure that they were using it, they're also curbed and their activities are brought to an end. Thank you.
Right. So there could be more work as far as the agencies are concerned. Yes, the ban has come about, and it was precisely for these concerns that the ban, which was being demanded by so many state agencies, central agencies, has taken so long to come, because how effective is it was being weighed. But finally, I think in all its wisdom, central government has decided to go ahead with the ban. We will continue to keep our focus on what this means, how this will translate on the ground. But I'm slipping into a very quick break. Stay with us.
Out of hand, and hence preventive measures are already being taken. But as of now, since the ban on PFI has happened, there is no reaction that has come from the PFI or any of its affiliate organizations. But yes, it remains to be seen what is the future course of action that they are going to take, because one thing is for certain, that they are not going to take this sitting down. They might approach the courts in this entire matter. But yes, the kind of evidences that the government has now gathered against them, because remember, we saw that the offices of PFI that were raided, many incriminating documents were collected from offices of PFI across the country, be it the 2047 document which promised to make India an Islamic state, or the evidences of attack on Prime Minister Modi. All this have been already gathered, and a very strong and concrete case has already been built by the central government against the PFI. So yes, it remains to be seen how does PFI now respond to this, and what are the options that they have with them. So yes,
okay, Anshul, just stay with us for a second. I want to walk our audiences through right now on the screen behind us the reasons that the central government and the Ministry of Home Affairs in particular claim for banning the PFI. Remember, this is an action that was largely expected over the last few days. Yesterday, you saw the second round of raids across the entire country. And it was right from the first round of raids last week on Thursday that experts were already saying that the Popular Front of India was likely to be banned. Now, when it comes to the allegations that you have the Ministry of Home Affairs making, the first is that they argue that the PFI's agenda was to radicalize society. Now, the PFI claims that instead their job was to defend minorities. They came up in the 2000s as an organization in South India. They were actually formed after 3 different South Indian organizations across the states in the South, Karnataka, Kerala, etc. They came together and then formed the PFI. Now, reason number 2 that, again, the MHA gives for banning the PFI, the Popular Front of India, is they say that the PFI is linked to terror groups like ISIS. Reason number 3 that they give, I'll just wait for a second, is they argue that it has the potential to disturb peace. Here they point to different moments. For example, the Karnataka hijab movement that we saw earlier this year, where you had a number of young girls come forward and say that they don't want to wear they want to wear their hijabs in classrooms. To that, as you can remember, you had a lot of people saying that the PFI was involved, the PFI student wing was involved in those protests, and that was given as a reason for proof that the PFI was actually fomenting trouble. Reason number 4, the argument that the government makes that the PFI has indulged in illegal activities. And we're going to move to reason number 5. They argue that the security of India is under threat because of the PFI. Now, remember, again, the PFI on its hand continues to argue that they are simply an organization that stands to defend the rights of minorities. We're going to move very quickly now to Anshul. Anshul is with us from Shaheen Bagh outside the PFI offices. Remember, yesterday you saw crackdowns across the country against the PFI, and one of the area of focuses was very much multiple parts of Delhi. Shaheen Bagh was in focus. Arrests took place there too. Anshul, tell us, yesterday in the arrests, you heard multiple accounts that 1 or 2 of those arrested were actually Delhi University students. What information can you give us there?
So yes, there were reports that some of the people that were arrested yesterday from the national capital, approximately 32 people were arrested from the entire national capital, from North Delhi to Northeast Delhi to Southeast Delhi as well. But yes, there were accounts.
This is big, ladies and gentlemen. Just as the ban looked imminent, the ban has happened. The PFI, Popular Front of India, and its affiliate organizations like the PFI, All India Imam Council, Rehab India Foundation, National Women's Front have all been declared as unlawful associations under the UAPA.
It speaks about how proscribed organizations like JLP, which are a terror organization, very recently in Bhopal, we've seen it conspiring against India, and the charge is that PFI was colluding with organizations like this, and that is one of the key reasons why finally under UAPA section 3 and 4 the decision to declare it unlawful and its affiliates have been taken.
And news just coming in, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has also tweeted welcoming the action by the central government against Popular Front of India and its affiliates. He has tweeted to say, राष्ट्र विरोधी गतिविधियों में संलिप्त Popular Front of India और उसके अनुषंगिक संगठनों पर लगाया गया प्रतिबंध सराहनीय एवं स्वागत योग्य है. So that is what the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh has said. In fact, UP is one of those states whose evidence has been mentioned in that notification. Pranshu Mishra is the one who's getting us that detail. Pranshu, Uttar Pradesh took the lead in cracking down when the anti-CEA protests were happening, anti-NRC protests were happening. Posters were put up and people were, it was really made difficult for them to participate in this protest. Yogi Adityanath's reaction on expected lines then?
Yes, that's right, Arunima. Yogi Adityanath's reaction is on expected lines, and I'll say rather it's a very strong reaction. In fact, he goes on to say that the ban on PFI is a symbol of assertion of New India, the New India in which any organization, any individual, terrorist organization or criminal organization, if that organization or individual is posing threat to national integration, country's harmony and security, they will not be tolerated. So I think what Yogi Adityanath has sending out the messages, he's not just welcoming the ban on PFI, he's probably on the sidelines also sending out the message that similar has been the line of action when it has come to acting against the big mafia or the people involved in the anti-CA protests way back in 2019. So clearly, Yogi Adityanath endorsing the ban on the PFI, which is of course on the expected lines, but he's endorsing it very strongly, equating the ban to the proof of the new India and the vision for which this new India stands for.
Right, but like we have been discussing, Pranshu, is this just the start of action against PFI? And for that, let me bring in Ashish Maharishi into the conversation. Ashish, we know both the NIA and the Enforcement Directorate at the central level, along with the Intelligence Bureau and various state police, the anti-terrorism squads of various state police, they have been on the lookout for PFI for some time now. Finally, the ban has come, but former DGP Shashikant was expressing his apprehension if this is just step one, because PFI is still an organization which can circumvent the ban and carry on its operations.
So, is absolutely right. Reason being that it's not about only banning in India. So, the Indian government can take action in India, but what about abroad? Because if you go through the ED charge sheet, Arunima, the funds are coming from UAE, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, and they were flowing obviously in India through Hawala channels and various other means to hide, or you can say to basically bifurcate, bypass the route of the legitimate route, you can say. But ultimately, it's basically a global phenomena where the money was coming from majorly Gulf countries into India. And these organizations are so well planned, especially in the case of there was a when the search happened, there was found that there were certain hit squads which were planning attack on BJP and RSS headquarters. But ultimately, this attack was foiled in year 2020. More importantly, these hit squads were basically, there are around 1,800 to 2,000 people. That is what the charge sheet of the Enforcement Directorate says, that there are almost 1,800 to 2,000 people who are being trained. They are being physically trained in various Gulf countries to organize attacks in India. So you can ban these individuals, you can send them behind the bars, you can stop the flow of funds.
Give me a moment. But then, these are crucial details that you're getting for us. We'll discuss that further. But let me also play out what the Madhya Pradesh Home Minister has said. Let's listen into Narottam Mishra.
PFI पर बैन लग चुका है, हमारे साथ गृह मंत्री हैं सर, किस तरह से अब यहाँ पर कार्रवाई की जाएगी?
केंद्र ने बैन लगा दिया है। मध्य प्रदेश में PFI की सारी गतिविधियां प्रतिबंधित हो गई हैं, कोई भी एक्टिविटी नहीं होगी और पुलिस हमारी लगातार कार्रवाई कर रही है। जितनी भी इनकी स्लीपर सेल हैं, उन सब स्लीपर सेलों को भी चिन्हित कर रहे हैं।
सर, अगर बात करें तो मध्य प्रदेश के आसपास उज्जैन, महिदपुर और सुजालपुर, यहाँ पर भी कई ऐसी एक्टिविटी थी और SDPI का दफ्तर शाहजहानाबाद में चल रहा था। कैसे और नकल कसी आएगी?
नकेल तो कसी थी है। कल 8 जिलों में से 21 लोग उनके गिरफ्तार हुए हैं, उनके अध्यक्ष गिरफ्तार हो गए हैं। केंद्र ने पूरे देश में कार्रवाई की। सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक जो केंद्र की थी इस बार देश के अंदर की, रात में 3 बजे एक साथ इतने प्रदेशों में करके सारे तार उनके निकल आए कि ISI से इनकी क्या संबंध थे, इन्होंने कितनी हत्याएं की हैं, किस तरह से ये आतंक विरोधी गतिविधियों को बढ़ावा देते थे। ये सारी चीजें आपको आई गई हैं, गजट नोटिफिकेशन में आ गई।
सर, अब राज्य को भी अधिकार रहेगा कि वो जो दूसरी ऐसी ताकतें हैं इन पर भी कार्रवाई और अंकुश लगाया जा सके।
बिल्कुल, जो राज्य को अधिकार है वो अपने अधिकारों का प्रयोग करेगी, पर कहीं भी इनको उभरने नहीं देगी। ये मध्य प्रदेश शांति का टापू था, है और रहेगा।
सर, दिग्विजय सिंह जी ने कहा था कि इन जैसे संगठनों के प्रति संघ पर भी कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए।
ये जाकिर नायक को शांति दूत जो दिग्विजय सिंह जी कहते हैं, आप बार बार उनका नाम लेके उनकी जो विभाजनकारी राजनीति है उस पर उंगली उठती है। अब ये कांग्रेस इसीलिए खत्म हो रही है, बस थोड़े दिन की बात और फिर ढूंढते रह जाओगे।
तो बिल्कुल, मध्य प्रदेश के गृह मंत्री हमारे साथ हैं, उन्होंने साफ तौर पर कहा है कि अन्य किसी भी इस तरह के संगठन या जो देश विरोधी एक्टिविटी करते हैं इनको मध्य प्रदेश में पनपने नहीं दिया जाएगा। कैमरा पर्सन खिलान सिंह के साथ जितेंद्र शर्मा, न्यूज़ 18 भोपाल।
PFI, Popular Front of India, and its affiliate organizations like the CFI, All India Imam Council, Rehab India Foundation, National Women's Front have all been declared as unlawful associations under the UAPA.
Agencies are telling us that there is incriminating evidence. That's why these raids had to be conducted, and subsequently their ban was initiated by the government.
State government took up this issue very seriously, and they were trying to mount a pressure on the central government to ban this organization.
Very strong and concrete case has already been built by the central government against the PFI.
This is a message for all the anti-national groups. They will not survive doing anti-national activity in this country.
देश विरोधी गतिविधियों का हिस्सा कोई भी होगा, उसके खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
Hello and welcome. You're tuned into CNN News 18 and you're watching our rolling coverage on the biggest talking point in the country. The Popular Front of India has been banned. We've seen the lead up to that since the mega crackdown on Thursday last week, and the ban has finally been placed on the Popular Front and several of its associates. Now, there are several evidences that the agencies took into account before this ban was imposed for 5 years. Here's a list of that dossier that we've accessed for you. Now, these are some of the incriminating evidences the agency believes they have against the Popular Front, which is why a ban has been imposed. The first one is this document that was recovered from a PFI affiliate's home. This is an ID making document. It's a dossier of how you can make IDs at home. That was recovered from a UP PFI leader's residence during the raids that were conducted. This is an image of a marine radio that was recovered again from the residence of a PFI leader. In fact, an SDPI chief of the Tamil Nadu, no less. Another piece of incriminating evidence that was recovered during these entire raids that were conducted was swords. You can see those weapons there right next to the Popular Front of India's flag. This was recovered from the residence of the PFI Maharashtra chief's home. This also happened during the 2-day intensive raids that took place, one on the 22nd of September and one just yesterday. Cash was also seized from several of these SDPI and PFI members. This image that you see on your screens was recovered from a PFI leader based in Bengaluru. So these are some of the lists of evidences that was gathered during these particular raids that were conducted, 2-day extensive raids. Remember, like I said, on the Thursday gone by and yesterday, at least 8-hour raids were conducted on both those days across the country. It was 13 states on Thursday, it was 8 states yesterday. That has finally led to the ban, and that decision came in early this morning. Notification coming to the fore from the MHA this morning, and in the backdrop of that ban, politics is already ensuing. We've seen several within the opposition coming to the fore and questioning this ban. They're also drawing the RSS PFI analogy, saying there is no difference between the two. If you ban the PFI, then you must ban the RSS as well. Some even going on to say that a ban on the PFI is really not a remedy. Now, the political war of words, they're only escalating, but the BJP is not going to take this lying down. Meanwhile, they are coming out and welcoming this ban. They are also hitting out at the Congress, the RJD and the left for being sympathizers of this radical outfit. Many in the BJP came out and said that these political parties have given terror patronage in the name of vote bank. This, of course, comes in the backdrop of Congress MP, nonetheless, joining the list of people calling for a ban on the RSS as well. The Congress going on to say that the PFI and banning them is not a remedy. That's not how this is going to be solved. You also need to ban the RSS as well, because they too are involved in spreading communalism in the country.
No, we are demanding RSS also banned. PFI is banning is not a remedy. So the majority RSS also highlighting these communalism throughout the country. So Hindu communalism, RSS is spreading everywhere. So RSS and PFI, both are equal. So government should ban both. Why only PFI? RSS also doing the majority communalism. So that's why government of India should ban both. Otherwise, no result.
अब आज पूरे देश में पीएफआई को बैन कर दिया गया है, क्या कहेंगे इस पर आप?
तो ठीक है, अब ये तो गवर्नमेंट की पॉलिसी है। बहरहाल हम तो इसको पसंद नहीं करते। उन्होंने जो बैन लगाया है, और भी पार्टियां हैं, वो भी सब सियासी पार्टी हैं, ये भी एक सियासी पार्टी थी, लेकिन ये मुस्लिम कौम को रिप्रेजेंट करती है, उन्होंने उन पर बैन लगा दिया। ये मुनासिब नहीं था, बैन नहीं लगाना चाहिए था, या तो फिर और पार्टियों पर बैन लगाओ। तो जब और पार्टियां फील्ड में काम कर रही हैं, अपनी बात कहती हैं, ये भी अपनी बात कह रहे हैं। अगर कोई गलत बात कह रहे हैं तो उसको अपोज करके उससे मना करें कि साहब ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन ऑफ इंडिया के खिलाफ है, लेकिन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन इंडिया के खिलाफ तो है नहीं।
बैन करते वक्त और चीज़ों की तरफ भी देखना चाहिए। बहुत सी एक्टिविटीज़ आरएसएस की एंटी नेशनल एक्टिविटीज़ हैं। हिंदू राष्ट्र की बात की जा रही है, वो जो कुछ धर्म संसद हो रहे हैं, गुरु जी बोल रहे हैं कि यहाँ मुसलमानों को और सिखों को, सारी क्रिश्चियंस को वोटिंग राइट नहीं होगा, इस तरह के कुछ चीज़ें आ रही हैं सामने, तो उनकी तरफ भी देखना चाहिए। वो भी एंटी नेशनल एक्टिविटीज़ हैं। और दूसरी चीज़ ये है कि मुल्क जो है सेकुलर थॉट के बगैर ज़िंदा नहीं रह सकता है। हमारी मुल्क की जो लाइफ लाइन है वो सेकुलर है। जब तक हर एक धर्म को, हर एक आदमी को अपना धर्म चलाने की इजाज़त नहीं होगी अपने उस हिसाब से, तब तक ये मुल्क नहीं बचेगा।
Politics over this continuing, war of words erupting between the BJP and several others. But as far as the investigation against the PFI is concerned, that has been long time coming. Siddhant and Anshul, my colleagues, join us on this broadcast.
आज सुबह भी हम लोग PFI पे गृह मंत्रालय का पहला रिएक्शन क्या है?
देखिए, मैंने कल जैसे आपको बताया था, ये NIA के द्वारा जांच हो रही थी और जिस तरह से एविडेंस मिलेंगे, ये मैंने कल भी कहा, उसी के अनुरूप ये कार्रवाई की गई है और आने वाले समय में भी जैसी सूचनाएं मिलेंगी उसके आधार पर हम कार्रवाई करेंगे।
सर रेड पे देख रहे हैं कि जो रेड में जो हुई है, तमाम ऐसे डॉक्यूमेंट्स मिले, कैसे आईजीज बनाया जाए, कैसे सीक्रेट चैट किया जाए,
इसीलिए तो खतरनाक नहीं होता तो बैन थोड़े ना करना पड़ता। बैन किया गया है तो निश्चित रूप से कुछ ना कुछ ऐसी राष्ट्र विरोधी गतिविधियों में शामिल होने का उनका प्रमाण होगा, जो आने वाले समय में NIA स्वयं आप लोगों से साझा करेगी।
कांग्रेस इसको लेकर सवाल खड़ा कर रही है कि अगर आप बैन करते हैं PFI को, तो RSS को बैन करना चाहिए।
अब कांग्रेस देखिए क्या कहती है, मैं इस पे क्या कहूँ। वो अभी उनको जो राजस्थान में कहना चाहिए वो कह नहीं पा रहे हैं। उनके पास देखिए हताशा और निराशा के सिवा कुछ भी शेष नहीं बचा है। वो ऐसी किसी भी बात के लिए जो राष्ट्र विरोधी ताकतों को मदद करने वाली हो, वो खुल करके सामने आ जाते हैं। निसंदेह ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। मैं यही कहना चाहूँगा कि राष्ट्र के निर्माण में अपना योगदान करें।
सर PFI के जो एक्टिविटीज है, PFI के लोग हैं कहीं देश में लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की सिचुएशन क्रिएट न करें बैन करने के बाद, इसके लिए गृह मंत्रालय की क्या तैयारी है?
एक सक्षम सरकार देश में है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी, हमारे गृह मंत्री जी और हमारी सरकार, हमारी एजेंसियां इतनी सक्षम है कि पूरे देश में कानून व्यवस्था, विधि व्यवस्था सारी ठीक रहेगी, ये मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं।
That was Union MOS home there, Ajay Mishrateni coming out and reacting to the politics that has also now erupted with the Congress, the left, NC and Samajwadi Party as well jumping in, drawing the RSS PFI analogy, but the BJP there and the central government completely dismissing that, focusing on this sensational development that has come to the fore as far as the banning of the PFI is concerned. Siddhant and Anshul, my colleagues, continue to be with us on this broadcast. And Anshul, we knew that this morning there was heavy deployment outside the PFI office in the national capital. Does that still stay? Has there been any activity there? Has that office been sealed by the agencies?
So yes, this office was sealed on the raids that were conducted on the 22nd of September. Since then, this office has been sealed. All the documents that were in fact inside the office has already been taken into custody by the NIA. In fact, electronic evidences have also been taken into custody by the NIA, and they're investigative upon that. And few very incriminating documents have also been found from this office, is what we are being told. Talking about the security situation in this area, I'll just move out of the frame and try and show you a bit in the visuals that police deployment is still absolutely maintained over here. The police is making sure that on one hand the traffic on this road is smooth, because this is a very congested lane on which we are standing, on which this national headquarters of PFI is. Secondly, the police is making sure that the locals in this area do not come and gather over here, because that could create a security situation in this area, because this is one of the most congested areas in the national capital. People stay very close to each other's houses, and any situation could get out of hand in a matter of seconds, and that is the reason why we are seeing the administration taking all precautionary measures that it could possibly take just to make sure that no untoward situation arises over here. Just a few hours ago, there was a flag march also that was carried out from here by the local police, trying to give out a message that yes, the police is absolutely vigilant and they would not let any untoward situation happen over here. They were basically trying to instill confidence amongst the locals that yes, no untoward situation would happen and they would not get harmed in any way or any manner. Talking about the precautionary measures that have already been taken, approximately 10 days ago itself, Section 144 was imposed in this entire area, and just a day before yesterday, Jamia Millia Islamia University, one of the universities which has seen the student wing of the PFI have a strong hold in this university, that university came out with a notification in which they went ahead and said that any student faculty should not gather inside or outside the campus for any purposes, be it marches, protests, candlelight marches or whatever. They should not gather there at any point in time, because the Delhi police will take strict action against them. So yes, the Delhi police and the local administration is taking all precautionary measures that is possible just to make sure that no untoward situation arises over here. Since morning, the situation has been very
absolutely. So the agency is there not taking any chances after the ban coming to the fore, because of the kind of protests we saw after the crackdown that was seen on day one on Thursday last week. Siddhant also continues to be with us. Now, Siddhant, you're reporting from Gujarat. It was one of the states where raids were conducted yesterday as well as in round one. Several arrests were also made from that state. Recoveries were made. But as far as the politics is concerned, we have seen the kind of reactions that have come to the fore from left parties, from the Congress MP, no less. Why is the opposition giving cover fire to radicals like the Popular Front is a question the BJP is asking.
Well, Poonam, yes, not all opposition parties, but yes, some of them have reacted strongly to the ban on PFI. Because they have to say that since this organization used to raise issues of Muslim community, so it has been banned by the central government, which is being run by Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, Poonam, point here is that this ban has not happened in a sudden manner. BJP has been in power since 2014, and they could have banned this organization. If it had been a political witch hunt, then they could have banned this organization many years before. But this ban is coming at a time when they have evidence before them, when they have dossiers before them, when they have multiple charge sheets. And in fact, the charge sheets that have been filed by NIA, charge sheets filed by the multiple state police force indicates at PFI's violent activities. Now, give me some time, Poonam, to explain. One of the key member and the chairman, Oma Salam of PFI, is under suspension for one alleged foreign trip. Also, one diary was recovered by NIA during the raids, in which sinister plot of civil war being planned by PFI was exposed. Now, P. Khoya, the other senior functionary of PFI, right. He was also once the member of SIMI and now a part of National Executive. So, say the cadre of PFI is ex-SIMI, ex-NDF. Now, this cadre used to run, senior functionary used to run PFI in the country, and going by the reports of NIA, they have very clearly stated that that they were inspired by the radical Islam Islamic propaganda,
Right.
and they used to hide it under the human rights facade, and
Right.
they used to do a lot of charity, lot of human
So
rights
that
work,
garb
and this
really
is how
of
they
the
used to
Popular Front
camouflage.
being an NGO, being a group that actually helped people, that helped the community, that garb, that ruse of the Popular Front really has been busted today, and which is why a ban has been imposed on them. This ban is going to be imposed on them for at least the next 5 years. There perhaps will be a review after that. But for now, the big development that has come to the fore early this morning, which you heard first on CNN News 18, was that the Popular Front of India and several of its associates, several of its affiliates have now been banned. They have been deemed illegal and unlawful under the UAPA Act by the central government. That was the big move that came to the fore from the central government, from the Home Ministry, and a notification to that effect came to the fore. Mr. Arvind Kumar Jain, former DGP, also now joins us on this broadcast. Thank you so much for speaking with us here and taking out the time, Mr. Jain. We have seen that a ban on the PFI really was in the making. This is not an overnight decision. A watertight case was being built against them for several months, if not years. The last 1 week was really the precursor or the lead up to what was imminent. We saw the kind of raids that happened in 13 states on day one. Yesterday, there were 8 more states. So the attempt of the central government, of the agencies, was that they build a watertight case before they impose a ban so that they have all corners covered.
Yes, a watertight case was being prepared, and that's why it took a lot of time. Nationwide raids in several states. The agencies were able to gather some very important documents connecting PFI to anti-national activities of imparting training to youth to kill people, and regarding hawala transactions and so many organizing parades from this money. Kerala, it is very prevalent that parades are being organized, training camps are being organized, killings are being organized. So it's a very well thought out ban, and I think they might put up a battery of lawyers at Supreme Court level, High Court level, but I don't think they are going to get a stay, and it is for 5 years. But the agencies will have to keep up pressure on PFI and all its organizations which have been banned. Offices should be sealed, bank accounts should be seized, and there should be a crackdown on their office bearers, and only then it will serve the purpose.
Absolutely, and that crackdown has already begun, because even though we are expecting, Mr. Jain, for a legal battle or a legal hurdle against this particular decision, the fact of the matter is the top leadership of the Popular Front has already been put behind bars. That happened on day one of those raids.
Yes, you are absolutely correct, but there is second rung, there is third rung. There are lakhs of followers of this organization. You can ban, you can impose Section 144, but compliance of Section 144 is a difficult job, and it has to be done. Otherwise, it will become a mockery. So if PFI has been banned, its sister organizations have been banned, then there has to be a massive crackdown, and it should be seen that really those organizations have stopped functioning. And that is most important part. And state agencies, ATS units, state police forces and central agencies will have to enforce it.
Right, Mr. Jain, do stay on with us, because I just want to put this in perspective for our viewers, what really this ban means. Now, remember, the Home Ministry has come out and banned the Popular Front of India for the next 5 years. But here's what it actually means. Here are the implications of what is going to happen for the next 5 years. As far as the PFI is concerned, the membership is criminalized. So if you are part of the Popular Front of India, if you're an office bearer, if you're a functionary of the party, then you are a criminal. The forfeiture of property is going to happen. So all of your property, be it offices, your residence, be it the places where you held your meetings, all of those are going to be sealed by the central agencies. No more protests can be organized by the Popular Front of India, irrespective of the issue. They are now an illegal, unlawful organization. They cannot hold these protests. They also cannot hold donation drives. They cannot have seminars. That is another big implication of this particular ban coming into effect. They can no longer publish any material in their name. They cannot try and gain sympathy with any publication or make any allegations. Those publications are banned now that there is a ban on the organization itself. Their bank accounts are also going to be frozen. So all of the money that they have collected in the garb of actually trying to run an NGO or what they have been claiming all these years, all of that is now going to be under the scanner. They have no access to the money that is there in multiple of their accounts. Their properties, their offices are also going to be attached by these agencies. Some of them have already been sealed over the last 2 days where the raids were taking place. They also are going to have travel curbs on the office bearers. So several of the functionaries, several of the office bearers who are still not behind bars, who have not been arrested by the agency, they are going to be now facing certain restrictions as far as travel is concerned. They cannot leave the country without prior permission. They cannot travel on their whim. Even as we put that in perspective for our viewers, we are getting some breaking news coming in and political reactions only escalating by the minute. Because now the Indian Union Muslim League has also reacted. They have come out and welcomed the ban if it's reasonable. But they too coming out and making the RSS analogy, going on to say that we have to fight the RSS too in a secular way, and a ban really may not be the way forward. That's the reaction coming in, the latest one at that. The politics, remember, over this is only escalating. We've seen several within the Samajwadi Party, the National Conference, and even a Congress MP who came out and said that the ban is not going to be solving problems. It's not the remedy. A sentiment that has been echoed by an MLA of the Indian Union Muslim League as well. Now, Kerala is a state where the PFI really has its hotbed. We've seen the kind of raids, the kind of arrests that have taken place from the state of Kerala. The left government there has often been accused by the BJP of going soft or sympathizing with the Popular Front of India, ensuring that it flourished in the state. An MP from Kerala now, an MLA from Kerala now, I beg your pardon, coming out and saying that if the ban is reasonable, it's fine, but going on to cast doubts of whether or not the ban is actually reasonable, even going on to rake up the fact that it was SIMI earlier that was banned, but it took many more forms. The PFI also emerged later as a new avatar, so ban really is not going to be the be-all, end-all of it all. Pradeep Pillai, my colleague, now joins us for more on this. And Pradeep, we've seen the kind of reactions come to the fore politically. Another MLA from Kerala there going on to say that a ban really can't be the solution because perhaps in a new avatar the PFI will re-emerge.
Absolutely. This has been the stated stance of both the Congress leaders as well as the CPM top leaders, saying that a ban is not the solution, and also trying to equate the Popular Front of India with the RSS. And many Congress leaders, as we broke earlier in the day, Kodikkunnu Suresh MP, also said that the PFI ban alone will not solve the problem. RSS is equally dangerous, and RSS should also be banned if the government's intentions are very clear and transparent. So that is the kind of reaction that we heard. We heard from Ramesh Chennitala, former Home Minister, former PCC President. We heard from V.D. Sadishan, the present opposition leader, took a slightly different stance in the sense he first openly supported the ban. That is one difference that we saw from the Congress rank, where V.D. Sadishan, the present leader of opposition and Congress leader, he said, yes, he welcomes the ban, but then he said all communal forces should be treated and handled in the same manner. Right. So basically, it is politics at play in Kerala.
Right, Pradeep Pillai, thank you so much for getting us the very latest as far as the political fight that's brewing down there in Kerala is concerned over the ban on the Popular Front of India. My colleagues Purnima and Pranchu continue to be with us on this broadcast, and we here on CNN News 18 are getting you the scale of this entire crackdown, the scale of what this ban really means for the Popular Front and its affiliates across the country. Remember, this decision came to the fore from the Home Ministry early this morning. And Purnima, coming to you first, we've seen how right after the crackdown, there was some kind of resistance, there's some kind of pushback that was seen from PFI and SDPI cadres on ground. We saw protests that broke out in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now that the ban has been imposed on them, are we seeing similar kind of scenes there today as well?
Well, Poonam, this is the headquarters of the PFI office in Chennai. You can see heavy police deployment, barricades to ensure that PFI workers don't enter. Initially, they were planning to hold a press conference, but because it's heavily barricaded, because of the police presence here, they are trying to ensure that no one enters this place except for revenue officers. No one else from the PFI is allowed. Therefore, the press meet stands cancelled, and PFI members here say that they will fight the case legally and not stage protest today. Till yesterday, we've seen protests breaking out on the one side. On the other side, especially in Coimbatore district, we've seen how the BJP office, BJP workers' residents, RSS workers' residents were all under attack in the aftermath of raids. And now, with the banning of PFI, at the moment they say that they will take the case legally and not stage any protests. That's the word that's coming in at this point in time, even as the Tamil Nadu government so far has not issued a statement or taken a stance on the banning of the PFI. Poonam.
Right, do stay on with me, because as far as the MHA ban is concerned on the Popular Front of India, the notification makes it clear that there were 3 states that recommended this particular ban, that recommended this sort of crackdown and action on this organization. And Pranshu, Uttar Pradesh was one of those 3 states. We've seen the kind of reactions come to the fore from several of the politicians, several of government functionaries there in Uttar Pradesh welcoming this particular ban. And the link between the PFI, its affiliates, and with Uttar Pradesh and several cases there is pretty undeniable as per agencies.
CFI সমস্ত অফিস সিল কৰাৰ কাম ইতিমধ্যে আৰম্ভ হৈ গৈছে আৰু তেওঁলোকৰ এক্টিভ কেডাৰ সকলক এৰেষ্ট কৰিবৰ কাৰণে মই ইতিমধ্যে নিৰ্দেশ দিছোঁ এনআৰসিৰ সময়ত বিশেষ আন্দোলনৰ সময়ত আৰু গৰুখুটি এই দুইটা ঘটনাৰ সময়তে PFI আৰু CFI ৰ কলংকিত হস্তক্ষেপ আমি অসমত দেখা পাইছিলোঁ ৰাজনৈতিক দলসমূহে স্যাৰ এই বিষয়ত দেখি কোৱা যে এই বিষয়ে এউডিটে অসমত গ্ৰহণ কৰি অহা দেখিবলৈ পোৱা গৈছে মই আজিৰ দিনটোত এইটোৱে ক'ম যে ভাৰত চৰকাৰে PFI আৰু CFI SDFI বা গোটেইখিনি তেওঁলোকৰ এছ'চিয়েট সংগঠনক বেন কৰাৰ যি সিদ্ধান্ত লৈছে এইটো সময়োচিত সিদ্ধান্ত সাহসী সিদ্ধান্ত ভাৰত চৰকাৰ ইয়াৰ বাবে অভিনন্দনৰ পাত্ৰ
That was Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma there welcoming the ban on the PFI, going on to say that the crackdown was already underway in Assam and that will be only intensify against the cadres in the state there. Pranshu continues to be with us. We're also getting you an on-ground report from several of the states in the country where PFI functionaries were raided last week and this week as well. All my colleagues are getting us the very latest from across the country, and we will be getting you the scale of this entire operation and the implications and ramifications of this ban. But starting with you, Pranshu, as far as Uttar Pradesh and the PFI is concerned, the linkages between the state and the organization is pretty undeniable in several cases, is what the agencies believe, which is why Uttar Pradesh was one of the 3 states that recommended to the central government that a ban must be imposed immediately.
Yes, that's right. In fact, Uttar Pradesh has already in the past recommended that PFI should be banned, and the fact that intelligence agencies were getting this input that the organization, which is primarily has roots in southern Indian states, was trying to expand its base in Uttar Pradesh, and the fact that 26 districts have been raided over the period of past 4 or 5 days, and around 57 people have been arrested from Uttar Pradesh, most of them being the senior office bearers of the PFI in Uttar Pradesh, that clearly proves that PFI was clearly on course to establish strong roots in Uttar Pradesh also. So at the moment, we didn't see, that sort of backlash coming in from PFI workers after the arrest as we have seen in southern India. But the fact that 57 people were arrested, that clearly means that the organization was well in shape, and it would not have taken much more time before, it could have actually made strong inroads as far as the population here is concerned. And that's the reason why UP government in the past has already recommended for the PFI ban. We are also getting these reports, post-ban this morning, that some more raids are being conducted in western Uttar Pradesh town of Bijnor, and probably few people have also been picked up for questioning. So more details are awaited, but following the ban, the state government and the police is clearly on a very high alert to ensure that, nothing untoward or no protest or violence takes place across any district of Uttar Pradesh.
Absolutely. Do stay on with me. This crackdown is underway against the PFI across the country. And Preeti, my colleague, joining us for what's the latest in Assam. And Preeti, we just heard the Chief Minister of the state going on there, not just to welcome the ban on the Popular Front, but also go on to say that we will intensify crackdown and action against PFI and its affiliates in the state. Are we going to see more raids happening against the PFI in Assam in the near future?
Yes, definitely. As far as the Chief Minister of the state has recently spoken about the banning of PFI, he has particularly stated about intensifying the operations and sealing the offices in entire state, the PFI offices in the entire state, now that the organization is banned. And again, time and again, he has been mentioning about the banning of the organization PFI, and he has also stated about how their involvement became very prominent during the CAA protest, when they tried to actually intensify certain things to the crowd and create some disturbances in the society, basically in the entire state. Some communal tensions they wanted to create, they tried to create. And also about the Gorokhuti incident, he has been time and again saying about how he has been demanding the ban of PFI. It's a long time now, and has congratulated he has not just welcomed the decision, but also congratulated the government for banning the organization today.
Right, my colleagues getting us the very latest as far as this big sensational development that has come to the fore early this morning. And CNN News 18 is your destination for all the latest updates as far as the ban and its implications are concerned on the Popular Front of India. Not to forget the politics as well. I request all my colleagues to stay on with us, because even as we slip into a quick break, I just want to give our viewers a quick reminder to not forget to vote for your favorite sports person, the athlete that you feel deserves to be the Indian of the Year. Sports, the nominees are on your screens. All you have to do is go on to indianoftheyear.com and cast your vote. Time for a quick break here on this edition, but lots lined up for you. Don't go anywhere.
Years ago that were also picked up during this round of arrests. Is that accurate?
So yes, many workers of the PFI were actually at the forefront of the Shaheen Bagh protest that happened during when the CA was actually passed by the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. So yes, there were workers of the PFI that were actually involved and were actually at the forefront of carrying out that entire protest. And that is the reason why we saw that the people who were arrested over the last 2 raids that happened over the last 1 week, they could actually have some involvement in that protest as well, because PFI was one of the organizations that was at the absolute forefront of it. So yes, there are people who were actually involved in this and have been arrested by the Delhi police. However, people from affiliate organizations like the SDFI have also been arrested by the police yesterday, is what we are being told. But yes, SDPI has still not been banned by the government in this notification that has been issued. So that is a big question, why SDPI, which is an affiliate organization of the PFI, why has that not been banned, and what is the future course of action that the government is actually thinking to take against them. So yes, people from across PFI, because remember the raids that happened on the 22nd of September, the leaders and the stakeholders of the PFI were arrested, and the raids that happened yesterday, the on-ground workers were arrested because it was told that they were getting messages to carry out protests in a certain manner that would actually create unrest in this entire country, and that is why they were arrested. And not only they were arrested, but more than 30 electronic devices, which included mobile phones, laptops, cameras, that were also seized by the special cell in the raids that were conducted yesterday, and that they are investigating on those devices as well, just to try to make sure a timeline of how the PFI was actually trying to make sure that there is massive unrest in the country after the kind of raids and the senior leaders of the PFI who were arrested by the NIA on 22nd of November. So yes, many people, 22nd of September, I beg your pardon. So yes, many such incidents have already happened, and the Delhi administration is absolutely making sure that no situation is allowed to go out of hand and hence preventive measures are already being taken. But as of now, since the ban on PFI has happened, there is no reaction that has come from the PFI or any of its affiliate organizations. But yes, it remains to be seen what is the future course of action that they are going to take, because one thing is for certain, that they are not going to take this sitting down. They might approach the courts in this entire matter. But yes, the kind of evidences that the government has now gathered against them, because remember we saw that the offices of PFI that were raided, many incriminating documents were collected from offices of PFI across the country, be it the 2047 document which promised to make India an Islamic state, or the evidences of attack on Prime Minister Modi. All this have been already gathered, and a very strong and concrete case has already been built by the central government against the PFI. So yes, it remains to be seen how does PFI now respond to this, and what are the options that they have with them. So yes,
okay, Anshul, just stay with us for a second. I want to walk our audiences through right now on the screen behind us the reasons that the central government and the Ministry of Home Affairs in particular claim for banning the PFI. Remember, this is an action that was largely expected over the last few days. Yesterday, you saw the second round of raids across the entire country. And it was right from the first round of raids last week on Thursday that experts were already saying that the Popular Front of India was likely to be banned. Now, when it comes to the allegations that you have the Ministry of Home Affairs making, the first is that they argue that the PFI's agenda was to radicalize society. Now, the PFI claims that instead their job was to defend minorities. They came up in the 2000s as an organization in South India. They were actually formed after 3 different South Indian organizations across the states in the South, Karnataka, Kerala, etc. They came together and then formed the PFI. Now, reason number 2 that, again, the MHA gives for banning the PFI, the Popular Front of India, is they say that the PFI is linked to terror groups like ISIS. Reason number 3 that they give, I'll just wait for a second, is they argue that it has the potential to disturb peace. Here,
welcome back. Breaking news now coming in. The politics over the ban on PFI is only escalating, and now the Karnataka BJP has put the Congress in the state in the dock, questioning DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah for why they haven't commented yet on the ban on this radical organization, asking them if they are afraid of losing their vote bank. Remember, it's election year in Karnataka, and it looks like this is going to be an election controversy as well. Ritu, my colleague, now joins us for more on this. Ritu, we've seen the political fight over the ban on PFI only escalate, but as far as Karnataka is concerned, the BJP now asking why the Congress leadership, DK Shivkumar and Siddaramaiah in the state, are silent.
Yes, exactly. You see, there's another kind of a controversy that we are getting to see with the ban of the PFI in the India, and especially in the Karnataka. You see, the PFI, the ban has been a long time discussion in the Karnataka, because right after Praveen Nataru's murder case as well, it was the Congress party and their leaders who started taking in a way steps and digging at the BJP party and their leaders for not being able to take care of their own party members, especially the BJP Yuva Morcha members who were working for their own party. So that's when we saw how the leaders had come out to speak about the BJP party's steps being taken to take in the safety of their own members. But therein also it was another BJP party and their members who had spoken about that the party will not step back from taking the stricter action, no less than a UP model as well. If there is a need, they will bring out that kind of a model too, and they don't want to listen to what the Congress party or the leaders have to say at it, because yes, it's a big organization which is functioning not only in the Karnataka but throughout India, and thus the moreover decisions also laid in the central government hands. So that's when the BJP party members also started talking about the pressure that they wanted to mount on the central government as well. So they had promised their party members with all that, not hearing to what the Congress leaders had to say. But there was some sort of a mocking from the Congress leaders, especially from the former CM Siddaramaiah against the BJP party. But therein now you see the BJP party is replying to the Congress, Karnataka Congress unit for kind of a step that they have taken, and they are saying that we have proved it to what we have stood by.
Right now, the BJP has also retweeted an old tweet of Siddaramaiah back from August, if I'm not mistaken. And in that particular tweet, Siddaramaiah had questioned the BJP for not acting against these organizations or against riots.
Yes, so you see in the tweet as well, the former PM Siddaramaiah in fact happened to question the BJP party saying,
Right, sorry to interrupt you there. Shankara Guha of the Congress party is now with us on this broadcast. Thank you, Mr. Guha, for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. How do you respond to this? The BJP asking why the top leadership of your party in the state is silent.
They have no rights to question us for any matter. It is 8 years since they are in power. Whatever action has been taken, too much of blame game has happened and too much of criminalization. Now, whatever you have done, we welcome it. Anybody working against the interest of the nation and our people must be punished in accordance with law, with the strictest and the most stringent act. We welcome this. Please do a thorough, unbiased investigation. And, generally BJP is just involved in hyping up this and bringing in a communal angle to this. Don't do that. Allow the investigating authorities to do their job, bring out the truth and punish every single person, irrespective of their caste, color, creed and party affiliation, who is working against the national interest and against our people. Don't communalize this. Don't blame game this. What you have done is very late, but still we welcome what you have done. Get into action mode and stop talking.
Right, Mr. Guha, do stay on with me. BJP's Pramila Nesargi is also with us on the phone line. And Ms. Nesargi, if you heard what Shankara Guha of the Congress was saying, that better late than never, yes, we welcome it. But you have been silent yourself for 8 long years. Why now try to claim credit and create communal controversy, especially in the state of Karnataka, by questioning the leadership of the Congress?
So I just want to tell you, this is how they have been doing it since long. It is the Congress party which withdrew the cases filed against the PFI. And it is Mr. Siddaramaiah's government and the cabinet and Mr. Jayachandra, who was the then law minister, who withdrew all the cases against the PFI, nearly more than 200 cases. What has happened, against the opinion of the law department and the home department, that they did it by themselves. Who has been encouraging all these things? It is these people. They have been suffering because of the inaction for the past so many 8 years. At least now the order has been passed and there's a ban on PFI. It is these Congress people who have to shut their mouths and allow the investigation to take up and action to be taken against those persons who have committed all these offences. It does not lie in their mouth to say, keep quiet. Who are these people to say, keep quiet? We have been keeping quiet for the past 8 years, and this is the result. We have lost Mr. Rudresh, we have lost Praveen Pujari, we have lost Harsha. How many people we have lost Hindu people? And there is a threat to not only to the individuals and the Hindu religious heads, but also the entire nation. They are Rashtra Drohis. And the persons who are abetting this crime are the Congress people and their government, Mr. Siddaramaiah and their cabinet minister. They're not advisors. High time they shut their mouths and keep quiet. And let them not abet the offences. Let them keep quiet. Allow the law to take its own course. Let these organizations be banned. If there were any other organizations who are indulging in the same state of affairs, let the Congress come out and say openly, yes, we cooperate. These are all the persons who are indulging. Let those organizations also be banned. That is what we expect from the Congress people.
Right. Ms. Nesargi, do stay on with me because Shankara Guha of the Congress is also with us on this broadcast. And Mr. Guha, if you heard what the BJP has to say, that the Congress can't point in the other direction, and that's something that BJP nationally is also accusing you of, that there are several instances across the country where the Congress party has seen to be soft on the PFI and its affiliates.
Now, let me tell you, using words like shut up and things are not good for a senior person like Pramila Madam. Anyway, having said that, anything out of communalism is out of syllabus for BJP. So, they will get flabbergasted. They will not be able to answer. The thing of pointing at each other, if they found something in what we have done, they should have reopened the cases. Who asked them not to? If they have found anything substantial, let them open it. Let them investigate, punish the culprits. Who is preventing them from punishing all the culprits involved. I am telling you time and again, sir, 30 murders in the last 3 years, not even a single conviction, other than bringing in communal issues, other than making every single possible into a communal fight and talking, they do nothing. Pramila Madam should realize that you have to stop talking. We will shut up. We will listen to you and shut up. You also have to shut up and work. You talk and do no work.
Right, Mr. Guha and Mr. Sargi, do stay on with us on this broadcast, because the political fight over this is only escalating with each passing minute, in fact. And Karnataka Congress also has just taken to Twitter to respond to the BJP, really, as far as this entire controversy goes. And like what Shankara Guha has also been saying, the Karnataka Congress on Twitter welcoming this particular ban on the PFI and any other organization that seems to sowing hatred, disturbing peace or harmony in the society. That perhaps should answer the BJP, who's asking the Congress party in the state to respond as to why they are silent so far. And even as the political war wars that escalates now, all taking place on Twitter, Mr. Guha, I want to ask you, is this going to be the new controversy that we see in the run-up to elections in the state?
See, I told you, for BJP, every opportunity they get, they will use it to bring in a communal angle to it. Because they have nothing else to talk. And as I said, they will get flabbergasted if you talk to them about something else. They have no development, there is no women's safety, there is no jobs created, there is nothing happening here. Other than communal issues to fight the elections, they have nothing. Obviously, they will use it, but we are not going to react for any of their actions. The people of the state are watching, our senior leaders are watching. We have reacted in the most dignified manner every time they try to instigate us. We are going to remain silent and let's see what the investigation happens, and let us wait and watch. But we are not going to fall into their communal trap, and I am requesting through your medium, through your channel, to the people of our state not to fall into any sort of communal trap.
Right, Shankara Guha and Pramila Nesargi, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. The political fight only escalating, while the Congress says it's better late than never, welcoming that the ban is finally happening, but it should not be communalized, it should not be used as a political tool. Now, Karnataka BJP General Secretary has hit out at the Congress and all of those who are drawing the RSS analogy with the PFI. Taking to Twitter, and I quote, "Today the whole world is speaking about RSS. Other countries want to build organizations like the RSS. It is a very disciplined organization. RSS is another name for a patriot. Once you want to ban the RSS, must be banned first." That's the response coming to the fore from the BJP as far as calls being made to ban the RSS as well. Now that the Popular Front of India is banned, Congress MP from Kerala, leaders from the Samajwadi Party and the National Conference as well had come out to draw this analogy between the Popular Front and between the RSS, accusing both organizations of spreading communalism and hatred in the country, asking the BJP to now ban the RSS as well now that the PFI is banned. The BJP now hitting out at all of those who are drawing that analogy. The politics over a ban on PFI continuing with each passing minute. Karnataka seems to be the epicenter as of the moment, given that it is also election year in the state. This perhaps could become another controversy as far as politics in the state is concerned in election season. Karnataka has had its link with the Popular Front of India in several cases, in multiple murder cases, in the violence in Bengaluru a few years ago as well. The role of the SDPI and the Popular Front was under investigation. Several of their functionaries and cadres were also arrested by the law enforcement agencies there. BJP has often accused the Congress of going soft on the PFI and on the SDPI. Let's listen into a reaction coming in from the BJP.
ಇಡೀ ಜಗತ್ತೇ RSS ತರ ಸಂಘಟನೆಯನ್ನು ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ದೇಶಗಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಡಿಸಿಪ್ಲಿನ್ಡ್ ಆರ್ಗನೈಸೇಷನ್. RSS ರೆಡಿ ಫಾರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ಲೆಸ್ ಸರ್ವಿಸ್. ಯಾವುದೇ ಸಮಾಜದ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಯಾವುದೇ ಸಮಾಜದ ರೋಗ ರುಜಿನಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ನಿಸ್ವಾರ್ಥವಾಗಿ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಜಗತ್ತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಂಬರ್ 1 ಸಂಘಟನೆ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಅದು RSS. ದೇಶಭಕ್ತಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಹೆಸರು ಅದು RSS. ದೇಶಭಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಲಕ್ಷಾಂತರ ಕೋಟ್ಯಾಂತರ ಜನರನ್ನು ದೇಶಭಕ್ತರನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಾಣ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದು RSS ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ದೇಶಕ್ಕೆ ಭಾಳ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಆ ಹಿನ್ನೆಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ RSSನ ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರನ್ನ ಮೊದಲು ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
The political fight there only escalating as many in the opposition are drawing the RSS PFI, I beg your pardon, analogy. The BJP responding to that allegation. With that, it's time for a quick break here on this edition, but lots lined up for you on CNN News 18. Don't go anywhere.
Carrying out that entire protest, and that is the reason why we saw that the people who were arrested over the last 2 raids that happened over the last 1 week, they could actually have some involvement in that protest as well, because PFI was one of the organizations that was at the absolute forefront of it. So yes, there are people who were actually involved in this and have been arrested by the Delhi police. However, people from affiliate organizations like the SDFI have also been arrested by the police yesterday, is what we are being told. But yes, SDPI has still not been banned by the government in this notification that has been issued. So that is a big question, why SDPI, which is an affiliate organization of the PFI, why has that not been banned, and what is the future course of action that the government is actually thinking to take against them. So yes, people from across PFI, because remember the raids that happened on the 22nd of September, the leaders and the stakeholders of the PFI were arrested, and the raids that happened yesterday, the on-ground workers were arrested because it was told that they were getting messages to carry out protests in a certain manner that would actually create unrest in this entire country, and that is why they were arrested. And not only they were arrested, but more than 30 electronic devices, which included mobile phones, laptops, cameras, that were also seized by the special cell in the raids that were conducted yesterday, and that they are investigating on those devices as well, just to try to make sure a timeline of how the PFI was actually trying to make sure that there is massive unrest in the country after the kind of raids and the senior leaders of the PFI who were arrested by the NIA on 22nd of November. So yes, many people 22nd of September, I beg your pardon. So yes, many such incidents have already happened, and the Delhi administration is absolutely making sure that no situation is allowed to go out of hand, and hence preventive measures are already being taken. But as of now, since the ban on PFI has happened, there is no reaction that has come from the PFI or any of its affiliate organizations. But yes, it remains to be seen what is the future course of action that they are going to take, because one thing is for certain, that they are not going to take this sitting down. They might approach the courts in this entire matter. But yes, the kind of evidences that the government has now gathered against them, because remember we saw that the offices of PFI that were raided, many incriminating documents were collected from offices of PFI across the country, be it the 2047 document which promised to make India an Islamic state, or the evidences of attack on Prime Minister Modi. All this have been already gathered, and a very strong and concrete case has already been built by the central government against the PFI. So yes, it remains to be seen how does PFI now respond to this, and what are the options that they have with them. So yes,
okay, Anshul, just stay with us for a second. I want to walk our audiences through right now on the screen behind us the reasons that the central government and the Ministry of Home Affairs in particular claim for banning the PFI. Remember, this is an action that was largely expected over the last few days. Yesterday, you saw the second round of raids across the entire country. And it was right from the first round of raids last week on Thursday that experts were already saying that the Popular Front of India was likely to be banned. Now, when it comes to the allegations that you have the Ministry of Home Affairs making, the first is that they argue that the PFI's agenda was to radicalize society. Now, the PFI claims that instead their job was to defend minorities. They came up in the 2000s as an organization in South India. They were actually formed after 3 different South Indian organizations across the states in the South, Karnataka, Kerala, etc. They came together and then formed the PFI. Now, reason number 2 that, again, the MHA gives for banning the PFI, the Popular Front of India, is they say that the PFI is linked to terror groups like ISIS. Reason number 3 that they give, I'll just wait for a second, is they are...
Welcome back, Amit. The crisis in the Congress party as far as Rajasthan is concerned. Chief Minister of the state, Ashok Gehlot, is likely to meet Sonia Gandhi today. In that meeting, perhaps a final call is going to be taken on when his nomination will take place, if at all that happens, for the race of the Congress's chief. Remember, the 2 national observers who were in Jaipur for less than 24 hours, perhaps, submitted their report to Sonia Gandhi yesterday. They have recommended action not against Ashok Gehlot, but against 3 of his aides for the rebellion that was seen on the day the CLP meeting was to take place in Jaipur. Pallavi Ghosh, senior editor, now with me live for more on this. Pallavi, Ashok Gehlot likely to meet Sonia Gandhi in the national capital later this evening.
That's right. There are 3 people we know that we put out yesterday, Shanti Dhariwal, as well as Mahesh Joshi, and of course Dharmendra Rathore. They are the ones who are facing that show cause notice. No action against Ashok Gehlot. So today we are going to see the Rajasthan Chief Minister come across to Delhi. He's expected to be here for the next 2 to 3 days. Of course, an important meeting coming up with Sonia Gandhi. Will that mean that the desert storm blows over? He's going to be all forgiven and all is going to be well? Because what his office is also telling us is he's likely to file his nominations on 29th or 30th. So there's no clarity on that. But this is something which also depends on the kind of signaling he gets from the top Congress leadership. Are they still upset with him? Because Mrs. Gandhi certainly was when she did speak to the observers and she asked them that why did he have to do it. Now, if you look at the 9-page report, nowhere does it mention categorically that Ashok Gehlot is to blame. But by inference, it's very much there because the MLAs who did not turn up for the CLP meeting, the MLAs who are facing the show cause notice, all of them are believed to belong to the Gehlot camp.
Right now, we do know that Ashok Gehlot has spoken to Sonia Gandhi in the past as well, in the last 24 to 48 hours, where he actually went on to attempt a face saver of sorts, as some would say, where he said that I was caught unawares as well. I did not expect for the kind of rebellion or the stunt that we saw in Jaipur to actually take place. If he actually ends up filing the nomination after the meeting with Sonia Gandhi today, perhaps that defense has been accepted by the party top brass?
Yes, and in fact, interestingly, Sachin Pilot too is here in the national capital. In that brief conversation he had with Mrs. Gandhi, he told her that we don't mean to show any disrespect to the High Command. Whatever they say, the party leaders always do that. It'll be interesting to watch whether he files his nomination papers. But what some people within the Congress party tell me is that is no guarantee he's going to win. So is there going to be yet another twist in the tail? Is there a lesson going to be tried to be taught to Ashok Gehlot in case he loses the elections, that you are not indispensable and you're as vulnerable just as anybody is? You know, so I think there's still a twist in the tail. We can expect this saga to go on for quite some time, at least till the 19th, when there's going to be a clarity completely on who really is going to be the president of the Congress party.
Absolutely. Do keep a track of what comes out of that meeting between Ashok Gehlot and Sonia Gandhi. For the moment, Pallavi, thank you so much for getting us that update. Staying with Rajasthan though, more news coming in because it's not just the Sonia Gehlot meeting that is taking place today. We're given to understand that State Minister Shanti Dhariwal will be meeting Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot as well, perhaps before Ashok Gehlot makes the trip to the national capital. This of course comes in the wake of the show cause notice that is expected to be issued to Shanti Dhariwal in the wake of the observer's report that was submitted to Sonia Gandhi yesterday. Remember, Shanti Dhariwal, close aide of Ashok Gehlot, was the man who hosted the meeting of 70 to 80 MLAs at his residence at a time when the CLP meeting was to take place. He was the one who said that we will not accept replacing Ashok Gehlot with Sachin Pilot or anybody from Pilot camp. After that particular meeting is where 76 MLAs tendered their resignation to the state speaker. He has now been show-caused by the Congress party after the observer's report that was submitted to Sonia Gandhi. But he seems to be now making a last-ditch effort to save face. And Akash is with me for more on this. Akash, that meeting is expected between Mr. Dhariwal and Gehlot before Gehlot leaves for the national capital?
Exactly, and you see this development is coming after the particular program where we are learning that Gehlot would be leaving for Delhi and he may meet Sonia Gandhi this evening. And Shanti Dhariwal is one of the most important person in the politics of Rajasthan. This is what they say. And also talking about this particular person, so he is the one at whose house this meeting of MLAs happened. And at this point in time, we are learning that after the show cause notice, he'll be meeting Gehlot first, and after that only Gehlot would be leaving for Delhi. So this is an important piece that is coming before Gehlot is going to leave for Delhi. And also, talking about the particular disciplinary action, so there are total 3 MLAs, to which the show cause notice has been issued, and in this show cause notice, a 10-day time has been given to these MLAs to show the cause as to why they were involved in such an activity where a CLP meeting was called and they did not attend that particular meeting. However, they, parallelly they attend a different meeting of all those MLAs.
Right.
So at this point in time, while talking about the politics of Rajasthan, this meeting, and after that we are expecting that Gehlot would be leaving for Delhi. Also, it is important to mention that Sachin Pilot as of now is in Delhi only, and after that Gehlot would be leaving for Delhi, and the overall focus would be shifted to Delhi from here in Jaipur.
Meetings happening in Jaipur and in the national capital as well. Akash, do keep a track of what comes out of the Gehlot Dhariwal meeting, but for the moment, thank you so much. With that, it's a wrap from me on this edition, but news and updates continue here on CNN News 18, and Griha takes you forward with those.
This is big, ladies and gentlemen. Just as the ban looked imminent, the ban has happened. The PFI, Popular Front of India, and its affiliate organizations like the PFI, All India Imam Council, Rehab India Foundation, National Women's Front have all been declared as unlawful associations under the UAPA.
It speaks about how proscribed organizations like JMP, which are a terror organization, very recently in Bhopal, we've seen it conspiring against India, and the charge is that PFI was colluding with organizations like this, and that is one of the key reasons why finally under UAPA section 3 and 4, the decision to declare it unlawful and its affiliates have been taken.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for staying with CNN News 18. I'm Griha Siddiqui. Let's begin this broadcast with some breaking news that we are getting at this hour. The politics over the Popular Front of India ban continues. Now, the All India United Democratic Front leader Rafiqul Islam has said that the Home Ministry has taken a hurried decision to go ahead and ban the PFI. My colleague Preeti joins us for more on this. Preeti, we have been bringing to fore all the voices from various political parties all through the country ever since this 5-year ban on PFI has been announced. Now, the AIUDF has also joined in the fray. They are saying that this was a hurried decision. Any basis to this statement? Preeti, if you can hear me? We seem to have lost that link with Preeti. We'll try and connect back with our reporter on ground. However, this is what we are breaking for our viewers at this moment. We are being told that the AIUDF leader, Rafiqul Islam, has gone on to say that the Union Home Ministry, with this ban that has been announced on the Popular Front of India for 5 years, has gone ahead and taken a hurried decision. This is the argument that is coming from the AIUDF. Remember, AIUDF is the strong political party that functions out of Assam. After the BJP and the Indian National Congress, AIUDF is one of the largest political parties, especially in the state of Assam. Now, this particular reaction coming in from one of its leaders, and that too, Mr. Rafiqul Islam, of course, speaks volumes about the kind of politics that will be seen played out in the days to come. Ever since early this morning, the ban on the Popular Front of India for 5 years was announced. Remember, at about 6:30 a.m., we broke this story that the government of India has banned the Popular Front of India and its affiliates. And ever since that development has come to fore, we are seeing these reactions beginning to come in. Some of the other political outfits are also going ahead and claiming that why not go ahead and ban the RSS, because RSS has also been very, very privy to a lot of things where violence really has emanated. Others go ahead and try to take the politically correct route by saying that this was an evident thing that needed to happen. Now, the latest reaction that has come in, this is by AIUDF leader Rafiqul Islam. Now, he's saying that this was sort of a hurried decision. Remember, we're talking about raids on PFI members and its leaders that happened for 2 days. The first one was across 13 states in the country that was actually presided over by the National Investigative Agency. There were over 108 PFI leaders and members that were nabbed in that raid. The second one happened yesterday along 8 states of the country where there were more arrests that were made. Before this, there was a hartal call by the PFI on Friday where we had some violence that emanated because of that hartal, and of course there were so many questions raised on the Popular Front of India. Now we are seeing another political reaction coming in on this story. My colleague Preeti is back with us on the broadcast. Preeti, this reaction by Rafiqul Islam, of course going ahead and staying in line with the kind of political furor and reactions that we have been seeing since the morning that we broke this story of the ban on PFI.
Yes, we have spoken to Rafiqul Islam, who is an AIUDF leader, and he has stated that because the investigation was on, he wants to say that after the investigation, if the PFI was banned, the organization was banned, they would not have had much problem. But now he says that it is a hurried decision taken by the government, and he has said that somehow Himanta Biswa Sharma, the Chief Minister of the state, is also trying to play politics in the name of PFI because the Chief Minister of the state, Himanta Biswa Sharma, has been saying about the PFI involvement in Gorukhuti, and Rafiqul Islam today has denied PFI involvement in Gorukhuti or any kind of terror module that has been busted. He stated that he doesn't have any connection with PFI, but the Gorukhuti incident, it was the innocent people of Gorukhuti who were actually, they were homeless, for which they actually went against them and started protesting. And he has said that there are other organizations along with PFI who are actually trying to create communal religious tensions among the people. He has named Hindu Parishad, and also he has named certain other organizations, and he has stated that even those organizations should be brought under
All right, Preeti.
tracker.
So that reaction coming in from the AIUDF, we will see how politics continues to play out over this ban on the Popular Front of India. Meanwhile, we're getting some more breaking news. Let's take a look at that. We also have Congress Party's official response now. The Congress Party has said that the party has always been and will continue to be against all forms and types of communalism. Majority, minority makes no difference to the Congress Party. The Congress's policy has always been to fight uncompromisingly all the ideologies and institutions that abuse religion, for polarizing our society, that misuse religion to spread prejudice, hate, bigotry and violence. My colleague Pallavi is joining us on the broadcast for more on this. Pallavi, an official statement that has finally been released by the Congress Party, once again staying on the lines of religious harmony, democracy that the country stands for.
Yes, and I think the Congress is also trying to make it very, very clear to those voices within the party who seem to be suggesting that the PFI ban is only because of elections and therefore the ban doesn't really mean much. See, this is always going to be a tricky issue. There has been evidence which has been given to the government, and the government has been doing those searches which we have been seeing, and the raids which comes out with very, very hard, unclenching evidence which goes on to show that PFI actually was stoking trouble in the country, and how the entire narrative was being used along religious lines at times to threaten the national security of the country and also target some of our senior leaders as well. In that sense, the Congress statement comes across very strongly, very harshly, and also politically wanting to be on the right side.
All right, Pallavi, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. So a statement there finally by the Congress Party over the ban on the Popular Front of India. They are claiming that the party has always stood for religious harmony. Now let's look at this other piece of breaking news that we're also getting on the broadcast. The Congress leader Rashid Alvi has backed the Popular Front of India. Now he says that no such incident has come into light which can put question mark on the Popular Front of India. He's also gone on to call it political game by the centre.
PFI अगर इतनी खौफनाक खतरनाक संगठन है तो अभी तक पाबंदी क्यों नहीं लगाई थी? PFI का कोई भी ऐसा वाकया हमारे सामने नहीं आया जिस पे सवाल या निशान लगाया जा सके। ये दिसंबर का चुनाव है, गुजरात और हिमाचल और मेघालय, और उसके बाद फिर चुनाव है। चूँकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी आने वाले समय में ये चुनाव जीतने वाली नहीं है, इसलिए PFI पे पाबंदी लगाई गई है।
My colleague Pallavi continues to be with us on the broadcast. Pallavi, while you were talking about how this seems to be a very, very tricky subject, Congress party treading on caution, but not so much with this statement that has come by Rashid Alvi.
I think Jairam Ramesh's comment is also to address those voices within the Congress party who are going to be sounding wishy-washy as far as the ban on the PFI is concerned. There are two things which are happening over here. There are some like Rashid Alvi who are questioning why this ban now, why not earlier, and is it only because of an eye on elections in Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh and later on in Karnataka? And of course there are some who are also saying that why not have a ban on the RSS as well. Jairam Ramesh at least wants to send that record straight as an official statement on behalf of the Congress party condemning that activities of the PFI and saying in a sense that this kind of ban is justified because anyone who tries to stoke trouble in the country should not be allowed to flourish. But at the same time, I think the point also which he would want to make to many of his party colleagues is do not make a statement which comes across as the Congress party going soft on the ban on PFI, because that is something which walks into the agenda or the ammunition of the BJP, because the BJP has often accused the Congress party of indulging in divisive politics, also being against national interest. That's been a very, very weak wicket of the Congress party.
All right. All right, Pallavi, thank you so much for joining us with all those details. Of course, the reactions by the Congress party seem to be varied, where one of its leaders is saying that this ban should not really have gone ahead and done. Now, let's take a look at the dossier that we have managed to actually get here on the broadcast. This is the incriminating proof against the Popular Front of India that we are talking about. Now, this is what the dossier really says. ID making document. This is what has been recovered, and this has happened from Uttar Pradesh, and this is by one of the PFI leaders' houses, residences, where this dossier really was recovered. So that is one thing. Also, marine radio was recovered from the SDPI chief in Tamil Nadu. So you have looked at Uttar Pradesh. This has happened in Tamil Nadu. Of course, the third thing is that swords, weapons at Maharashtra PFI president's house was also recovered. So these are all incriminating evidences that have been recovered. Cash was seized from Bengaluru PFI leader. We can also see this kind of cash that was also recovered. Obviously, there are a lot of people who given zakat money to the Popular Front of India for the betterment of the minority community. All of that is coming into play here. Let's actually quickly go to my colleague Anshul, who's been tracking all the developments vis-a-vis this ban. Anshul, thank you so much for joining me on the broadcast. We were talking about the incriminating evidence that was recovered that has actually led to the ban on the Popular Front of India. 5-year ban is what they're looking at over here. How foolproof is this? And of course, now that the government has been planning this for 5 years, there were documents that were seized, and NIA was also there. 2 back-to-back crackdowns led to this ban.
So yes, the government this time around has made a foolproof plan to incriminate PFI, because remember the noises to ban PFI has been coming up for the past many years. But this time around the government has made a foolproof plan to make sure that the PFI is banned in such a manner that it could not come back, or the order of the government or the notification of the government could not be challenged in the courts. That is why we have seen that after finding incriminating documents against the PFI, where it was said that India should be a Muslim country Islamic country by 2047, that was recovered in one of the raids. Also from here, where I am standing at the PFI headquarters in the national capital, many incriminating documents were also seized from here. Not only documents but also electronic evidences such as mobile phones, computer laptops and cameras were also seized from here, and all that is under investigation by the NIA right now. Also in Shaheen Bagh, very close to where I am standing, was the raids where yesterday happened, and one person was arrested from Shaheen Bagh itself. So yes, the government has made a foolproof plan to make sure that the PFI doesn't, if at all PFI decides to go to the court to challenge this decision by the government, they do not stand any chance because of the kind of evidences that the government has managed to get. Also, the government has also gotten the evidence where a document has been found by the investigating agencies, where an attack on Narendra Modi was also also being planned. So all these documents have been formed, and this is the basis of the kind of action that we have seen being taken against the PFI. If I could just show you in the visuals over here the ground situation, if you could see the police officials are already present over here, because Griha, Shaheen Bagh is a very congested area and the PFI has a lot of support over here is what we are being told, and that is the reason why the police and the administration is taking each and every precaution. You see police officers deployed over here. Just a few hours ago, a flag march was also conducted over here just to instill confidence amongst the people that no untoward situation would be allowed to happen over here, and if things go out of hand, they could be gotten in control in just a few seconds. Also, Section 144 has been imposed in this entire area, which means that no one is allowed to carry out any sort of protest or gather to protest in any form or any manner. So yes, the administration on one hand is taking each and every step to make sure that no untoward situation arises. On the other hand, the central investigating agencies have made a foolproof case against the PFI, which is going to be very, very difficult for the PFI to challenge in front of the courts, because the kind of documents
get in voices from the ground. Let's see what the people really have to say. Do they know what is happening, closer to their societies where they reside in Shaheen Bagh? I'll come back to you. Meanwhile, we're getting some breaking news on the broadcast. We are being told now that senior Congress leader Siddaramaiah has responded to the PFI ban. He has said that any organization which creates disturbance in the society must be banned, and we have to object to it. Now, in fact, we don't have an objection to the ban, is what Siddaramaiah has gone on to say. He also, in the same breath, takes on the RSS. He claims that RSS too is disturbing the peace in the society, and there must be an action against them as well. My colleague Ritu, who's brought us that exclusive piece of information, is joining us on the broadcast. Ritu, while on the one hand, Siddaramaiah is one with the idea of banning an outfit like the Popular Front of India and any kind of extremism that might emanate from the Indian soil. However, in the same breath, he's also talking about how RSS also is an extremist outfit.
Yes, true. You see, there has been a long time discussion over the banning of PFI organization in the Karnataka, because a couple of incidents that had taken place in the couple of months itself, there was a lot that was being discussed against an organization like PFI, because all these cases have been have been suspected of having links with the PFI, SDPI and the other organization. Since then, the state government was been very much strict about it and had also given a word out to the BJP Yuva Morcha members as well, saying that they will look up to their security and ensure that this kind of activities will not take place right after the Praveen Natharu murder case too. So right after that, you'd see that, this whole controversy also taking a political colors, wherein you see former CM Siddaramaiah entering into the controversy and also the other leaders entering into the controversy and saying that why does not this state government, BJP government in specifically, ban PFI at the earliest. Now, yes, there was this discussion previously wherein they were raising questions against the BJP party, questioning when will they ban such organization which create disturbance in the society. Now, now a step has come in of a ban on a PFI organization. Now, you see the Congress leaders are questioning the timing of the ban, saying that why did the state government take this long to mount pressure on the central government, and then a central government coming out with a ban after a long time. So this is something that we are getting to see in the Karnataka between Congress party and the BJP party. And apart from that, the second point is about the RSS organization, where you see the Congress leaders say that they are alleging that RSS organization is also part of many communal violences in the Karnataka, and thus there should also be a ban on the RSS organization too, while other organizations are being considered and banned. So with all that, you see the BJP leaders, what they have to say is that the RSS organization believes completely in serving the society, and in fact has set an example for the other organizations across the country, to come up with such an organization and keep working for the people day in and day out to serve the society. So that's what the BJP party have to say to defend the RSS organization. But on the other side, it's the Congress leaders who are saying that if you have banned PFI organization, why don't you ban RSS organization as well?
All right, let me take this across to my colleague Arunima, who is also joining us on broadcast. Arunima, to build that case against the Popular Front of India, one argument was about the Hindutva activist murder. 4 murders that were also cited that happened in the recent past. So, do you think it was a case foolproof enough, considering the kind of incriminating evidences that have been nabbed? And of course, these various political voices also claiming a ban on RSS that must be done.
I couldn't hear you very clearly. I think there are network issues here. But talking about the evidence, if that's what you wanted to
yes, please
know,
go ahead. Yes.
Popular Front of India has been at the crosshairs of the agencies for almost 10 years now, more in fact. And when I spoke to some former Home Secretaries on whose table that Popular Front of India ban file and those dossiers starting with National Investigation Agency and various state police, those files came to their tables. And when I asked them this morning, why has this taken so much time? The straight answer was that, it was getting increasingly difficult to pin down the crimes that were happening to the organization. And this is what various intelligence bureau officials have also told me, that PFI is headed by people who are legally very sound. They know the Indian law, the Indian constitution very well, and therefore they are exploiting those loopholes, making it even more difficult for law enforcers to pin the crime down on them. You might think that a particular person is associated with PFI, but unless you can prove on paper that that person actually paid a membership fees or is noted somewhere as a member of the Popular Front of India, how do you really pin the blame down to that organization? So that is what has taken so much time. And now in at least evidence submitted by 3 states, that is Uttar Pradesh, Gujarat and Karnataka, Government of India felt that it had enough evidence to go ahead with this ban. They have listed at least 10 murder cases and also various cases of funding and association recruitment for ISIS in that notification. Home Ministry is hoping that when this matter goes to the UAPA tribunal, because that's the legal process, they will have to prove their evidence in a court. So they're really hoping that the tribunal will uphold the ban, but the PFI is bound to give them a tough time, as they had so far.
Arunima, also the fact that they are planning to go ahead and ensure that any such political outfit or an outfit to the tune of the Popular Front of India doesn't really spring up in the near future. Of course, banning its affiliates and other organizations are in line with the same ban. However, this is a 5-year ban that we are looking at. What happens after that?
So first step first they will have to go to the UAPA tribunal and get the ban upheld, and then there will be monitoring of their activities. If they continue like CME, continue to be underground, then perhaps 5 years later they can come back and challenge the ban. Legally that is possible. But on the ground, again to give CME's example, what have we seen? When you ban an organization, they lie low for some time. Their entire leadership, it appears, is in custody. But then fresh leadership springs up, like in the case of PFI, Mr. Salam provided the chairmanship with other top leaders like Mr. Koya, Abu Bakr and others. Now they are all in custody, but there are still a few absconders. Lookout notices have been issued by NIA. Are these absconders going to lie low and provide leadership while they are away from custody? That remains to be seen. What about funding? Funding is the real worry. A former DGP of Punjab, Shaheen Bagh, was speaking to us a short while back and said that, just banning bank accounts, freezing bank accounts and banning donation that is coming in from abroad may not help. You'll have to keep a watch on the dark web as well, because those routes are also used by terror and anti-national organizations to continue their funding route. So as per former police officers, current intelligence bureau experts and officials, this is just step one. There is a long way to go before you can safely say that the country has avoided the terror reign that PFI was allegedly trying to strike.
All right, Arunima. So, Arunima, they're explaining for our viewers what this PFI ban for 5 years really mean. Let me break it down for our viewers here. Now, we are looking at membership that has been criminalized. So, PFI, the SDPI and affiliates, of course, the members of that front will be criminalized. Forfeiture of their property. Of course, all the properties that has been associated with the members and leaders of the Popular Front of India stands forfeited. They can't organize protests. Remember the kind of protests that states like Kerala and Karnataka have seen, and the huge gathering that has seen, or for that matter, this hartal that happened on Friday, the kind of gathering that it saw, all of that has been banned. Now, seminars, donations, all of it stands banned. Of course, there's a thin line over here, sifting through people who are actually giving money for the upliftment of minority also really gets muddled into it. How does the government and the national investigation sift to it is the big question. No more publications. That is also something that is part of this bank. The bank accounts remain frozen, like Arunima was mentioning. So all the money that they get through various means, whether it is in the country or overseas, that's frozen. Properties, offices, all have been attached by the probe agencies. Travel curbs on office bearers. So all the PFI leaders and office bearers cannot travel out of the country. That is something that this ban is looking at. I also have my guest who's joining me on the broadcast, Dr. Monica Verma, who's a strategic affairs expert, joins me. Dr. Verma, thank you so much for being a part of this discussion. We are looking at the ban on the Popular Front of India for 5 years. However, one important question, the PFI was set up for the upliftment of the minority community. That essentially was the idea at the onset. So there were a lot of people, a lot of unsuspecting members of the minority community who given their money for the benefit and upliftment of the community. What happens to that money? How does the investigation agency really try to get that out, or probably get an acceptance, or probably that sort of word is put out there that their funds are being misused?
I think that's kind of an agenda that PFI had in the beginning. It was Students' Islamic Movement of India that was banned, and a certain section of that banned organization had joined PFI, and their intentions were very clear from the very beginning that they want to radicalize the minorities in India, and a certain minority to be precise. And people who were donating for PFI thinking that they are actually meant for upliftment of the people, I feel sorry for them today, but we live in a country where there are activists who have collected money to provide COVID relief to people of that minority community, but they have ended up using around 12 crore of those donations for their personal interest. And I think living in a country like that, where people have always been very gullible in donating to such causes, but ultimately they turn out to be just fronts for certain terrorist organizations, that's a very worrying thing. So for PFI, specifically, I would like to say that people who donated to PFI thinking that it's going to uplift their society, they must realize that what the government notification is saying today about PFI, it has got links with JMB from Bangladesh and ISIS, which is a global terror organization. All of us know what does ISIS stand for. And there has also been a money trail that has been established between PFI and certain foreign organizations who want to spread, disturbances in the country. So knowing all that, and since MHA has gone on record to use these cases, and they haven't just acted on the basis of one single case. UAPA is a very serious law, and it's used only in a very, very, rare circumstance. So I think people at large must realize, please do not donate your money to anyone who's trying to uplift the society. Donate it to your own cultural or religious organizations, maybe at your individual level, but please stay clear of organizations like the PFI.
And when we talk about this 5-year ban on the Popular Front of India and its affiliates, do you think just in order to ensure that organizations like this are not set up in future, this really is a foolproof step, or do you think there is more that needs to be done?
Well, India being a democracy, we can't really be thinking on those terms that, no organization should be set up, because it's a fundamental right in our country for every community. And I'm pretty proud of that, that our constitution gives right to every single community, and especially the minorities, whether they are linguistic minorities or religious minorities, to set up their own institutions. And I think that's a good step for any democracy to have. But how the way in which this PFI ban is going to work is, it's going to work in a prohibitive way, that people who want to utilize PFI, example to create such other examples of spreading radicalization in the country would at least be they'll at least think twice before starting something like this. Okay. But looking at that PFI has been getting, and the firefighting and the defending that countries' mainstream politicians have been doing since the last 3-4 days, it's a worrying thing, because when you look at someone like AIUDF or someone like a Congress spokesperson defending PFI, then that becomes a very worrying thing, because on one hand you have actually got very sensible and moderate Muslims who don't want anything to do with PFI. They'll never come on record to defend PFI. In fact, they are the ones who've been consistently raising
demand to ban the PFI. In fact, in the own panels that I've been attending, there have been different people who have been representing the Islamic organizations, and they said that PFI should be banned as soon as possible. But the way AIUDF and certain Congress leaders have been defending PFI, I think that's a very worrying thing, and we must definitely call them out and not accept what they're saying.
So, Dr. Verma, we will actually discuss what is the argument that they are making vis-a-vis organizations like RSS as well. But before I go to that, let me actually cut to this report that my colleague Akash has filed for us from outside the PFI office in Jaipur. Let's take a look at that first, then I'll come back to my guest.
In an early morning notification, Ministry of Home Affairs has put a ban on Popular Front of India. Well, I'm standing outside the state office of this particular organization, and you can see the lock on the passage that has been put on this particular door. This ban, in fact, is coming after the developments where we got to know that investigating agencies have raided several offices of Popular Front of India. In fact, several leaders who were arrested because of their alleged involvement in unlawful activities. And if I can show you these messages, these posters, you can see ED RSS ko hathiyar banana band karo, rashtravyaapi virodh pradarshan. So these were the kind of activities that PFI used to get involved in, and that's the reason why a ban has been put on this particular organization. Also, we have been given to understand the office bearers of Popular Front of India used to sit on the 3rd floor of this particular building, and as far as Rajasthan is concerned, so this organization was very much crucial because we have seen a lot of politics over Popular Front of India in the past few months, where BJP in fact alleged that Congress is somewhere promoting the public meetings of this particular organization.
And we're getting some more breaking news on the broadcast. Now, Samajwadi Party leader Ahmed Jami has responded to the Popular Front of India ban, and he has said that by banning the PFI, government wants to threaten Muslims. That's the reaction that's come in by the Samajwadi Party.
सरकार दो काम करना चाहती है। एक तो ये है कि पूरे देश में महंगाई पर, किसानी पर, स्वास्थ्य पे, शिक्षा पे, डेवलपमेंट पे कोई चर्चा ना हो। दूसरा ये कि पूरे देश में इसके जरिए ध्रुवीकरण का काम 2024 के लिए किया जाए और इस देश में मुसलमानों को इसके जरिए डराने का, धमकाने का काम किया जाए। प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपसे तो पूरे देश में कोई डरता नहीं है, ना आपकी किसी पुलिस से कोई डरता है। सवाल ये है कि जो पूरे देश में युवाओं का, छात्रों का, शिक्षकों का, महिलाओं का, आंगनवाड़ियों का, किसानों का जो विद्रोह आपकी गलत नीतियों की वजह से चल रहा है, वो तो रुकने वाला नहीं है। तो 2024 का जो आपका सिंहासन है, उसको खाली करिए, जनता आगे बढ़ रही है।
My colleague Pranshu is now joining me on the broadcast. Pranshu, with reactions like what Mr. Ahmed Jami has just said, even the Muslim community will not be able to dissociate themselves from extremist organizations, even if they feel like. I mean, leaders need to exercise some kind of responsibility just for making a political statement. They just can't shoot from their mouth.
Yes, that's right. In fact, Ahmed Jami, I think he's trying to tread the middle line. He's not outrightly denouncing this ban on PFI, but he's trying to draw out the political rationals, or he's trying to make political allegations against BJP on this issue. So the argument from this, coming from Samajwadi Party leader, will not be acceptable for many. The reason being that, if PFI is involved in anti-national activities, it needs to be banned. Any organization who is involved in such activities, it needs to be banned. Now, trying to say that, this ban has been done with a political purpose, keeping an eye on 2024 elections, trying to create some sort of Islam-phobia or Muslim-phobia, and try and distract the national debate from other core issues, as the Samajwadi Party leader says. So I think this is an attempt on the part of the Samajwadi Party to try and play a middle ground on this entire issue. They are not ready to openly endorse and appreciate the government on this particular move, and therefore they are also trying to hit out the government by suggesting that there might be a political motive on the minds of BJP's top leadership behind imposing a ban on PFI. It's not just a simple case of PFI being involved in anti-terror activities, but a larger political narrative has gone behind imposing a ban on PFI.
All right. Let me actually bring in my guest, Dr. Verma, who continues to be with us on the broadcast. Dr. Verma, we were just talking about the kind of political reactions that have come in ever since this ban really was announced by the government of India on the PFI. One argument that is a uniform argument with the opposition is why not ban outfits like the RSS, because that also is borderlining extremism.
I have been myself noticing, that there's a false equivalence being drawn between RSS and PFI. What I don't understand is that, the MHA notification has been pretty clear about the reason for indictment of PFI. So, A, you never see any RSS functionary involved in terrorist acts. So, there are documents that the government has supported while leading an action on the PFI that they can always go through. So I don't think, A, there is any linkage between global terror organizations like PFI has. So it's Karnur has joined ISIS. They've went on to conduct terror operations in different countries. Also, the Karnur has linkages with JMB, which is a Bangladesh-based extremist Islamic organization. And secondly, the money trail. If you look at the last 1 year and the activities of PFI, whether it is the hijab controversy or instances of violence in Kannur or Karoli, there have been many times that money trail has been traced by the ED. And it's not just the NIA, which was the part of this action against PFI. ED was also involved, which has the expertise in tracing the money trail. And importantly, all these organizations which PFI consists of, the Campus Front of India and so on, have been receiving money on quite an active basis from abroad. So that needs to be taken into account. Drawing a false equivalence with RSS is not going to serve any purpose, because...
But Dr. Verma, I mean, we have to look at the argument that the opposition also is making. We have seen how the RSS functionaries were involved in, let's say, a blast like the Nanded blast. Of course, it was proven, and that was something, if you do not call it a terrorist activity, then what is that? I mean, obviously, if we are looking at the Popular Front of India, we have to also see the other narrative. That's something that's also only reasonable.
But if disparate acts of political violence are a ground to call them terror organizations, then there are many, political parties that have indulged in indiscriminate violence. And I think the best example is the 2021 Bengal violence that took place. So I think there's a difference between political violence, which cannot be, can't be wished away in a political society like India. Although, as someone who believes in peace, I would really wish that politics becomes more mature and there is a more civilized dialogue. But political violence is a part of our society. We've seen on ground, how all the different political parties at one point or the other have been a part of such kind of violence. But what differentiates PFI is that, it's linkages with the global terror nexus, and that's where it becomes an issue of not just political violence but also of national security. And just to complete my point, if at any point there are examples of any organizations, I don't want to take the names of these organizations, any organization, irrespective of whether it is a minority institution or it belongs to the majority or whatever, if such incrementing evidence does come to light, I would request the law and order mechanism to please ban them as well.
Absolutely.
Because, living in India, we can't be, on one hand, we want to be the third largest economy by the turn of this decade. And then we are still, grappling with issues like violence in the names of religion. So I don't think, as a civilized person and as a core liberal, I would ever support something like that.
Absolutely. All right. Dr. Verma, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast and giving us your expert opinion on all that has happened after this ban on the Popular Front of India was announced. Let me take this across to my colleague Ritu, who's also joining us live on the broadcast. Ritu, we were on the political reactions that have come in on this big development. Of course, Congress has a certain stand. They are going ahead supporting the ban, but also claiming that other extremist organizations and Hindu right-wing organizations like the RSS also need to be banned if the PFI has been banned. Any reaction by the BJP coming in from the state over this?
Yes, you see, right after the ban of the PFI organization from the Ministry of Home Affairs, you see this has been a big news for the Karnataka and the people of Karnataka, as well as for the political parties too, because you see this was a long time discussion in the state because of the communal violence that had taken place in the couple of months across the Karnataka. So that's when Congress party started taking a jibe at the BJP party, demanding for the ban of such organizations for creating communal violences and also disturbing the peace in the society. They were also questioning as into when exactly will the state government wake up and ban such organizations. But now you see, after the ban of the PFI organization, it's the Congress party who's again questioning the timing of the ban, where they are saying that why did it take so long for the state government, or for that matter the central government, because in the state it's the BJP party is in power from past 3 years and in the center from past 8 years. Why did it take so long time for them to ban these organizations? But along with that, now you see there's another point that has been made from the Congress leaders, where they are asking for the ban of the RSS organizations, as they claim that this organization and the other Hindu organizations as well are part of the violence that takes place in the across the Karnataka, and thus there should be a strict action against them too. So there should not be an impartial way of taking in such actions against only one particular organization. So that's something that the Congress leaders are saying. But yes, the BJP party leader as well, the Karnataka General Secretary Ravi Kumar had responded to this kind of statements coming in from any opposition leaders asking for the ban of the RSS. You see, Ravi Kumar says that anyone who is asking for the ban of RSS must be first banned in the Karnataka, of course. But other point that he's also saying is that RSS organization completely believes in serving the people, and thus it has set an example for the other organizations in the India as well as in the overseas, where they are looking forward to build such a strong organization who can serve the society in a better manner.
Absolutely, Ritu. In fact, we also have been talking about how there certain violence and of course a murder of right-wing functionaries that has helped the government build up strong case against the Popular Front of India. So let's look at that very evidences as to what led to the ban on the Popular Front of India. And these are the cases that we are looking at. And we begin with the recent one, August 2022, Praveen Nitharu murder case was the first one. Then, of course, in 2012-21, you remember Sanjeet murder case in Kerala. That happened in November. Then in Kerala as well, there was a Nandu murder case that happened. And then if you go to Tamil Nadu in 2019, we had another big murder case that was reported. All these cases put together. Then again, going back to Kerala, where PFI is very, very active, there was the Abhimanyu murder case. 2017, again in Kerala, there was the Bipin murder case that happened. Then Karnataka in 2017, you have the Sharath murder case. Also in Karnataka in 2016, Rudresh murder case. All these cases put together. Back to Karnataka, again in the same year, Praveen Pujari murder case was something that was much talked about. And also in Tamil Nadu in the same year, Sasi Kumar murder case was something. All these violent cases and these murders of these right-wing activists and leaders put together had led to the NIA, also the government, really to build up a full-proof case against the Popular Front of India. And these are the evidences that together has led to the banning of the outfit for 5 years. Let's shift focus to some breaking news that we are getting on the broadcast. Congress leader Kamal Nath has welcomed the ban on the Popular Front of India. He has said that the ban is justified if the centre has concrete evidence that the Popular Front of India is involved in anti-national activities. But what was the centre doing all these years? He also leaves it with a question.
आम जनता को सुरक्षा चाहिए, पर आम जनता ये PFI हो, DFI हो, इस सब से उनको मतलब नहीं, वो तो सुरक्षित रहना चाहते हैं। और अगर इतने दिन ये हो रहा था तो मेरा प्रश्न है, आप क्या कर रहे थे? ये साल भर में तो उत्पन्न पैदा नहीं हुई, तो क्या उनको जो सबूत हैं क्या अभी मिले? अगर ये पहले से चल रही थी और ये आतंकवादी संस्थाओं से जुड़ी हुई थी तो आप इतने साल क्या कर रहे थे? ये तो खुलेआम हुआ है, ये तो बात छिपी नहीं है। किस तरह डराया, धमकाया, हर जगह खरीदा।
My colleague Manoj Sharma now joins me on the broadcast. Manoj, the opposition and the Congress specifically continuing with the same statements, of course, welcoming the ban on the Popular Front of India, however, going ahead and questioning the timing. Why now?
Yeah, they are questioning the timing. In fact, 3 days back, Digvijay Singh was there in Gwalior, and in fact, he said if the action is being taken against PFI, then why not the action against RSS and Vishwa Hindu Parishad, VHP? But now, what Kamal Nath is saying, he's saying, okay, if you are banning Popular Front of India, and ban is justified if you have got, certain concrete evidence that they are PFI is involved in anti-national activities, because safety is the sole concern of common man. And Kamal Nath said the common man is looking for the safety, and if you are doing some action against such unlawful association, then okay, it's justified. But why this is? He's questioning the timing. Why this action is taken at this point of time? Why the state government? Because PFI, Popular Front of India, is not a newly formed organization. It is not registered recently. It has been, functioning for more than a decade ago. Then what this central government was doing, and if PFI was involved in so-called anti-national activities.
Right, Manoj, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Let me actually take this across to my colleague Purnima, who's also joining us from Tamil Nadu. Purnima, Tamil Nadu is one such state after Kerala where the Popular Front of India was very, very active. Any kind of reactions that have come in from on ground? We're talking about members of people who were associated so to speak, with the Popular Front of India, or even the minority community who might have funded the Popular Front of India just for the betterment of the community?
Well, in the state, both the AIADMK as well as the allies of the DMK, including VCK, have in fact reacted to the developments that have taken place. While the AIADMK has welcomed this move, DMK's ally, the VCK, has condemned the banning of the PFI. However, we are at the DMK headquarters. We are waiting for an official reaction from the DMK. So far, the Tamil Nadu government has not reacted. In Tamil Nadu, after the NIA conducted raids across more than 11 locations in at least 4 districts, we've seen how the office of the BJP workers' residences and RSS workers' residences were also under attack in the aftermath of the raids. But so far, the Tamil Nadu government has not responded. BJP, ADMK have welcomed the move by the Home Minister. However, no official reaction yet from the DMK, even as the allies of the DMK have condemned the move by the central government.
And what about the resistance that was seen on the ground while the raids were happening for 2 days? Purnima, any such thing that we have witnessed so far, or everything is fine?
Well, there were protests by the PFI members in Chennai as well. Some of them tried to block roads in the protests that were conducted, and they were detained immediately by the police. If you look at Coimbatore alone, at least 4,000 police officers have been deployed, considering that there was tense situation after the raids were conducted. And the last 4 days, Coimbatore is seeing a lot of security personnel everywhere around to ensure that no untoward incident takes place. While in Chennai, there were protests so far that were peaceful. In Coimbatore, the situation continues to remain tense.
All right, Purnima, stay on with us. We are getting some more breaking news after we shift focus to Maharashtra now. Let's take a look at what is really happening in Navi Mumbai, Maharashtra. Now, the Popular Front of India boards, so the hoardings there, are currently being removed. This is happening at the PFI office in Navi Mumbai. We are also showing you these visuals on the screen. So after the ban on the outfit that has been announced early this morning, now the boards of the Popular Front of India are being removed. These are the visuals coming in from Navi Mumbai. My colleague Mihir is joining me on the broadcast. Yes, Mihir.
Absolutely. As you can see the visuals, it's clear that now action has been initiated against Popular Front of India. Remember today, the centre banned the organization after there were consecutive raids. In fact, there were 2 massive crackdowns on Popular Front of India offices across India, and especially in Maharashtra and Mumbai. Several places were raided, as well as office bearers as well as members of PFI were detained and subsequently arrested by the police. So now we are seeing this action based on the latest development. We are seeing that in Mumbai's Navi Mumbai area, this particular office of Popular PFI has, one can see that is seeing some sort of action where the board is being removed. In that particular area, there is a lot of police protection at this point. Remember, there has been agitations and protests ever since strict action has been initiated by the central agencies as well as the state agencies against this PFI organization, and to avoid any sort of untowardly incident, any sort of violence of sorts, there is a lot of police protection in that particular area while that action of removing the poster was being initiated.
So after the protests that were seen initially when the raids were being carried out, Mihir, nothing of that sort on ground at the moment, or is there?
No, at this point we are not we are not hearing of any reports of any sort of violence or protest or any sort of agitation that could lead to violence on the ground in Mumbai. But the police is making sure that there is ample police protection in sensitive areas where there are PFI officers and PFI.
All right, Mihir, I'm really sorry I'd have to interrupt you. We are cutting across to Prime Minister Narendra Modi at the moment.
मैं प्रभु श्री राम से कामना करता हूं उनके जीवन का जो लाभ हमें मिला वही लाभ उनके सूरों के जरिए आने वाली पीढ़ियों को भी मिलता रहे। साथियों, लता दीदी के साथ जुड़ी हुई मेरी कितनी ही यादें हैं, कितनी ही भावुक और स्नेहिल स्मृतियां हैं। जब भी मेरी उनसे बात होती, उनकी वाणी की युग परिचित मिठास हर बार मुझे मंत्र मुग्ध कर देती। दीदी अक्सर मुझसे कहती थी, मनुष्य उम्र से नहीं कर्म से बड़ा होता है, और जो देश के लिए जितना ज्यादा करे वो उतना ही बड़ा है। मैं मानता हूं कि अयोध्या का ये लता मंगेशकर चौक और उनसे जुड़ी ऐसी सभी स्मृतियां हमें देश के प्रति कर्तव्य बोध का भी एहसास कराएगी। साथियों, मुझे याद है जब अयोध्या में राम मंदिर निर्माण के लिए भूमि पूजन संपन्न हुआ था तो मेरे पास लता दीदी का फोन आया था। वो बहुत भावुक थी, बहुत खुश थी, बहुत आनंद में भर गई थी और बहुत आशीर्वाद दे रही थी। उन्हें विश्वास नहीं हो रहा था कि आखिरकार राम मंदिर का निर्माण शुरू हो रहा है। आज मुझे लता दीदी का गाया वो भजन भी याद आ रहा है, मन की अयोध्या तब तक सूनी जब तक राम न आए। अयोध्या के भव्य मंदिर में श्री राम आने वाले, और उससे पहले करोड़ों लोगों में राम नाम की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा करने वाली लता दीदी का नाम अयोध्या शहर के साथ हमेशा के लिए स्थापित हो गया है। वहीं रामचरित मानस में कहा गया है, राम ते अधिक राम कर दासा, अर्थात राम जी के भक्त राम जी के भी पहले आते हैं। संभवतः इसलिए राम मंदिर के भव्य निर्माण के पहले उनकी आराधना करने वाली उनकी भक्त लता दीदी की स्मृति में बनाए चौक भी मंदिर से पहले ही बन गया है। साथियों, प्रभु राम तो हमारी सभ्यता के प्रतीक पुरुष है। राम हमारी नैतिकता के, हमारे मूल्यों, हमारी मर्यादा, हमारे कर्तव्य के जीवंत आदर्श है। अयोध्या से लेकर रामेश्वरम तक राम भारत के कण कण में समाये हुए। भगवान राम के आशीर्वाद से आज जिस तेज गति से भव्य राम मंदिर का निर्माण हो रहा है, उसकी तस्वीरें पूरे देश को रोमांचित कर रही है। ये अपनी विरासत पर गर्व, इसकी पुनः प्रतिष्ठा भी है और विकास का नया अध्याय भी है। मुझे खुशी है कि जिस जगह पर लता चौक विकसित किया गया है, वो अयोध्या में सांस्कृतिक महत्व के विभिन्न स्थानों को जोड़ने वाला प्रमुख स्थलों में से एक है। ये चौक राम की पैड़ी के समीप है और सरयू की पावन धारा भी उससे बहुत दूर नहीं है। लता दीदी के नाम पर चौक के निर्माण के लिए इससे बेहतर स्थान और क्या होता। जैसे अयोध्या ने इतने युगों बाद भी राम को हमारे मन में साकार रखा है, वैसे ही लता दीदी के भजनों ने हमारे अंतर मन को राममय बनाए रखा है। मानस का मंत्र श्री रामचंद्र कृपालु भजमन, हरण भव भय दारुणम, या फिर मीराबाई का पायो जी मैंने राम रतन धन पायो। अनगिनत ऐसे भजन, बापू का प्रिय भजन वैष्णव भजन हो, या फिर जन जन के मन में उतर चुका तुम आशा विश्वास हमारे राम, ऐसे मधुर गीत हो। लता जी की आवाज में इन्हें सुनकर अनेकों देशवासियों ने भगवान राम के दर्शन किए। हमने लता दीदी के स्वरों की दैवीय मधुरता से राम के अलौकिक माधुर्य को अनुभव किया है। और साथियों, संगीत में ये प्रभाव केवल शब्दों और स्वरों से नहीं आता। ये प्रभाव तब आता है जब भजन गाने वाले में वो भावना हो, वो भक्ति हो, राम से वो नाता हो, राम के लिए वो समर्पण हो। इसलिए लताजी द्वारा उच्चारित मंत्रों में, भजनों में केवल उनका कंठ ही नहीं, बल्कि उनकी आस्था, आध्यात्मिकता और पवित्रता भी गूंजती है। साथियों, लता दीदी की आवाज में आज भी वंदे मातरम का आह्वान सुनकर हमारी आंखों के सामने भारत माता का विराट स्वरूप नजर आने लगता है। जिस तरह लता दीदी हमेशा नागरिक कर्तव्यों को लेकर बहुत सजग रही, वैसे ही ये चौक भी अयोध्या में रहने वाले लोगों को, अयोध्या आने वाले लोगों को कर्तव्य परायणता की प्रेरणा देगा। ये चौक, ये वीणा अयोध्या के विकास और अयोध्या की प्रेरणा को भी और अधिक गुंजायमान करेगी। लता दीदी के नाम पर बना ये चौक हमारे देश में कला जगत से जुड़े लोगों के लिए भी प्रेरणा स्थली की तरह कार्य करेगा। ये बताएगा कि भारत की जड़ों से जुड़े रहकर आधुनिकता की ओर बढ़ते हुए भारत की कला और संस्कृति को विश्व के कोने कोने तक पहुंचाना, ये भी हमारा कर्तव्य है। भारत की हजारों वर्ष पुरानी विरासत पर गर्व करते हुए भारत की संस्कृति को नई पीढ़ी तक पहुंचाना, ये भी हमारा दायित्व है। इसके लिए लता दीदी जैसा समर्पण और अपनी संस्कृति के प्रति अगाध प्रेम अनिवार्य है। मुझे विश्वास है भारत के कला जगत के हर साधक को इस चौक से बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलेगा। लता दीदी के स्वर युगों युगों तक देश के कण कण को जोड़े रखेंगे। इसी विश्वास के साथ अयोध्या वासियों से भी मेरी कुछ अपेक्षाएं हैं। बहुत ही निकट भविष्य में राम मंदिर बनना है। देश के कोटि कोटि लोग अयोध्या आने वाले हैं। आप कल्पना कर सकते हैं अयोध्या वासियों ने अयोध्या को कितना भव्य बनाना होगा, कितना सुंदर बनाना होगा, कितना स्वच्छ बनाना होगा, और इसकी तैयारी आज से ही करनी चाहिए। और ये काम अयोध्या के हर नागरिक को करना है, हर अयोध्या वासी को करना है। तभी जाकर के अयोध्या की आन बान शान, जब कोई भी यात्री आएगा तो राम मंदिर की श्रद्धा के साथ साथ अयोध्या की व्यवस्थाओं को, अयोध्या की भव्यता को, अयोध्या की मेहमान नवाजी को अनुभव करके जाएगा। मेरे अयोध्या के भाइयों बहनों, तैयारियां अभी से शुरू कर दीजिए और लता दीदी का जन्मदिन हमेशा हमेशा के लिए प्रेरणा देता रहे।
The PFI, Popular Front of India, and its affiliate organizations like the CFI, All India Imam Council, Rehab India Foundation, National Women's Front have all been declared as unlawful associations under the UAPA.
Popular Front of India and its affiliated organizations have been banned.
Agencies are telling us that there is incriminating evidence. That's why these raids had to be conducted, and subsequently their ban was initiated by the government.
State government took up this issue very seriously, and they were trying to mount a pressure on the central government to ban this organization.
Very strong and concrete case has already been built by the central government against the PFI.
This is a message for all the anti-national groups. They will not survive doing anti-national activity in this country.
देश विरोधी गतिविधियों का हिस्सा कोई भी होगा, उसके खिलाफ कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
Good afternoon, you're watching CNN News 18 with me, Poonam Burde, and the big story we're tracking at this hour is the sensational development that came this morning, and that's the 5-year ban that has been imposed on the Popular Front of India and several of its affiliates. To all those viewers who are just tuning in, let me tell you what exactly has happened and why the PFI has actually been banned. Remember, this ban follows at least 2 days of intensive raids that were conducted across the country and over 300 arrests. Now, these are the reasons why they have actually been banned. The first big reason is that the government believed that the PFI had a secret agenda to radicalize society. That's reason number one why this ban was initiated. Their links to terror groups like the ISIS were also under the scanner, and the reason for the ban is also one of that. It has the potential to disturb peace in the country. We have seen the PFI's role in several violent situations in the country, especially in the recent past as well. And that's one of the reasons why the PFI has been banned as well. Indulging in illegal activities. We do know that even the Enforcement Directorate was investigating the PFI for getting in money via the Hawala route, via illegal routes from across the border. prejudicial to the security of India. That's really the biggest reason as to why the Popular Front of India today has been banned for the next 5 years, because the agencies, because the central government believes that the PFI is prejudicial to the sovereignty, to the security of this country. There are breaking inputs coming in, thick and fast, as far as the ban on PFI is concerned. News coming in from Kerala now, where the PFI State General Secretary has been taken into custody. Security has been beefed up across Kerala. This, of course, is in continuation to the crackdown on the Popular Front of India that continues there. Raids and arrests are happening even as we speak. RSS offices, BJP offices are being fortified as well. That comes in the wake of the attacks we saw on BJP and RSS functionaries in neighbouring Tamil Nadu as well. Strongholds of the PFI are being fortified. Security is being beefed up there by the Kerala government. Pradeep Pillai is with me for more on this. Pradeep, the state and centre taking no chances. RSS, BJP offices, homes also perhaps being fortified. And the biggest one at that is that one of the top functionaries of the PFI from Kerala now behind bars.
Yes, the police have started the crackdown right from early morning. We had seen raids happening in Wayanad district, in Malappuram district, and latest was in Kollam district. Also, as you rightly mentioned, the central police forces as well as the state police were deployed across the state, especially on two counts. One in the BJP and RSS offices in every district, as well as the strongholds of the Popular Front of India to essentially prevent any sort of reaction or any sort of trouble or some kind of violence such as this comes in the background of the violence we saw across the state on the day of the Hartal. Yes, the Popular Front of India's State General Secretary Abdul Sattar has been taken into custody by the state police at the moment. The ACP of Karnataka, this is in Kannur district neighboring to Thiruvananthapuram in Kerala. He has been picked up from his charitable trust, which is called the Karunya Trust. He was picked up from that office and taken away. So this would mean that he would probably be handed over to NIA. We are still awaiting confirmation on that, whether he has been picked up in connection with lieu of the cases registered by NIA or in relationship with in connection with the Hartal, which turned violent in Kerala. Abdul Sattar was one of the functionaries who had called for the Hartal in Kerala following the crackdown across the nation.
Right.
And also, as it reported, the Chief Minister of Kerala has, convened a high-level meeting of top cops, the state police chief, the intelligence chief, as well as the ADGP Law and Order are attending this special meeting. Back to you.
Absolutely, Pradeep. Thank you so much for getting us the very latest. So the crackdown there continuing. In fact, do stay on with us. Like you were mentioning, that it's not just the central government that has sprung into action, it's also the state. And even as we are seeing heightened security across the state, Kerala Chief Minister is in a huddle to perhaps chart out the future course of action, because we did see violent protests break out in Kerala right after the raids. Perhaps the government anticipating that now as well? Pradeep?
Well, we had seen some solid violence across the state, and we saw several KSRTC buses being attacked, citizens being attacked, citizens who were trying to travel by public transport harassed, and all sorts of violence across the state, which caused damage to the extent of 5 crores for the state-run Kerala State Road Transport Corporation alone. As we had reported yesterday, the KSRTC has approached the High Court seeking this compensation damages to be taken in and to be extracted from the Popular Front office bearers who were responsible for this Hartal call. Now, beyond that, we also saw attacks on many places, including those against policemen who tried to disperse a crowd which was trying to block the roads and attack KSRTC buses. 2 of the policemen were injured seriously. So obviously the government was taking preventive action to preempt any sort of backlash that could happen following the ban, which we reported first on a national network. So, of course, the government is leaving nothing to chance. Now that the union government
the NHA has come out with the ban on Popular Front and the allied organizations. There are certain other, actions to be taken by the state police as well, and this includes the facilities, the offices of these organizations are not being utilized anymore for their activities, as well as the union government's action in freezing the funds, so that those funds which is coming from various sources from abroad through hawala means and otherwise are not utilized for any sort of funding until unless it's cleared by the legal authorities.
Right, Pradeep Pillai, thank you so much for getting us the very latest as far as the situation in Kerala is concerned. We're now shifting focus to more reactions coming in on the ban that has been imposed on the Popular Front of India. PDP now reacting to this particular ban, alleging Islamophobia. It says that this ban is nothing but Islamophobia of the central government. Organizations like Ram Sene and others that brandish weapons openly and talk about changing the constitution should also be acted against. But unfortunately, there's no action against them. It's only against organizations that are working for Muslims in the country. Mufti, my colleague, now joins us for more on this. Mufti, we've seen the political reactions coming in thick and fast. The PDP also now stepping in, calling this ban nothing but Islamophobia.
Absolutely. And this reaction comes immediately after the national conference gave one, wherein it equated the PFI with the organizations like RSS, and clearly saying that, well, while action is being taken against Muslim organizations, there was none taken against the Hindu extremist organizations. Now, clearly, the PDP spokesman, Najm Saqib, did say that there's been absolutely no action against people who lynch others in broad daylight and polarize the country on religious basis and vitiate also the atmosphere of the country, which otherwise is and should be peaceful. But again, government's lopsided treatment is quite visible there. Muslims are being targeted, Muslim organizations are being targeted, but no action is taken against Hindu organizations, and clearly saying that, well, the country needs to buck up, and if there is substantive kind of an evidence against PFI, let them take action, but at the same time, action should be taken against all. There should be no discrimination when it comes to taking action against organizations which are anti-national, which are anti-country, and which are anti-peace.
Right, reactions coming in from Jammu and Kashmir now as well. Mufti, for the moment, thank you so much for getting us the very latest. My colleagues are getting us the latest inputs and breaking news from across the country, because that is really the scale of this massive operation, the scale and the implications of this ban that has now been imposed on the Popular Front of India. Mihir and Anshul, my colleagues, now join us for more on this. Anshul, coming to you first. We had seen that outside the PFI office in the national capital, in Shaheen Bagh, in fact, is where heavy security was deployed ever since this morning. Does that continue there? Have you seen any PFI cadres or functionaries gathering at that office?
So no, none of the people were allowed to gather over here, even the locals who are trying to see what has happened in this entire area because of the kind of media presence that is actually present here at the PFI headquarters. The police is actually not allowing people to gather at one place, also because Section 144 has been imposed in this place. So yes, the security forces are absolutely available over here. Till now, since morning 8 a.m. they have been standing over here, making sure that people are not allowed to venture in and around this area. Because if you see behind me, this is the PFI office that was sealed on the 22nd of September, and since then it has absolutely been sealed. Also, many incriminating documents have been found from this office itself, and that is the reason why it has absolutely been sealed. People are not being allowed to venture inside this building as of now. Not even media is being allowed to venture inside this building. So yes, they have sealed the entire area. The police is making sure that no untoward situation arises over here. Time and again, senior police officials are taking updates from here, because a circular has also been issued by the central government, which has told the Delhi police to make sure that each and every person affiliated with the PFI should be the police should have their eyes on them, because if they are planning to do something untoward, strict action should be taken against them at the earliest, and that is the reason why we are seeing heavy police deployment over here.
Right.
Flag march was also conducted over here. In fact, drone surveillance also happened over here just a few hours ago. So yes, the police and the local administration are making sure that no untoward situation arises over here, because yes, there is a sort of a sentiment that I can sense amongst the people over here, because According to them, PFI was an organization who used to help them when it comes to people who needed education, some sort of education or some sort of medical help. A few people have gotten help from this office itself. So yes, the police also knows that there could be some sentiment in this area of Shaheen Bagh. But yes, since morning the police has been able to maintain the law and order situation.
Absolutely, and law enforcement agencies not wanting to take any chances, because we saw the kind of protests that broke out, some even getting violent right after the raids that were conducted on 2 occasions in the last 1 week against the Popular Front of India. Now, Mihir, as far as Maharashtra is concerned, several arrests were made of PFI functionaries in the last 1 week, several in Mumbai as well. Are we seeing similar scenes there too, where certain locations in the state are being fortified? There's heavy security there?
Absolutely. As far as the police and other agencies are concerned, they are taking no chances and they are making sure that everything is peaceful. That's why there is heavy deployment in some parts where there are PFI offices, where there is a possibility of untowardly incident or miscreants creating some sort of ruckus or taking the law and order in their hands. So in clearly in Navi Mumbai area, there seems to be the entire area is being cordoned off. There is heavy police protection, and reason being is that action has been initiated in offices of PFI. Now, yes, these offices might be closed, but the boards are being removed. So clearly, it's giving an indication that this organization is no more in existence. It has been banned by the government. Looking at certain evidences, looking at the past raids, they have found certain incriminating evidence based on which they have been. They believe it's reason enough to take this kind of strict action on PFI, and that's why several of the offices are at this point they are shut down and the boards are being removed.
Right, we saw some of those visuals coming in from Navi Mumbai as well, where the boards of the PFI office were being removed. Do stay on with me, because politics over the crackdown on PFI and the ban on PFI is only escalating now, with Lalu Prasad Yadav too reacting. The RJD chief also now coming out and saying that the RSS is far worse than the PFI and that has to be banned as well, going on to say that RSS has been banned twice before.
PFI का जांच हो रहा है और PFI के तरह जितने भी संगठन हैं, इंक्लूडिंग RSS, सब पर प्रतिबंध लगाइए और जांच करिए, कुछ मिले तो कार्रवाई करिए। तो आपका कैसा शासन है कि आपके शासन में हर तरह से इस तरह की बातें आती हैं और एक बजा बजाते रहते हैं टीवी पर रोज। ये बजा बजा रहे हैं तो PFI का एक हुआ दिखा रहे हैं लोगों के ऊपर। तो सबसे पहले RSS पर बैन करिए, RSS को।
Amitesh is with me on the phone line for more on this. और Amitesh, हम ये रिएक्शंस जो आ रहे हैं ऑपोजिशन से लगातार अपने दर्शकों को सुना रहे हैं। बहुत लोगों का ये कहना है कि RSS और PFI में कोई अंतर नहीं है, तो अगर PFI को बैन किया जाए तो RSS को भी बैन करना चाहिए। लालू प्रसाद यादव ने भी यही कहा है।
लालू प्रसाद यादव ने यही बात कही है और लालू प्रसाद यादव पहले से भी कहते रहे हैं कि RSS जो है देश को बांटने की साजिश कर रहा है। RSS के ऊपर, बीजेपी के ऊपर लालू प्रसाद यादव का हमला लगातार जारी रहता है। आज जब नामांकन करने पहुंचे राष्ट्रीय जनता दल के 12वीं बार अध्यक्ष बनने जा रहे हैं लालू यादव, उनका मात्र नॉमिनेशन हुआ है। उस मौके पर उन्होंने एक बार फिर से, जब PFI के बाबत सवाल पूछा गया तो उन्होंने कहा कि जब PFI पर प्रतिबंध लग रहा है तो उसी तरह RSS के ऊपर भी प्रतिबंध लगना चाहिए। ये लोग देश को बांटने का काम करते हैं। और उन्होंने एक बार फिर से हमला बोलते हुए कहा कि पहले भी RSS के ऊपर प्रतिबंध लगाया जा चुका है, लिहाजा फिर से PFI के साथ साथ इस तरह के जितने भी संगठन हैं जो देश के बांटने में लगे हुए हैं उन पर प्रतिबंध लगाने की जरूरत है। और उन्होंने साफ तौर पर RSS के ऊपर हमला बोला है।
Ji Amitesh, thank you so much for getting us that very latest as far as the political fight is concerned. Remember, the BJP, of course, welcoming this ban, saying it was long pending, but the opposition questioning the motives, also asking why not ban the RSS too. That analogy is being drawn by several within the opposition. But it is a significant development today, and a 5-year ban has been imposed on the Popular Front of India. What that means, what the ramifications are going to be henceforth for the country. To discuss that, former DGP of Uttar Pradesh, Vikram Singh, now joins us on this broadcast. Thank you, Mr. Singh, for joining us. And we've been discussing how this is a significant move. It means that they cannot get money from abroad. They cannot hold these donation drives that they have been holding. They have been trying to put up a ruse of being an NGO. They perhaps have helped some within the community, which is why there is a sentiment of sympathy with them as well. But overall, as far as the investigations go, the agencies have really busted that ruse that they have been trying to put forth.
Absolutely. You may recall that there have been 2 raids in which hundreds of people have been rounded up. Absolutely incontrovertible and incriminating evidence in respect of documents, financial trails, money collections, illegitimate payments, subversive activity, trainings of arms, fabrication of kitchen-made, homemade explosives and the like. Radicalization and training people to become suicide bombers, all this in the guise of social service. You may recall that they got money from trusting, practicing Muslims by way of zakat, which is meant only for the restoration of old buildings and perhaps rehabilitation of widows, education of orphans and the destitute. But it was misused for anti-national purposes. It was misused for subversive activities. And this is where the fault line lies. 99.99% Muslims are with the nation. It is only a small microscopic minority that has a part and parcel and is a part of their support system. And that is where the problem arises. And I'm happy that MHA, NIA, ED have come down heavily like a ton of bricks on them. But this should have happened in 2011. Well, anyway, it has happened now. And I do hope that the loose cannons about whom you said earlier had better come to their senses, because the nation is not prepared to accept this kind of lame excuses that there is an equilibrium between RSS and the PFI. Look, if somebody has come for a treatment, that treatment will be given on the basis of merits of the case, not of whimsical or knee-jerk logic or perverse logic, as has been given by many of our netas now. They had stopped indulging in vote bank politics and the policy of appeasement. The nation, if anybody is indulging in anti-national and subversive activities, there will be consequences, and as simple as that.
Right, that message has been sent loud and clear that, there's going to be zero tolerance for violence. We also saw the kind of violence that broke out in what the PFI called was protest or resistance to the action that was being taken against them right after the Thursday raids, the first round of raids in fact. We saw violence, we saw buses being set ablaze, especially in Kerala. So the violent past of the PFI cannot be denied. But there are also concerns being raised about how a ban is not going to be enough, because we saw something similar happen in the past as well. The SIMI was banned during the UPA era, and that really gave rise to the PFI in this new form.
Absolutely, you are very right. A half-hearted attempt and of course internal sympathy by certain quarters gives you this kind of a situation. But a resolute nation with an absolute application of mind and taking into account all the evidence and contingencies, plug all the escape routes, and as they say in combat, cut off the head of the cobra. Please do not allow anyone to breathe oxygen into such nefarious activities of anti-national elements. Under these circumstances, not only identify the subversive parties, identify every individual who is complicit. Identify him and bring him on history sheet. Get his biometrics done, PAN card, Aadhaar card, passport, and every documentation. And put the individuals in surveillance also, so that if they choose to reincarnate, as it happened in the case of Simi, that their old Ansars migrated to Indian Mujahideen, then they remigrated to PFI. Let this not happen. We have learnt a very hard lesson, and this needs to be ensured that they do not have an escape route this time.
Absolutely, and that's perhaps why this ban has come in after 2 rounds of extensive raids that were being conducted and several arrests that were being made, because the agencies, the central government, wanted to build a watertight case before they actually took the final step of banning the organization. Do stay on with me because we'll keep coming back to you for perspective, Mr. Singh. But my colleagues are also getting us the very latest in terms of what's transpiring across the country after this ban has come into effect. Ritu, my colleague, now joins us from Bengaluru. And Ritu, Karnataka was one of the 3 states that had recommended to the central government that a ban must be imposed on the PFI.
Very true. You see, the formation of the PFI organization as well, when the semi organization was been banned, there was this Muslim organizations like NDF and the other organizations from Tamil Nadu and Kerala. They all came together and formed PFI, and then they got registered as well in the year 2010. So this formation took place in 2006, and since then you see the PFI organization has in fact been working very actively in the southern India. So that has been a kind of a development that we have seen since 2006 in relation to the PFI organization in the Karnataka. But yes, you do see any kind of a communal violences that had taken place in the Karnataka has been seen one or the other kind of a link to the PFI organization, and the police had also collected the solid evidence against this kind of communal violences incident that had happened, whether it's about the Praveen Nataru murder case or the Shimoga clash as well, where you see a person named Prem Singh was being stabbed, and there too police had come out with the solid evidence to show that the accused were having a links with the PFI organization. And during the hijab as well, you see this organization had played a very crucial role in somewhere trying to instigate the young minds to come out and protest in a huge number, where we saw how that just not spread across the Karnataka but also different states of the India. So that is something we have seen the developments of the PFI organization in the Karnataka, and that has been seen as one of the big problem as well. But this became even more huge after the Praveen Nataru murder case, where CM Basavaraj Bommai had given a word out saying that no such incidents will take place in the future, and for that the state government is trying to mount pressure on the central government to ban PFI organization at any cost, to ensure that there are no such links that will be seen in the future when it comes to the communal violence. Because you see the Karnataka is also going to see an assembly elections in a very short time, but with all this kind of timing is a main factor that we are talking. But there is also a political color that we are getting to see in these incidents, where the Congress party is questioning the timing of the BJP party for banning the PFI organization, since the problem was been seen from a very long time. Why is that a BJP party has come out to ban this organization now, and that is too late to ban, but thus they should also ban an organization like RSS, because they believe that also creates a problem in the society. But that's what we are seeing with all this. But you see the BJP party is also clearly stating out, saying that RSS as an organization purely believes
Sorry to interrupt you there. Arunima is now joining us from the national capital. Arunima, I believe you have the Junior Minister for Home Affairs with you.
Yes, we have MOS Home Ajay Mishra Teni is joining us live on this broadcast. Sir, बहुत वक्त से ये सवाल पूछा जा रहा था कि पॉपुलर फ्रंट ऑफ इंडिया को बैन क्यों नहीं किया जा रहा। आखिरकार आज सुबह आप लोगों ने ये घोषणा कर दी।
आज आपकी इच्छा पूरी हो गई, और आपने जैसे कहा तो निश्चित रूप से लंबे समय से जांच चल रही थी, और जांच चलने के बाद जो परिणाम आए, ये सरकार एक ऐसी सरकार है जो पूर्वाग्रह से ग्रस्त नहीं है। हम उसी आधार पर कार्रवाई करते हैं जो